and security challenges, the global seaborne trade has restarted, rebounding to 12.6 billion tons in 2024, projected to grow steadily. India's own port system has scaled up strongly. Total traffic has risen 1.5 times during the last decade to 1.6 billion tons last year, with continued productivity gains and clear capacity roadmap. Our current capacity stands at 2,700 million metric tons per annum, expected to scale up to 10,000 million metric tons per annum by 2047. This long-term vision has been enabled by various reforms by Government of India. The Major Port Authorities Act boosts autonomy. Sagaramala drives port-led development. Maritime India Vision 2030, Amritkal Vision 2047 accelerate modernization. The National Monetization Pipeline unlocks the brownfield value. PM Gati Shakti, along with the National Logistic Policy, enables integrated planning, strong corridor, and lower logistic costs. These initiatives are enabling a shift from the traditional port operations to digitally integrated multiple logistic ecosystems that are future-ready, green, credible, and inclusive. Globally, the leading hubs show how the regional integration and cluster development amplify value. The Port of Rotterdam's partnerships with Sohar and Pisum knit upstream industries to downstream European demand. Closer to home, the global operators, DP World, PSA, APM Terminals, CMA CGM, have added operational and digital excellence to India terminals, accelerating modernization and innovation. Our second lens is future-ready ports. The World Bank's Container Port Performance Index underlines that competitiveness now rides on agility, system integration, and digital operations, not just tonnage. Globally, maritime sector is witnessing a wave of innovation and redefinition. Smart ports powered by AI, IoT, and automation are setting new standards in operational efficiency. Sustainability is now core imperative with the ports adopting low carbon logistics and carbon neutral strategies. The convergence of digitalization and decarbonization is reshaping the global supply chains and redefining competitiveness. India's own policy architecture, Harit Sagar 2023, Harit Nauka, green hydrogen hubs at Paradeep, Kandla, and Tuticorin is turning the entire ambition into reality. Now the Indian ports are increasingly adopting renewable power, shore-to-ship power supply, green fuels, and zero emission targets. Governance in India is too evolving towards a corporatized models that enable faster investments, JV partnerships, and performance-linked KPIs. Our ports are not just gateways. These are the platforms for global collaboration, investment, and resilience. As geopolitical dynamism evolve, India's maritime infrastructure will play a crucial role in ensuring a secure, diversified, and future-proof supply chain. This session brings together thought leaders, policymakers, industry pioneers to explore how ports can transcend their physical boundaries and become catalysts for inclusive development, drivers of industrial growth, and enablers of innovation. The future lies in building smart, sustainable, inclusive port cities that are deeply connected to national and global value chains. I am confident that the insights shared today will help shape the maritime future that is intelligent, resilient, and deeply integrated into India's growth story. On behalf of Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, I once again extend warm welcome to all of you. Thank you. Let the discussions begin.
Thank you, you, sir. Thank you, sir, for inspiring words that you just shared and for setting the tone for today's celebration. We now present a short video that captures the evolving landscapes of Indian ports, their strategic importance, technological advancements, and role in driving national and global growth. Here it is.
Over the past decade, Bharat's ports have emerged as engines of growth. Cargo capacity increased twofold, while the cargo volumes surged by nearly 50%. India launched transformative port infrastructure projects like Vardhavan Port, Galathea Bay, VOC Outer Harbour, and Tuna Tekra in order to boost global trade. Efficiency has improved significantly, with turnaround times cut by over 55%. 7 Indian ports now rank among the global top 100 container ports, with 2 in the top 30. Renewable energy use at ports has grown 15-fold, reflecting India's commitment to green growth. Public-private partnerships have quadrupled in value, driving modernization with investment of over $7 billion. Investment in port modernization and connectivity has seen an extraordinary scale, with over $10 billion. Looking ahead, the Maritime Amritkal Vision 2047 aims to quadruple port capacity, reduce average vessel turnaround time, develop world-class megaports, have 10 Indian ports in global top 30, and reduce emissions at ports by 70%. Together, let's build a maritime future that is secure, sustainable, and globally impactful.
Well, I think witnessing the scale at how this is growing, that video deserved a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. We now transition into session 1, titled Ports as Economic Multipliers, Building Resilient Maritime Ecosystem through Regional Integration and Innovation. This session will explore how ports can catalyze economic growth, foster regional collaboration, and embrace innovation to build a robust maritime future. May I now request Mr. P.L. Haranath, Chairman, Paradip Ports Authority, to come on stage and chair this session. I request our esteemed speakers to join us on the desk. To begin with, Mr. Rizwan Somar, CEO and Managing Director of DP World, MENA and India Subcontinental Region. Let's hear a round of applause for the gentlemen as they step forward. Ms. Johanna Christine, CEO and Global Maritime Forum. Mr. Ashwani Gupta, Whole-Time Director and CEO of Adani Ports and Special Economic Zone Limited. Mr. Sanjeev Ranjan, Technical Member, NCLT and Member, Authority Board of Major Ports, India. Mr. R. Lakshman, Joint Secretary, Ports, Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. Dr. Albert Veenstra, Senior Program Manager, Erasmus Center for Urban Port and Transport Economics, Rotterdam, Netherlands. Now we would like to invite our moderator for the session, Mr. Dhruv Garg, Partner Transport and Logistics, PwC, India. We welcome you all to this session. We'd like to invite and welcome all our speakers to do the honors. Chairman, sir, Mr. P.L. Haranath would give them a token of appreciation, form of a floral tribute. To set the context of this session, I invite the moderator, Mr. Dhruv Gaj, partner PwC India, to kindly take over from here. All yours, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Pinto. It's a pleasure. Very good morning, everyone. Pleasure to be here to talk to you about, with this very distinguished panel, on an extremely pertinent topic, which is ports as economic multipliers. Yeah. We just saw the video where Chairman Sir also talked about Indian port vision in terms of the Maritime Amrit Kal vision of 4x growth over the next few years. But it is not just about the capacity increase which we are talking about. Ports are now at the heart and center of the overall growth of the economy itself. Whether we talk about regional trade, whether we talk about port-led development, multimodality, reducing logistics cost, as soon as we talk about any of these aspects from a part of being part of global value chains, ports become at the heart and center of it. More so now as we talk about trade, resilient trade, the aspects around the G2G agreements, the ports are the ones which will operationalize those agreements, are the ones which will be really driving that forward. And it's a pleasure to be here today amongst a very distinguished set of panelists. We have, I couldn't have wished for a better list of panelists here. From the private sector, you know, we have Mr. Rizwan Soma, Mr. Ashwini Gupta, both of whom, you know, have been working across multiple, not just ports in India and globally, but also in port-led development, and we'll love to hear from them as well. On the other side, we also have policymakers, the ex-secretary, Mr. Sanjeev Ranjan, Mr. Lakshmanan will also join us. Under Mr. Ranjan, we did initiate the Amrit Kal vision, and we'll love to hear from him in terms of how the policies have been shaping up to align as well. And of course, you know, to bring in more global perspective, we have Ms. Johanna, CEO of Global Maritime Forum, to bring in terms of how maritime community is looking at various types of development and how ports are at the center of this. And also inviting Dr. Albert from Rotterdam, Erasmus University of Urban and Port and Transport Economics, to shed light in terms of how ports have been at the center of growth, but also from an academic perspective, bring in that perspective. So without any further ado, let's jump into the conversation. So Mr. Rizwan, maybe let me come to you first, right? Basis, you know, your diverse experience of operating and managing not just ports, but logistics facilities, SEZs, and mainland facilities also, both in India and globally. How do you see ports, you know, becoming the key center for maritime innovation, maritime industrialization, and what would be the role for ports from that perspective?
So thanks, Dhruv. Can you hear me? Is the mic working? Is the mic working? Can you hear me? Yeah. So ports by themselves, you know, can do little. It's extremely important that the ports are actually well connected to the hinterland, to the inland locations. Take India as an example. The cargo actually comes 1,400 kilometers, 1,500 kilometers inland. You know, that's where the industrialization is focused, but also industrialization is focused around the ports. So both the challenges have to be actually met in terms of, you know, connecting this cargo to the ports. If you don't have a very efficient inland system, a multimodal system to actually connect the cargo to the ports, the last mile would essentially be the biggest challenge. So when we actually set our strategy about 6-7 years back, or reset our strategy 6-7 years back, from being a port operator, DP World being a global port operator, the top 3 global port operators in the world, one of the studies that we actually did was ask our end customers, the importers, exporters, consigners, consignees, what are the biggest challenges that they actually face in the various countries that we actually operate. And the most, you know, I would say almost in chorus, the most, common statement that came from them in terms of a pain point was that once the cargo reaches the port, we are actually good, we are assured, because there is a ship that is actually announced, the ship that will actually, take our cargo. But reaching the port is the biggest issue. And this is not just India I'm talking about most countries in the world that we actually operate. So therefore, all modes of transport have to be optimized. India, for example, has a 7,000 kilometer coastline. We need to make sure that coastal transportation is used to the hilt. It's also 3 to 4 times more sustainable than just pure road transport. We need to make sure that rail is essentially used to the hilt. A combination of rail, road, and trucking is also optimized because there is a direct correlation between multimodal transportation and the cost of logistics coming down. And the cost of logistics coming down and the competitivity of the goods, also there is a direct correlation. So if you use more multimodal transportation, there is a sustainability angle, there is a cost of logistics angle, and there is a competitivity of exports angle. And all these three have to be actually pursued, per se. So multimodal transportation is absolutely critical. I'll give you a case in example. There was a tire manufacturer in the south of India, and they wanted to go to the north. And the typical transportation that we use is road transportation. It is almost a distance of 2,500 kilometers that was actually traversed. We offered them a solution where we took the cargo to Cochin, for example, by truck, from Cochin by coastal transportation to Mundra, and then from Mundra to NCR, to our ICD in Delhi by rail, and then the last mile by trucking. This particular multimodal transportation choice that we actually used reduced the carbon emissions by almost 70%, which was a very big ask of the customer. The second biggest ask for him was that the cost has to be competitive. So this came out to be about 4% more competitive. And then the last piece was about inventory, right? It took a little longer simply because we don't have a scaled up product as yet. It is only a bespoke product that we actually use for this particular client. But once it is scaled up and many more clients actually use it, then we will actually have more frequent rail connections, more frequent coastal cargo connections. And then, of course, the transit time would also be very competitive in that sense. However, for this particular customer, it was absolutely okay. Simply because you can plan the inventory, you can plan the transit time, so that if they know that it's going to take 5 days more, 10 days more for certain, then you can actually plan your inventory cycle. You can make those specific promises to customers to ensure that those 5 or 10 days is absorbed in the promise to the customer. So this is really one example that I thought I'll share with Dhruv.
Great. No, thanks a lot, Mr. Rizwan. And as you said, right, you yourself with DP World made that journey of saying you're no longer just a port operator or a global port operator, but how you're going inland to be able to seamlessly, connect the customer to the end point, right, and the cargo to the end point. And that's so critical in terms of multimodality and the fact that today the focus is on reduction in cost, but also in terms of reduction in carbon footprint, etc. Right? And maybe on this, right, maybe let me bring in Mr. Ashwini to you as to the point that how do you see, I mean, you have been also part of the port ecosystem as well as the SEZ and as well as the inland logistics ecosystem. What do you see as the key success factors? I think we have traversed a journey, but going ahead, how do you see, what are the key success factors for really this to become the true economic multiplier which we are talking about?
Yeah, first of all, thank you for giving this opportunity and thank you for this question. I mean, as our company name suggests, right, Adani Ports and Special Economic Zones. So this comes as a set. So our visionary chairman saw that decades before, that port is not only port. Port is gateway to the economy of the country, which is not only handling the cargo at the port, but which is being a custodian of the cargo from one gate to the another gate, right? Now, how I see port and economic zone, we can call it ecosystem, we can call it anything. There are two things, right? Culturally, traditionally, maritime has been the gateway to the trade, right? We say 95% of the volume in India is by maritime. But why? Because of two things. One is accessibility, and second is affordability. Accessibility, maybe the latest is 7,500 coastal line has been updated to 11,000 kilometers of coastal line because I think we are reclaiming a lot. So 11,000 kilometers of coastal line is accessible. It is affordable because at the end, maritime is more scalable, more affordable. But now the accessibility should not finish with the 11,000 kilometers of the coastal line. Accessibility should go from north to south, east to west, using the multimodal transport, because multimodal gives the best mix of the scalability and the affordability. So that's all about accessibility and the affordability. Now, once we have the accessibility and affordability to develop an infrastructure ecosystem, which is based on port, rail, trucking, warehousing, and so on, now the next question comes that how we make it efficient and effective. Once we have made the infrastructure, we have to run it efficiently and effectively. And I think there are three things which are important to make those efficient and effectively. And that's where, we are on track to become one of the world's best port ecosystem. Is number one, technology, number two, talent, and number three, ease of doing business. So when I talk about ease of doing business also includes special economic zones, the CRZs, and so on and so on. So for me, investing in technology for improving the efficiency, investing in the skilled operators and the manpower to make technology effective. And the third is ease of doing business. And as the topic suggests, that how we can integrate that as a regional hub. And I think India, being a key position in the geography, I think we should become an hub for doing an ease of doing business by having a policy framework which is taking care of not only the business, but also taking care of the sustainability. So that's how I see port as an ecosystem, not only as a cargo handler, but generation of cargoes through the industrial activities at the port.
Thanks, Mr. Ashwini, and as you rightly said, right? I mean, it's the technology, talent, and ease of doing business, which we'll talk about. Thank you. As we also welcome Mr. Lakshmanan, JS Sports, moving from one interaction to the other, but yes, we'll continue. So thank you so much for joining us, I know. Yeah. Chairman Paradip Port would like to just welcome JS Sports. So we have already, heard from two of the private sector practitioners. Maybe it's time to just bring in Mr. Ranjan, you from the bringing the government hat, right? You've worn the secretary hat for a long time. Under your leadership, we wrote the Amrit Kal vision, and multiple, initiatives, whether it was Sagarmala, PM Gati Shakti, took shape. We have talked about multimodal integration being critical. We've talked about the ease of doing business being key enablers for economic multipliers, right? How do you see these realities and the kind of policy landscape going ahead will be able to match with the kind of activities and the infrastructure which we are developing now?
Thank you very much. The kind of progress that we've made, I think, is for everyone to see. The growth that we have had in the sector, I think, is something that we need to be proud of, but at the same time get prepared for what the future expectations are. Our friends from the private sector port side have already shared with us the kind of requirements which they foresee. Many of these are part of the vision document and the legislative changes that we've had in the last few years, which are all path-breaking and making ourselves future-ready. We have had the PM Gati Shakti, we have the National Logistics Policy. So the vision, the policy framework, the legislative enablements that are required for making all this happen is very much there. Now, as Mr. Rizwan was pointing out, and so from Adani Ports as well, we heard that the future lies in the ports not being proud of just the throughputs for which we need to be proud of, no doubt about it. But it's a question of being able to make it ease of doing business for the customer, or being able to ensure that the goods reach the factory gate in the shortest possible time at the least possible cost and is at the same time resilient. which means that the governance structure which we have at the port, the planning that we have for the port, need to be in tune with what the expectations are. So instead of ports being standalone ports looking at throughputs, need to be looking at the entire corridor of making sure that the customer gets a good deal. And therefore, our port chairman, instead of just looking at the KPIs of the port chairman, Mr. Lakshman is here, should be certainly the kind of improvements on the port performance indicators that we have now, but also on the KPI itself, how quickly they are able to get things from off the ship up to the customer gate. I know the next question would be that we are not authorized to be looking at what the road does, what the railway does. And therefore, the governance structure, instead of being aspirational in terms of what we have right now, there have to be binding agreements between the port and the possible service providers that we have, that they are able to deliver governance for the port in an integrated manner, so that instead of standalone port activity, we look at the entire corridor. So the planning has to be for the entire corridor. The performance assessment should be the corridor-based, so that instead of standalone units, we become a logistics service provider end-to-end. And for that, while all this is part of the vision, the policy document, the new logistic framework that we have, it needs to be translated by mandating some of these things in the years to come. Going digital, going green are part of the policy framework, but I think we got to have now clear mandates. We started off on some of these things, but these need to be mandatory. So if we're able to do these things, our ports should be future ready and be able to provide an integrated kind of a service, so that it's not just the port, but the port alongside the kind of industrialization that requires to take place, and also the community at large benefits from the whole process. So that's the larger kind of framework we got to get into, and that would need that the kind of taking forward the vision and the kind of expectations that we have, we are able to mandate these things, make it compulsory, so that everyone looks at it as a bounded duty for them to be able to deliver, to meet the expectation of the customer. Thank you.
No, wonderful, sir. And as you said, right, you need to track it to be able to really see whether the needle is moving, and it's no longer about just the basic KPIs, but going forward towards what are the ports for the future? Do they need to look at technology, sustainability, and are we really moving the needle on some of those aspects? And then maybe on that front, maybe let me bring in Joanna, from a global maritime forum perspective, an international perspective. We have heard about talking about being closer to the customer. We have heard about sustainability, digitization being key thematics today, both within India and globally, I'm sure. It'll be great to hear from you in terms of what you have been seeing with the maritime community, how the thought process is in terms of saying how ports can be at the center of economic multipliers while looking at so many levers.
Well, thank you, first of all, for giving me the opportunity to be part of this esteemed panel. It's really an honor. From a global perspective, I think there are two things that I'd like to highlight where ports have always been and acted as, historically speaking, as gateways for the global economy and connecting local markets with global markets, right? And so really tying together the local and the global. And one of the things that I find particularly interesting and exciting here in India, and speaking to people here on the panel and other participants, is the tremendous runway that India still has. When you look at the development of the ports and infrastructure side vis-a-vis India's growth in its economy, I think it really shows that there's a significant runway for India still to realize its full potential on the port infrastructure side. And so for me, that's a really exciting potential, and one that especially the private sector stakeholders, I think, play a big role in realizing, but of course also supported by policies such as the 2047 vision. The other thing that we find as Global Maritime Forum, as a non-profit organization, find particularly exciting here in India is the opportunity for ports to play a really central role in shipping's energy transition. So this particularly relates to driving the uptake of zero-emission fuels in shipping, where they can really provide the sort of the backbone infrastructure of this transition. what we're seeing internationally is that ports are playing a key role in leading and as active participants in first mover initiatives. This is ports all across Europe and Asia are playing this role to lead initiatives like green corridors, participating in international collaborations like this. They also act as indicators of readiness for the availability of the fuels in and near ports, but also for policy indicators and the like. And they act as drivers of change. And we can get into the specifics of how that happens in practice, but I really think there's a tremendous opportunity for India in this regard. One thing that we noted, so I came directly from Antwerp to India. Last week we held a convening of some 200 senior executives from across the global maritime industry. And for the first time, I heard them mention India in the same breath as China as a potential future supplier of green fuels for shipping. And that's an enormous opportunity and one that I really, really hope is realized here.
Thanks, Ms. Johanna. I know, one of the true visions is to have Indian firms as global players, and I'm sure, in the years to come, we will realize that. I think we are moving on that trajectory, but good to hear in terms of the perspectives which we are talking about. And in terms of that, maybe we'll bring in Dr. Elbert to get in your perspective, both from an academia aspect, also your experiences of what you have seen Rotterdam Port and other international European ports look after as economic multipliers, right? We have looked at Rotterdam as a key port and a key example of saying how it has really spawned not just the port, but the entire community. So your thoughts on that would be very useful.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me to this session. Let me sketch a little bit the Rotterdam perspective. Of course, in Rotterdam, the port of Rotterdam, which is close but also far away from the city of Rotterdam, as you may know, has been an important driver of economic development since, after the Second World War, the 1950s, 1960s, when particularly in the port of Rotterdam, investment decisions were made to create an oil port that were way beyond anything that was thought reasonable and expected at that time. But they did it anyway, and the basis that formed the basis for the port industrial cluster that we still see today. So in that sense, I fully agree. Port are definitely engines of transformation. I think another perspective that may help is that if you want to really sort of understand the dynamics in this relationship, you need to be more specific than just talk about ports. You need to talk more specifically about the institutional structure in which ports function, the relationship between a port authority. I think here you have maritime boards who govern maritime activities in regions around ports, the parties that actually take care of the activities, like Dubai ports and some of the shipping companies and all kinds of other parties. That together, these parties will make up the ecosystem. And then the second point is you need a party, and in the Netherlands, that is the Port Authority. In Rotterdam, very much the Port Authority. You need a party who is the guardian, the steward, the driver of this kind of ecosystem. And then it can become an engine for growth. So it is important, I think, to figure out in the Indian constellation how that might work here. In the Netherlands, the way it works is the Port Authority is that party. This is an idea that was promoted, 25 years ago or so, based on some academic research that said, look, we have a port. This port is part of a network, of a cluster. You need a party that is going to coordinate and run and manage that cluster, and that party can be the Port Authority. And based on that, the Port Authority of Rotterdam gained a whole new lease on life, you could say, in terms of understanding not only their role as the owner of the land and the traffic management, but also a party that could drive innovation, a party that could play a role in sustainability, a party that could play a role in the structuring of the industrial complex to make it an ecologically or industrial ecology example of how all these companies fit together. And that is still the case. So maybe two examples. One is the energy transition. I've just said, most of the industry structure was built in the 1950s, 60s, which means it's 70 years old, which means we have a big legacy problem there. Like you have a number of legacy problems in India, we also have those in our industry. Some of the refineries have been refurbished over the years, but they are 60 years old. At the same time, the energy transition requires all kinds of new investments in catalyzers, in biorefineries, in sustainable airline fuel factories. And all that investment is actively attracted by the Port Authority, among others. And they're actually relatively successful in that, even though some other parts of the industrial complex really require some serious future thinking. In terms of the investments we are able to attract in the new energy economy, I think we're still doing a pretty good job. And the Port Authority is a very important player in this dynamic. Another topic is cybersecurity. As you know, the geopolitical situation in the world, but also in Europe, is changing a lot, is creating tensions that we couldn't imagine a year ago, 2 years ago maybe. Cybersecurity attacks on the Dutch economy, but also on the Port of Rotterdam, are an everyday event at the moment. So the Port Authority, the seaports in the Netherlands have been developing a maritime cybersecurity strategy. Again, here the Port Authority is a big driver in that. We are involved in a number of projects in this field with them, and they have very specifically understood that to secure the port for a variety of reasons is a very important target, in addition to sustainability and some other societal demands. And the Port Authority is very much driving this process. So that as my contribution. Thank you.
No, thank you, Dr. Albert. And I think a very useful point which you said, that ports as enablers, one of the most important aspects is institutional structure. And I think that's a brilliant segue to bring in JS Ports, Mr. Lakshmanan, into the conversation to really talk about the fact that, if ports have to be at the center of these activities as engines of growth, we understand in our Indian setup, there are different ministries which we need to coordinate with for different activity, whether it's on the logistics side, whether it's on the trade side. How do you see ports playing that role, ports and the Ministry of Shipping playing that role in terms of interministerial coordination to be able to drive that kind of an institutional planning?
Thank you, Dhruv. So there are a couple of aspects I would like to touch upon around the question that you asked. One is on the connectivity planning. So where we have, over the years, developed a couple of national frameworks, which basically helps the different transport ministries, the shipping ministry, the road ministry, and the rail ministry, to work on a transport planning framework. And reasonably, over the last, I think 5-7 years, we have been able to drive connectivity projects for all the ports across the country, so that we are able to get the right connectivity, improve the connectivity, and enhance it. And going forward also for the next almost 7 to 10 years, we have developed a connectivity planning document, so which talks about high priority projects which are to be done in the near term, both in terms of railroad connectivity to the existing as well as upcoming ports, and so on. And another recent development to make it a much more robust framework, government is in the process of planning for an integrated transport planning authority. So which probably will convert this framework into a robust institutional framework, which will be able to drive this convergence and long-term planning across the modes of transport. This is based on some successful international examples of other countries, so we believe this would be a right initiative. And second aspect would be to look at the port-led industrialization. So where again, there is a lot of convergence and synergy that is required across different ministries and also state governments. So there again, in the last few years, ports have been able to lead this, both the private ports as well as the government ports, in terms of creating industrial hubs around the ports. Couple of examples the green hydrogen hubs, which the ports are working on. That's a good example where ports have been able to drive the green hydrogen production in and around the ports. There's a lot of traction in this. And similarly, like the logistic parks and the multimodal, logistic parks, which Road Department and DPIIT are working on the industrial nodes. So there again, like there is sufficient, convergence and planning together in terms of ability to connect these industrial hubs or the logistic parks with the ports. And new initiatives like the shipbuilding clusters, that's again a new initiative which is being planned around ports across the country in 5 coastal states. And similarly, like we are also trying to unlock a lot of these unused salt lands, which were earlier used for salt production. So that is again another major area where we are identified huge land banks across the country, so which are being planned for the industrial development in and around ports.
No, thank you, sir. And I think, as you rightly said, right, connectivity and port-led industrialization will be 2 key levers, apart from other industries like shipbuilding, which will need to drive economic multipliers. And maybe on that segue, maybe Mr. Rizwana, let me bring you back in. You have operated successful industrial parks, port-led zones across the globe, right? How do you see what a successful industrial park versus someone which is not that utilized? What are the key success factors around it? And therefore, what could be the learnings for us as we embark on this, port-led industrialization as a key part of the journey?
Thanks, Dhruv. So I'll give you an example of Jabal Ali, right? And when we started the port more than 30 years back, it was just a port, and the value proposition was essentially transshipment because of the geography, the location, and the value proposition that it offered. And then we soon realized, right, that just transshipment alone is not going to actually underwrite the port. So we actually built what is called as JAVZA, Jabal Ali Free Zone. It's 60 square kilometers big today. So over the last 20, 25 years, attracted almost 11,000 companies. 200 out of the 500 Fortune 500 companies are located there. Almost 20 to 30% of the companies in JAVZA have something to do with India, either an Indian entrepreneur or sourcing from India raw materials and then actually producing and supplying to the world. Between JAVZA and Jabal Ali, it contributes to more than 40% of Dubai's GDP. So this is how port-led industrialization that Mr. Lakshmanan and Mr. Sanjeev Ranjan talked about, leads to economic prosperity in a very integrated fashion in that sense. And almost you could say 20 to 30% of what Jabal Ali Port actually does is essentially fueled by JAVZA, Jabal Ali Free Zone. So this is really a very good example of an integrated port-led industrialization. And then you see offshoots of that or shoots of that in India as well. We've set up 3 free zones around the ports, one in Nhava Sheva, one in Chennai, and the third one in Cochin. And they've taken off extremely well, and these have been set up over the last 2 to 3 years. If you look at India as such in terms of special economic zones and how much of it is coming from there in terms of cargo, almost 30% of India's exports is today coming in from special economic zones. There's more than 5,000 special economic zones globally per se, contributing to port-led industrialization as such. So obviously proximity is very important. Proximity to the port is critically important. The connectivity and the evacuation of the port, with the free zone is critically important. Ensuring that the free zone essentially has the policies that helps us to actually value add and export with ease of doing business is critically important. And different countries are actually competing in terms of, what SOPs should actually to give to importers and exporters to ensure that these special economic zones, the free trade warehousing zones, add maximum value without actually draining the exchequer where taxes are concerned. So it's a balance between, fueling the economic prosperity of the country, attracting cargo for value addition and then re-export, but also ensuring it creates jobs and creates a lot of downstream activities where manufacturing and ancillary support is concerned. So there are, I can go into the details, but there are some best practices of policies that actually govern some of these free zones and special economic zones that actually help that specific country to compete on the global stage.
No, thanks, Mr. Rizwan. I think very useful and insightful in terms of saying that, how much contribution of GDP itself can be through port-led economic zones, and that's really part of, the future of how we are seeing this play out in India as well. Maybe on the similar lines, but maybe I'll bring you in, Mr. Ashwani, because you said, right, it's Adani Ports and SEZs. And go a little more granular in terms of saying today we are seeing a lot of change happening in terms of trade, the trade dynamics, rebalancing of supply chains. But how do ports become more resilient, right? And really with the port-led industrialization at the back, what could be those levers, both from a private side and what you would need in terms of policy making side to be able to make ports and the ecosystem more resilient as we go along?
No, that's a great topic. Thank you. I think I fully agree with what Rizwan said before. When we talk about Mundra, right, we started it as a port plus SEZ. Obviously, it has transformed the business, but it has also transformed the community. It itself is a bigger than a town. Now, how it was possible that we have roughly 8,000 hectares of special economic zone. We have got more than 7 clusters, where we have more than 61 industrial units. Now, what these clusters means is chemical cluster, textile cluster, FMCG cluster. Now, if I'm an entrepreneur and if I want to start an industry, or if I'm a foreign investor and I want to start the business in India, what are the 3 things I'm looking at, right? I have the technology, I have the product, I know how to make it, and so on. So what I'm looking at, number 1, what is the regulatory compliance approvals very specific to that country, right? That's number 1. Number 2 is how the ecosystem is equipped with the supply chain. Because supply chain is, especially after COVID and semiconductor crisis and so on, we all have learned that how supply chain is important. And the third thing, which is very important, is while I'm focusing on my core competency of running that business, whether it's textile or chemical or auto, I don't have to worry about the ecosystem infrastructure to run that. So I don't need to be worried about environment. I don't have to invest in the water retreatment plant. I don't have to invest in the renewable energy. For example, in Mundra, the whole port, all our 15 ports by end of this year would be fired by renewable energy, but renewable energy means we are generating real energy. It's not that we are only charging our equipment. So point is, when you give renewable energy, it is scale. And the whole, it can say special economic zone can have that renewable energy instead of having industry by industry going for renewable energy. So for me, the 3 things which are very important to attract any industry is regulatory and the liaising with the local, all laws and so on, the policy framework. The second is the supply chain, which is import and export, right? We have so many textile units in Mundra SEZ, importing and exporting. And then it also gives the competitiveness, not only in terms of tax benefit, but also in terms of logistics costs going down the in the hinterland. So I would say, and learning from Mundra, we decided to start the industrial zone in Dhamra. So we have the LNG terminal. We all know, that this country was explored in terms of trade from the West. So that's why our supply chain is dependent too much on the West entry ports. But now when the whole country is redefining the supply chain, especially when it comes to coal, when it comes to liquid, the East Coast is getting the benefit of the redefining of the supply chain. So that's why we decided to have the industrial zone in Dhamra, where we have put already the LNG and we are going to do more. The Gopalpur and, our neighbor in Paradeep is also already talking about green hydrogen. In Krishnapatnam, in Gangavaram, all the east and south coast will attract this. So my view is learning from west what we did for special economic zone. I think we should penetrate more on the west coast and the south coast to create the industrial clusters so that the foreign investment or the Indian investment, when they come and start the industry, they should be less concerned about the infrastructure ecosystem, and they should focus on their core competency, which is to run their business.
No, thanks, Mr. Ashwani, for that, right? I think both in terms of the, the wealth of port assets and how coordinated you need to be able to look at it, not just within the port portfolio, but the portfolio beyond that, the downstream and upstream, to be able to be resilient, I think is a very important learning which we could look together. And on this, maybe Mr. Sanjeev Ranjan, let me bring you in. We have talked about the longer term planning, etc. We have talked about being, part of the being resilient supply chains. How do you see, the institutional structure and the policy making which is currently being enabling this aspect? How do you see strengthen this, especially on aspects like which you mentioned, connectivity, multimodality, and then part of being resilient supply chains?
Yeah, thank you. As again, Mr. Rizwan said, that with the ports which provide logistics, now multimodal, end-to-end, corridor-based connectivity, if they tie up with the industry, the SEZs, the technology, and the people, it becomes an engine of growth and leads to not just regional development, but the development of the country as a whole. 40% of Dubai, as he mentioned, is thanks to his contribution. So that's the larger kind of a role which the ports are expected to play. And to make that happen, again, going back to the vision and the regulatory framework, recently we had the Indian Ports Act coming through after a long, long time. We have the Coastal Shipping Act. We have the new Merchant Shipping Act. Now, many of these enactments have, again, provided for the legal framework for multimodality and a governance structure and a planning structure. The Coastal Shipping Act has a provision for coastal shipping master plan, so that the coastal and the inland waterways, the ports, there's a master plan which the world knows, and we are able to build up the infrastructure for the future. The Ports Act has we have the state maritime boards. There's a concept of a committee at the center and the state together. These were non-statutory bodies. Now they have become statutory bodies with a mandate to do planning which is integrated and planning for the future, so that these challenges that we face, there's an institutional mechanism to take care of that. So again, as I said, in terms of the intent, it is there. Now we got to get it working. These enactments, Mr. Lakshmanan has been able to get a record number of legislations passed in the last session. Now it's just off the oven. We have to set the course moving and make these things work. And as Mr. Zurwan and Mr. Gupta pointed out, if logistics and the industry work hand in hand, the SEZs along the port provide cargo to the port in turns with a larger vision, and the ports, instead of just doing throughput, they need to be doing more of coordination and providing connectivity. The new Major Ports Act has now made the ports authorities. The work of handling ships and unloading is now thanks to the PPP operators who are doing it. So our port chairman and the port authorities need to be playing a larger role of coordination and connectivity, and be able to provide the kind of framework which the industry expects from us. So the ground is all set with the kind of expectations that we heard from the industry. I suppose we'll be geared up for the future.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. So as we talk about, the ports of the future and the economic multipliers, I think a very, very important element of that remains innovation, right? And maybe let me bring in Ms. Johanna again on this aspect of technology and institutional, right? We've heard about technological changes. We've heard about the need for institutional enablement. What kind of innovations are we seeing globally on these fronts, which we could take as learnings for the ports within India as well?
I have to admit, I feel a little self-conscious talking about this in front of world-class companies that are working on innovation in ports and logistics, such as DP World, such as Adani, who are already implementing this in real world, right? But I think one thing that we're seeing in and again, I'm motivated as a not-for-profit organization motivated by green transition, is that efficiency is king in this game, right? It's both for reducing logistics costs, as Rizwan was saying earlier, but of course it's also to reduce emissions. And so from that point of view, the implementation of smart data systems, really a connectivity throughout the entire chain, both on land and at sea, will be key to making ports much, much more efficient, and thus also reducing their environmental impacts. But I think there's another role that ports will play, and quite an innovative role that relates to the green transition as well. And there I can really refer to the Port of Rotterdam and the role that it has been playing. So basically, the Port of Rotterdam has chosen to look really far into the future, but also look at its entire industrial cluster and really look at the future energy needs that will need to be met. And really looking far and at the entire ecosystem, and really thinking about how the port, and especially the Port Authority as a coordinator in that case, can aggregate demand across all these different sectors, and in some cases even working together with other ports, such as Port of Antwerp, to aggregate demand across ports to effectively create a better and more solid demand for fuels that at present are still not mature, right? And improve so the market confidence, etc. Another example of this is in Singapore. The Port Authority in Singapore similarly acts as a coordinator, and they have done a tremendous job at trying to understand the appetite from industry for green fuels of the future, and started to put in expressions of interest and the other sort of tools like this, and play a big role in the sort of planning, aggregating demand, and supporting delivery of some of these solutions. What's sort of exciting is also that the two elements get combined. So, for example, Singapore and Rotterdam are working together on a green and digital shipping corridor, where they're really trying to combine the needs of the sort of the technological innovation and the sort of integration of systems that needs to happen from a digital point of view and from an efficiency point of view, but then also working together on making green solutions, especially the renewable fuels, available at both ports.
So no, thanks on that. And maybe Dr. Albert, I'll just bring you in terms of, as you said, that working together with various entities, coming together. One of the things which we tend to sometimes miss out is human capital, right? The skills which are available to be able to drive these efficiency innovations. Could you very quickly shed some light in terms of how you've seen that experience happen in European ports?
Yeah, so I think what is important is that ports are in transition. Then the skill set that you require to actually follow that transition is also an important dynamic that you have to take into account. It is also the obligation, I think, of all the knowledge and skills providers, the schools and the universities and the training colleges, to keep track of that changing demand for skills and knowledge. And this needs to be coordinated, because we all have institutional structures in which we offer our training programs and our courses, and they're all sort of fixed to some extent. So I think this is an important challenge also with us in Rotterdam, right? To make sure that we are training and educating the people in the right way with the right skills and knowledge sets and capabilities to actually keep assisting the port ecosystem in its transition to the future. I think we have some nice examples. For instance, we have, as you may know, for a while we thought that we could be one of the biggest shipbuilding countries in the world. That hope has gone, and this site is still there. It's called the Rotterdam Droogdokmaatschappij. This has now been transformed about a decade, 15 years ago or so, in an innovation and training hub. So the training colleges that we have in Rotterdam have banded together and have adopted this place as their innovation hub, which means that they have a lot of experimental space where they can build all kinds of funny things. The universities are involved, so we can also work on civil engineering challenges. There is a lot of space in which things can, startup companies can actually find a place. So I think in that sense, you really need to work together in terms of from the education side, but also from the innovation side to actually learn and understand what kind of new skills are required. And this space, I think, plays a big role in actually achieving that in Rotterdam.
So thanks, Dr. Albert. And finally, just bringing it back all together with Mr. Lakshmanan, right? We have talked about these various aspects. We know India has transferred a wonderful journey on PPPs, at least on the port operations side. But now as we talk about all of these different aspects of new innovations, new technologies, new types of thematics, how do you see, sir, PPPs becoming central and the new kind of mechanisms which should be adopted as we move along this journey of ports as economic multipliers?
That's an important aspect, like in terms of how we are developing the ports in the country. The public-private partnership, I think this has been the oldest in the infrastructure sectors within the country. Like I think it started with ports. And we have successful examples sitting with us on the stage. I think Rizwan is there and Ashwini is there. Their companies are examples of successful partnerships that government has been able to put together on the model. And again, Paradeep Port Chairman, he's also been leading a lot of captive and PPP projects in Paradeep Port. But moving forward, I think there are certain aspects which needs to be worked upon, especially like the dispute redressal framework. Any contract would definitely have certain issues around it. So it's important that we have a robust and a quick framework which can actually settle disputes. So that would be critical for us to ensure that this partnership works well. And on that aspect, I think we have Sanjeev Ranjan sir, who is sitting next to me. So under the Major Port Authorities Act, there is a provision for adjudicatory board. So government has been able to put that into action. And sir is one of the members of that board. So that will be another institutional framework which will provide quick dispute redressal. And another framework is of the conciliation, which is again working well over the last 3-4 years, where ports have been able to sit across the table with the private partners and able to come up with settlements for long-standing disputes. And some of these have been successfully settled, and that has set a course for resolving more disputes and ensuring that we focus on the business rather than on the peripheral things. And in terms of newer models, there are certain PPP projects which needs some amount of viability gap support, especially the green transition related initiatives or certain connectivity related projects which have a very long gestation, so it may not be directly suitable for a pure play commercial PPP. So in that aspect, we have been able to come up with viability gap funding as an option. And similarly, the Sagarmala program, that again has a provision for providing support to such projects which needs support. Especially like we are also coming up with Sagarmala 2.0 for the next 10 years. That is also addressing a lot of these aspects in terms of providing the necessary viability gap to make these new kind of tech projects or especially the green transition projects attractive to the market. And we are also working on a hybrid annuity model for the first time in the port sector. Otherwise, this has been a model which has been working in the road sector. So with the new Vadvan port, where for the dredging and reclamation, for the first time, we are trying a hybrid annuity model. And I think globally, like dredging has been a EPC kind of project. So for the first time, we are trying out in India a HAM model for dredging cum reclamation. And that tender is out in the market and there is sufficient interest for it. So we believe that could be a new model in public-private partnership. Apart from this, the last point which we are trying to work on in terms of a co-investment kind of a PPP model, where the port authorities are also able to participate in some of the projects as joint venture partners. So with that, I think I would conclude. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. So I know we are running short in time, but maybe very quickly we'll take 1 or 2 questions at max, if there are any quick questions, and then close it. Can you give me?
Hello, I'm Bharat. I work for Chennai Port Authority. So this question I would like to ask Sir Albert. So in Europe, like what kind of institutional mechanisms do you have to foster innovation? By institutional mechanism, for example, in India, we are recently launched a marathon to encourage startups to enter in maritime sector. So what I am hearing from startups is like they find ports to be very restricted environments. So I would like to know what is the European example, like with some specific examples.
I'm not entirely sure if I correctly understood your question. So what is your topic?
On addressing innovation in maritime sector. So what specific institutional mechanisms do you have?
So I already gave an example of this, right? We have this innovation hub that was created in a repurposed shipyard area in which there's a lot of practical space, right? To try things out, to build things. At the same time, we have a number of different institutions. So I think we're still missing two components. One is you need a financing arrangement. So a lot of startups, a lot of new initiatives require funding. Maybe not a lot of funding, but some funding. And this kind of financing arrangements for various stages of innovative ideas was developed as well in Rotterdam, together with the region. The national government is involved in that, but there is also specific money from the Port Authority that is available for this. And the second part is that you need to bring together people with ideas and facilities and money, right? So we have at Erasmus University it's called the Center of Entrepreneurship. And this Center of Entrepreneurship is a very important facilitator for this kind of connection between young people who want to start a business, the knowledge that they require in terms of industry contacts, but also technical knowledge to solve some specific issues, and access to money, to bring all this together to really facilitate the creation of new business. So I think we are building this ecosystem for innovation and modernization of business in Rotterdam, and it's paying off because we have a lot of startup companies that come to fruition. For instance, we have a company in the region that is building underwater key wall observation drones, and they're actually quite successful in now rolling this out, not only in the Netherlands and in the local region, but also in the US and in other places in the world. So I think that is a very fine example that this model that we have actually works.
Great. No, thank you, Dr. Albert. I know we are running against time, so we will probably close the session now. The panelists are here in India Maritime Week. Please feel free to reach out and ask other questions as well. I'll now invite back Mr. Pinto to take it forward.
A big thank you to all our speakers for such an enriching and thought-provoking session. And of course, that round of applause can get louder. I'm going to now request Mr. P.L. Harnath, the chairman Paradip Port Authority to kindly present the mementos to our speakers and moderator. Once again, I'd like to thank all our speakers, Mr. Rizwan Somar, CEO and Managing Director of DP World, MENA India Subcontinent Region, Ms. Johanna Christian, CEO of Global Maritime Forum. Thank you, Ms. Christensen. Mr. Ashwini Gupta, Whole-Time Director and CEO of Adani Ports and Special Economic Zone Limited. Mr. Sanjeev Ranjan, Technical Member, NCLT and Member of Advisory Board of Major Ports, India. Mr. R. Lakshmanan, Joint Secretary, Ports Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. Dr. Albert Winstra, Senior Program Manager, Erasmus Center for Urban Port and Transport Economics, Rotterdam, Netherlands. And finally, once again, a big thank you to Mr. Dhruv Gad, the Partner, Transport and Logistics, PwC, India. Thank you, gentlemen, for posing for that memory. We shall now proceed with some very important MOUs that are going to be exchanged. I'm going to request everyone to please continue to be in your seats as you witness the exchange. I'd like to welcome right up here and propose to you all to join in, the first party being Paradip Port Authority, along with OCR, for setting up a green ammonia project near Paradip Port. The proposed investment amount for rupees 4,700 crore. Requesting representatives of both the organizations to please step forward. Chairman, sir, is already here. Requesting a representative from Team OCR to kindly join us. I'm going to once again request all our guests to kindly take your seats. We'd indeed invite you all to witness this MOU exchange. So here it is. Paradip Port Authorities, along with OCR, for setting up a green ammonia project near Paradip Port for a proposed amount of rupees 4,700 crore. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear you clap. Thank you. Proceeding next with PPA is Avada, for setting up a green ammonia project near Paradip Port for a proposed amount of 3,000 rupees. Proposed amount 3,000 crore. We wish both parties all the very best. and success with their MOU exchange. Followed by the next exchange between PPA and Tata Steel for export-import cargo movement through Paradeep Port. Requesting a representative from Tata Steel to join us. Our next MOU between Paradeep Port Authority and JSPL for a proposed amount of 638 crore for export-import cargo movement to Paradeep Port. I request a representative from JSPL to kindly join us here. As we congratulate both parties with a round of applause, I'd like to proceed. The next MOU between Paradeep Port Authorities and BPSL for export-import cargo movement to Paradeep Port for a proposed amount of 225 crore. While we proceed with the MOU exchange, I'm going to request everyone to be seated as our next session will follow immediately. All those taking photographs, I have a request coming from our videographer. If you can kindly get the place in a way that we don't spoil the frame. I request all those of you, especially those using cellular phones, sir, please, thank you. Our next exchange is between Paradeep Port Authorities and Shyam Prasad Mukherjee Port, Kolkata for strategic collaboration. We'd like to proceed with the next MOU that is signed between Paradeep Port Authorities and Dredging Corporation of India Limited. The project maintenance dredging at Paradeep Port for a proposed amount of rupees 960 crore. But thank you for that round of applause. We have one more, and that is between Chennai Port Authority and National Technology Center for Ports, Waterways and Coast, IIT Madras. To formalize cooperation for conducting technical audit and condition assessment of various berths and ports at an estimated cost of 670 crore. Congratulations to each and everyone who have been part of this exchange. We wish you success and all the very best. We will now proceed with our next session. I request everyone to please take your seats. May I request everyone to please take your seats? Gentlemen in the room, ladies. All right. Gentlemen, one more request. We are all part of a very iconic event, and we'd like to keep a memory of it. Hence, We're going to request those of you standing in between the aisle, if you can take up a seat so that we have a clearer videography process. Thank you. For those of you who have just joined us for the next session, a warm welcome to you, and I'm going to request everyone to kindly settle down quickly. We are now beginning this session. The title, Future Ready Ports, Evolving Capabilities for Smart Growth and Strategic Impact. This session will delve into how ports are embracing digital transformation, sustainability, and strategic planning to remain competitive and future-ready, and moving towards its importance from volume to valve. May I now request Ranand Sir, our Chairman for Paradip Port Authority, who is already here, and the others to join him. Our speakers to join the dais would be Our speakers to join on the dais for this session would be Mr. Timan Mitzer, Global Chief Operating Officer, Ports and Terminals, DP World. Thank you, Mr. Mitzer. Mr. Ingvar M. Mattison, CEO and Port Director, Port of Oslo, Norway. Can we hear a round of applause for all our speakers, please? Mr. Rinkesh Roy, CEO and Joint MD, JSW Infrastructure Limited. Mr. Ashwin Arvind, Deputy Executive Director, PSA, Mumbai. Mr. Daljit Singh Kohli, India Representative, Port of Antwerp, Burgos. Mr. Ajay Singh, Head of Section and Business Development Leader, Maritime Advisory India, DNV. And finally, I'd like to invite the moderator for the session, Mr. Manish Sharma, Infrastructure and Logistics Leader, PwC India. A warm welcome to you all, gentlemen. We have a little floral tribute coming to you all. Thank you, Mr. Hernan, for doing the honors. I would now like to invite the moderator of the session, Mr. Manish Sharma, Infrastructure and Logistics Leader, PwC India, to take this session forward from here. Over to you, sir.
Hello, am I audible? Yeah. So, good morning, and as we move on to the second session of the day, it's my pleasure to welcome all the panelists for this discussion. We have a very interesting conversation which is around looking at the capabilities that are badly needed to develop the future fit ports. It's a topic which has become quite conversational and relevant given the kind of changes we are witnessing across the global economic ecosystem, and ports have come to become a critical cog in that entire story. I am very happy to start the conversation, and I believe we have a limited time before we start at 12:30 with the next session. So we'll quickly get into a conversation with our panelists. Maybe I'll take the opportunity to speak to Mr. Ingvar Mathisen as a starting conversation, CEO and Port Director for the Port of Oslo, Norway. Ports are increasingly becoming important in leading not just transport enablement, but also drive climate diplomacy, sustainability leadership. And Oslo has made bold moves in that direction. Now, from your experience, what are the most effective strategies for ports to become climate forward, future ready, and how can they influence national and international sustainability agendas?
Yes, thank you, and thank you for being here. Great questions, I have to say. Well, to start off with the obvious, Norway is a very small country in the world. We are about 4.6 million people. Here we are in a country with 1.45 billion people. However, in one area, we are punching beyond our weight, and that's in the maritime industry. And another one within the maritime industry, which is also both when it comes to the green transition and also the digitalization and digital transformation. I think what we have done in Norway is to cooperate. We have had very big success with those maritime clusters, where competitors within the field of the ship owners, the technology providers, for that matter the ports, get together. And by going together like that, we get also funding from the governmental authorities to innovate, research and development. And I have to say the mantra of the program is cooperate when you can, compete when you must. So I think the funding we have achieved, both when it comes to the green transition, the digital transformation, have been really a great success factor together with the cooperation. I have to say then when it comes to Port of Oslo, we have a challenge that pretty much unlike any other port in the world, as I know. We are shrinking in space. So actually we have a trifecta of challenges. We're gonna grow our business by 50% within the current strategy period. We're gonna cut the greenhouse emissions for ourselves and our customers with 85% within 2030. And we're gonna do it on 50% of the historical port areas, because the other part is already well on the way to be city developed. So I think that is provide the context behind our vision. Port of Oslo, the world's most effective and environmentally friendly city port. But I think as an opening remark, that could probably leave it for that for now.
Thank you. Thank you for that opening statement. And as we go along, maybe I'll ask Timon the next question to you. You are leading the operations for DP World's terminals globally. And I've been following you, and you've spoken a lot about automation. I've talked a lot about smart container storage, smart yards. From your experience of leading DP World's ports and terminals globally, which innovations do you believe will deliver the greatest impact? And how do you approach scaling these innovations geographically across different territories?
Thank you for the question. I think for us, so first of all, we operate the terminal business on every single continent around the world, and of course we're very well established here in India. But the biggest innovation that is actually already underway and should not be a surprise to everybody is the digitalization of the business. We come from a history 15, 20 and more years ago. It was all about the equipment, the size of the equipment, how you could deploy it and run it. That has changed. That has actually commoditized. Most of us, our competitors, we have access to more or less the same equipment. But what is changing is the software, the integration of the software, the operating systems, and as of recent, how you interface with your community, how your software and your port community systems can interface with your landside customers, with your stakeholders. For us, this is the biggest transformation that is going on. Also because the development of better software is going at an incredible velocity. And if you want to do this at scale, you need to start taking control of your own destiny in terms of creating those capabilities within your own house.
Thank you, thank you. Maybe I'll come to you, Mr. Roy, Mr. Rinkesh Roy next. JSW infrastructure has been playing a pivotal role in expanding India's port capacity. You have been in the process of developing, I believe, 3 simultaneous developments of new ports as we speak. And maybe I'll ask my question in 2 parts. One, the kind of challenges you keep on encountering and the opportunities you see in developing new ports, but at the same time marry it with the idea of future fit ports to say, what are the most critical infrastructure and technology initiatives or investments that are needed to make India's ports truly future ready?
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. And first of all, as you all are aware, we operate 3 ports in India. And currently, we are the only company which is making, we are creating another 3 new ports. So there's no other person or companies that are doing this work. While we talk about new ports and what is a future-ready port, the same problems remain. So our critical investments are number one, that we always want to have world-class connectivity. So what we have done in all the new ports that we are coming up with, we are having a 100-meter corridor for a 6-lane highway, for a double-line railway track, and space for pipelines and other utilities to move. And we try to be as close to the railway network as possible, as close to the national highway or the expressways as possible, so that we tick mark the connectivity issue into ports. The second part of critical investment is on deep ports. So the minimum benchmark we have now set is that we'll be able to handle Newcastle Max. So generally, all Indian ports look at handling Cape-size ports. We're looking at Newcastle Max-size vessels to berth at our port. So that's the second critical infrastructure that we look at. And the third, these are, as I say, these will be the 3 C's. So one is, connectivity, one is minimum Cape size, and third will be carbon. So what you are actually looking at is having a more sustainable kind of storage areas. You look at reducing carbon emission. And for this, we are one of the pioneers in having this huge domes in which you store coal and other dusty cargo with the reclaimers, stackers being inside the dome. So the entire operations are in a covered area, so which is a very unique feature. And the latest part that we are looking at, And since we all are Indians, pardon me, but we have a typical challenge of the monsoons. And in monsoons, the throughput, the movement, the operations drop by substantially. It can be as high as 20% to 30% from the normal average that you have. So we are now looking at very seriously at having an all-weather berth. So this is what I call being more future ready. So that even this huge dips that you see in the entire year, that also we try to normalize. So this is something I thought it would be a unique thing in India because you don't have this concept of an all-weather berth in India.
Thank you. I think that these are very helpful. Maybe I'll come to you next, Ashwin. A quick question. PSA has been India's most advanced container terminal developer. You have been involved with a lot of technology, whether it is AI-driven scheduling, planning, whether it is related to leveraging automated facilities. But there are a lot of strategic shifts and disruptions which also keep impacting your business. Given that these challenges keep occurring at much more regular frequency nowadays, how are you positioning your ports to deal with such challenges, disruptions, as well as the strategic shifts that we are seeing to ensure that you continue to deliver value to your customers?
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to be a part of this panel. I have the privilege of leading and being a part of a team that's today running the largest container terminal in India. And every 6 months, we add 500,000 of capacity. And this will go on for the next 2 years. And when you run a terminal like that, you have no choice but to be two things for sure. One is agile and one is nimble. You spoke about volatility and turbulence. We look at it in three ways. One is, of course, geopolitics and the turbulence and the volatility that comes with it. Case in point being the recent India-Pakistan tensions and the effect it had on services, especially services that were calling both countries. Second, we look at our partners, our customers, the changing alliances, and the way our customers are collaborating differently with each other, and the challenges that come with that. Third, of course, competition with me here on the stage, in the audience, and also many liners acquiring and getting into the terminal business. There are 2 or 3 strategies that we look at as PSA globally, and then of course at my terminal. Globally, PSA is embarked on what we call the node to network strategy. The idea being that we have a certain number of super hubs, my terminal being one of them, where we string together various nodes to create a more resilient network for our customers. We provide them assured port time. We're able to provide them assured port time over a complete network. We're able to provide them digital enablers which allow them to access both transparency and the earlier panelists spoke about connectivity. We provide them access into the hinterland and into the port adjacencies and the ecosystem. I was listening to the previous panel and at least 3 of them spoke about the port ecosystem. And it's very important for us to build resilient port adjacencies to be able to absorb the shock that our customers face due to these volatilities. Lastly, of course, it's very important for us to have a workforce which is ready to work with a certain amount of tolerance for ambiguity. We're all very used to working with very set timelines and very set benchmarks and KPIs. But in a volatile world, we need to be tolerant of ambiguity. And we need to be able to go down a path not knowing all the waypoints and the end state. So these are the 4 things that we work on, both globally as PSA and in my terminal, to handle this volatility?
Thanks. This is very helpful. I think you threw good deal of light on some of these pillars. Mr. Kohli, maybe I'll now come to you. We are seeing that strategic partnerships are being forged across geographies. We're listening to talks around maritime corridors being built. And these are becoming important for building future-ready port ecosystems, maritime ecosystems. What kind of India-Europe collaboration do you see emerging in future in areas, whether it could be ports, larger ecosystem maritime involving shipping, logistics, and so on and so forth, as well as port governance? How can ports on both sides work together? If you would like to throw some light around on that area.
Sorry. Thank you very much. I think just to give you a background about Port of Antwerp, we are a landlord port, and more of our functions are basically revolved around the landlord capability that we have. And our model is very unique because we are a port authority. So our model is sort of a dual governance model where we, as an authority, talk about, setting up the infrastructure, setting up the locks, the ducts, and other promotion that goes around the port area. And we have a private companies which actually operate the complete infrastructure out there, which is basically a model which is quite unique in the world. I mean, in India, you have JNPA, which is quite on a similar model, and then other ports are also gearing up to that kind of model, because that also eases out the kind of, release on the authority to really operate things. And the private companies, and we have two of them on the panel right now, PSA and DP World, who actually run terminals in the port of Antwerp. Now, they can do much more fast movements or changes in technology that can adoption that can happen. That is very interesting to happen. When it comes to partnerships, I think we live in a VUCA world. When I say it's VUCA, it's more about volatile and uncertain. That is happening right now. We cannot do everything ourselves. We have to rely on partnerships. And without partnerships, I think we will not succeed. To look at the India-Europe corridor, I think there are a lot of synergies that can happen. We're already working on some of the relationships in India. We did a kind of a study with the Port of Calcutta a couple of years back, which was purely into looking at inland navigation into the port. Now, this is quite the expertise that we bring from our end, and looking at what the challenges are there in India. We're working on a project in terms of the government of Assam. We're looking at inland navigation. Now, that's very interesting why I say inland navigation, because 45% of the distribution at Port of Antwerp, Bruges, happens through inland navigation. And if you raise the same ratio in India, it's quite less. So there is a lot of potential that exists here to really put in that infrastructure in place. The other aspect I talk about is the whole new synergy around green transition, green energy. We are putting up a lot of MOUs with, we've had an MOU with the Port of Montreal. We have a MOU with the Port of Duisburg. We have an investment in Namibia to look at these green corridors. And that could be a similar model could exist, because India will be one of the major exporters of green molecules out of India. And that's where we see synergy, particularly into Europe, and mostly countries like Belgium, Netherlands, and Germany would be importers of the green molecules. So that's another synergy we look at. So those are probably the future trends that you look at. Apart from that, you look at more of the technology adoption, which could also be an area where, a lot of learnings from the ports in Europe could be brought into India. And that could also be utilized in that kind of a manner. For example, at a port, we have a complete digital nervous ecosystem. We have a digital twin. And to give you a context of the digital twin, what it actually captures, a port area is approximately 14,000 hectares of land, which is, if you translate that into kilometers, is 140 square kilometers. So having a digital twin which can capture a lot of information is very essential. Coming back to India, our ports will have a lot of benefits in actually utilizing that kind of a technology to really see where changes can happen, what is happening in the port, what are the estimated time of arrivals, what is the water levels, what are the congestions. So that would really ease out, and that could be a lot of collaboration. We're also talking about the India-EU FTA to be concluded by end of this year, which could actually increase a lot of trade between the two countries. And having collaboration in terms of port infrastructure or digitization would really help in that manner.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me come to you, Ajay, now. DNV plays a very critical role in guiding maritime stakeholders through their complex transitions. Now, from your advisory experience, as the ports are looking to evolve into smart ecosystems, technology like digital twins, predictive analytics are gaining traction. How DNV supports port in adopting these innovations, and what are the key success factors for integrating advanced simulation and data-driven decision-making into port planning and operations?
Thank you for the question. Namaste, good morning. Just to tell what classification society is about before I answer your question. So we are an independent technical body which ensures safety, seaworthiness of vessel, and environmental compliances. Coming to your question, when you speak about predictive maintenance, digital twin technology, DNV supports this digital twin framework where the replica can be created using the digital model, simulation model basically. And this replica can be used to see the what-if strength test. For example, you can check out what will be the, when will be the maintenance of this particular asset, how can you reduce the downtime, how can you improve the asset. So these are very important aspects of predictive maintenance, as well as talking about downtime things. I am very supportive of the Harit Sagar guidelines which have been recently come up. I think this has really changed the mindset of the industry, the greening side of it basically I'm talking about. And it also helped to bring the stakeholders together. When we talk about stakeholders, I mean industry players, central ministries, industry players, institutions, which are coming together, creating the milestones and setting the objectives. So I would say this is really good. And from the maritime advisory side, we are supporting the industry globally. I'm pretty sure that we also worked with Port of Oslo. From Indian perspective, I will say we are proud to say that we are working with the Deen Dayal Port Authority. They have recently come up with the methanol bunkering facility, which DNV is doing the port readiness study for them. And I believe this will be followed by other ports in India, which is moving ahead again with terms to Harit Sagar port guidelines. So that's my question. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ajay. Maybe I'll again switch back to Ingvar, to you. Given that, Ingvar, I have a question for you here. Given that you have been a port authority working in an urban ecosystem, working with the city authorities, one of the participants touched upon the governance aspects, and that's where I would probably like to hear your thoughts. Governance becomes a critical enabler of building future-ready port ecosystems. And what kind of governance reforms or innovations or institutional structures are needed for building such ecosystems, especially when you look at the demands of different stakeholders, whether it be city authorities, shipping lines, maritime stakeholders?
Yes, thank you for the question. If I might ask the sound guys to get more sound this way. Thank you. So, one for the team, yeah. Okay, well, I think there are a lot of things the ports can do to enhance the maritime effectiveness. And actually, I would like to mention one concrete example for what we have done in Norway. Actually, we have our port engineer, a lady that came from DNV, came in and saw that all the infrastructure was on paper, or at least on Excel. She was kind of devastated because one particular issue, the fire truck needed to be on a berth, and she couldn't tell with certainty what capacity could that hold. So she instituted our digitalization of our own data, and then we got in touch with the Norwegian Mapping Authority. This is a governmental entity that is overseeing the creation of sea charts and land maps. And basically, because when large vessels are coming to port, there's a lot of activity that happens between the port authorities, the agent, the ship, and so on. And in order to make sure that everything is in order, it will be very beneficial if we have a digital system, because we believe that standardization, sharing, and reusing data will be pivotal both in the green shift, but also the effectiveness of ports. And basically, by minimizing the weight for the ships, so they come just in time. So if they know that the berth is not available upon arrival, if they can slow steam a bit, if they can do other activities. So basically what we did, we instituted our project with a lot of ports. That meant creating a digital twin of the port. We used screen laser to measure in everything for on the port, the infrastructure, the bollards, the fenders, the infrastructure, the water faucets to fill the ships and so on. And basically this became then a Norwegian data set that was the foundation of the Norwegian standard ISO that has been made. And for now, it's about between 55 and 60 ports have gone through this work. And what is also interesting is when we talk to our friends, but much bigger ports in the continent of Europe, they tend to do the same, but on a proprietary basis. They kind of do like this. What we have done is open source. So we're doing like this. We're sharing willingly what we have done. So nobody else had to reinvent the wheel. And that's why we also are here in India to tell you about this. So I think that was a concrete example what we have done in Norway.
That's very interesting. That's very interesting. Thank you for sharing those insights. Timon, let me come to you, and maybe I'll put that governance question again to you as well. What we are seeing is that port needs to have governance models to adapt to fast-changing global realities. Okay, we are looking at innovations in governance. Maybe we are looking at institutional partnerships that are necessary for building agile, accountable ports. Would like to hear your thoughts on what kind of future-ready port institutions would you like to see, especially where ports must balance commercial, societal, environmental, and geopolitical priorities.
Okay, I was also struggling with the sound, to be honest. Yeah. So the sound carries you away. So would you mind just, otherwise you shout towards my direction, I'll just repeat it again. Short version of the question.
Okay, is that better?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, so once again, it's the same governance question because you have been operating across geographies, different terminals, different countries. We see governance models becoming really relevant for the fast-changing realities of the world. And from your experience, what kind of governance innovations or institutional partnerships are necessary to build agile, accountable, and future-ready ports, especially in contexts where ports must balance environmental, societal, as well as geopolitical matters?
Yeah, it's a broad question. I mean, you know, the starting point is that this ports and terminal business is a commercial business. And so we're all under pressure to make money and to make it in the right way for our shareholders. But of course, there's another element of running your ports, and that's how you do it. And I call that's the conscious side to making sure you have a healthy business towards all your partnerships that you have outside. And for us, it's kind of a basket of things. I mean, it probably starts with that we want to demonstrate a clear path to decarbonizing the business. Sometimes it can take 5 years, sometimes it can take 10 years, but every single business unit in DP World has a decarbonization plan officially submitted, so we can take a look at that. And we are an active investor in that space, specifically electrification. So I think that's one important aspect of being a responsible investor in this space. The second thing is, it's important that you have a relationship with your community, like what we're doing here in India. And your community has to be defined by the location that you're in. And the community needs can have different aspects, again, depending on where you are. In some cases, you can contribute to the health agenda. In some cases, you can contribute to the education agenda or other social programs. And we always strive to have a social program in each and every location. And we do that simply because you give back to your society, and ultimately that society gives back to you by the people that work in your place and, of course, promote your good name. So I think those are very important pieces of it. I would say the third one is a bit more complex, and that is the relationship with your regulator. In the end of the day, we run a concession model business in most places in the world, and therefore the relationship you have with your regulator is critical. What we tend to aim for is to have a good understanding how the capital over time will be deployed. Not blindlessly investing, but that your obligation actually transforms into investments that make sense in the moment. You don't always need more cranes or more equipment. Sometimes it's also upgrading or it's postponing. And so if you have a good relationship with your regulator, as we usually do, then that's the third aspect of good partnerships. I would probably end it with what has also worked for us well in the PPP space, is that we have a number of institutional partners surrounding DP World who can help us on the capital front. So in India, we have a good partnership with NIIF. As everybody knows, we have a similar global platform with CDPQ from Canada, and another platform where we invest in Africa with BII in the UK. And so those partnerships are instrumental. We can have a lot more velocity together than without them. Hope it answers the question.
Thank you. Thank you. It does. And that was very helpful. Mr. Roy, maybe I'll come to you next. You mentioned in your previous response that you are operating ports and you're also building ports. And when it comes to building ports, clearly there are challenges. And when it comes to operating port, there are different set of challenges. What I'd like to hear from you, and I'll be very brief in my question, what keeps you awake? Because you are meeting the requirements of two stakeholders. One, your board, which wants you to build ports quickly in the minimum time and cost, but at the same time, something which is best in class. At the same time, you're operating ports where your stakeholders are asking you to deliver the best of services. What is it that keeps you awake? What are the kind of challenges, if you can throw some light on that?
Hello. So let me divide it into two parts. So we are, having this issue of building a port. So there are a host of challenges, and in India, these would be getting the regulatory clearances, getting past the public hearing stage. So fortunately, in one of the ports, we've already started the construction. In the other two ports, we've crossed the public hearing stage. So that's a pretty good head start we have done. But the critical challenge that you face when you are building ports is dealing with your local community, the coastal community. I think that is the key challenge, or I would put it in a different way, the key opportunity. Because these are people who will be with you for the next 50 years or 60 years or 100 years, as long as the port is there. And it's in your best interest to see that they become a partner in your progress. So they progress along with you, and that has been a key strategy that we have also adopted, that to how do we take these communities along with us. And you don't have, you can't have a neighbor who is unhappy with you. You will always like to have a good neighbor with you. So that has been one of our critical issues that we've been looking at. The second part in meeting the expectations of the customers is that, earlier our entire thought process, our ethos was to be a port operator. So we simply looked at it that we'll set up a terminal somewhere, we'll have a port somewhere, that's all, that will provide third-party services to the customers. But now what we are saying is that you are only a part, a small part in the entire chain. So you have to integrate backwards, you have to get into logistics and create value for the customer. So create value doesn't mean that you in monetary terms, you give him a, one-stop solution. So that's what we have been trying. And if you would have noticed, we have moved into this logistics sphere now. So we've acquired a company and we're now operating container trains. And our ambition is in the next 5 years, we're looking at investing over $1 billion in the sector and, growing as big or nearer to conquer if possible. That's been the aim, and that's been the vision, and that's where we are moving ahead.
Thanks. Thank you so much. Maybe that gives me a segue to a question to you, Ashwin. Um, just like DP World, just like JSW, you have also been present into land logistics, besides doing port operations. As you expand across geographies, as you expand across the value chain, and as you also move up the curve to make your ports more smarter, there are clearly a lot of risks which starts emanating into the entire business. What are the kind of risks you see, and how are you gearing up to deal with those risks in your business?
All right, thank you. So PSA looks at technology and the risk that it brings in 4 quadrants, actually. One is where it's core to our business, and we mitigate that risk by ensuring that we build technology in-house. Where it's non-core, we're ready to go out and partner, we're ready to go out, buy, we're ready to go out and customize. I think, for example, the terminal operating system that PSA uses is developed in-house, built in-house. It allows us to absorb a large part of the risk and allows us to reduce the demand to build to deploy cycle. As we expand into the hinterland, and PSA in India is also expanding into ICDs, as you know, the risk is the ability for PSA to provide visibility and meet the expectations of our customers. For example, we today at PSA Mumbai are waiting for the DFC to arrive at our terminal, which we believe is going to be a game changer in the Indian logistics ecosystem. We're going to be able to run twin stack 1,500 meter trains, which would be able to carry 360 TEUs per rake. The risk here is, are we ready tech and people-wise? We are, of course, ready infrastructure-wise. How do we now de-risk our people and the fact that do we have the competency along with the capacity and the capability? A large part of this is, again, de-risked by us at PSA by in-house training. We have a complete training center that takes people, young college graduates, and trains them over periods of 2 to 3 months, sometimes longer, to deploy them into our control center and various other positions that determine our ability to efficiently serve our customers. I think the third risk, one is technology, second is people, and the third risk I see is always governance and the fact that regulations tend to not be as long-lived as we would like them to be. Change is important. It is important for us to be able to adapt to that change, but having stable governance and having stable policies that allow us to have a long-term vision at what we want to do is something that we would like, and that is where we interact, work, and manage our relationship with the government and our stakeholders to ensure that we allow for that long-term stability in policy.
Thanks, Ashwin. This is helpful. I believe we are running out of time, but I'll have 2 quick questions for Mr. Kohli and for Ajay yourself. Mr. Kohli, maybe the next question to you very quickly. Ports have typically been focused on driving volume growth and through that business value. But more and more we are seeing that the questions are coming around the long-term sustainable value creation that ports undertake. How is Port of Antwerp-Bruges driving this? Are there any insights which can be a learning for the larger ecosystem based on your insight?
Thank you very much. Antwerp, if you know, is also one of the largest integrated chemical clusters in Europe. And the industry is actually based in the port area. So you see the names like BASF, Total, ExxonMobil, all these have production based in the port area, which actually means that a lot of emissions happen in the port area in terms of the climate. We also look at a lot of emissions coming from the maritime network that we have. Now, apart from this, we have around 1,400 companies which operate warehousing, which do logistics, the 3PL and 4PL operators in the port area. Now, when you say value creation, it has to be from a holistic picture. We look at value creation or the long-term thing from an economic point of view, where as a port, we contribute to almost 4.5% of Belgium GDP. And we have almost like $21 billion of added value that we bring in. Apart from that, we create around 160,000 jobs in the port area, direct and indirect. That's from an economic point of view. When I talk about the next part, it's services and logistics. Now, when I say services, these are not only the companies that I spoke about who do warehousing, but these companies can also do a lot of value addition on the product. So if someone is exporting out of India in a particular form, for example, a chemical company exporting out of in bulk bags, that can be debulked, that can be repacked and sent to your customer with all the inventory management done by the companies, you sitting in India. That's the value addition that is happening there. The second aspect of that is also being a logistical hub. We cater to almost 60% of Europe's market from the distribution perspective in a radius of 500 kilometers. Now that's approximately around what is a sustainable mode of transportation. We have roadways, we have railways, we have waterways, we have pipelines in the port area. So we have a broad network of distribution that we do. On the top of it, we look at the sustainability aspect, which is very important now, and the digital. We tend to have an ambition to become the green gateway for Europe. I spoke that about in my earlier talk. We also look at circular economy. We see how much products can be recycled. We have dedicated land in the port area where we are inviting companies to invest, particularly only into circular economy. So we're not giving that land for warehousing and other operations. It's purely for circular economy. So we have a vision to look at that model, and we, as a port authority, have committed to that. On top of it, we look at a lot of environmental focus, water quality, biodiversity, and those aspects are important for us to look at. In terms of transition, I spoke about the digital transition that we're working on. We have, because of the chemical cluster, we have a lot of sensors, a lot of monitoring devices that are placed, cameras, smart cameras, which capture all the information, and that is also fed into the digital twin. So sitting in a room, you could actually monitor a lot of aspects happening in the area. The last aspect I say is about innovation. Now, everyone talks about innovation, but we have taken certain initiatives. Like example, we have a incubator in the port area called Beacon, where 100 plus companies come together, join hands, discuss on collaborations on AI and IoT. Now, that's very important from a port perspective. We opened a platform, or a port platform, for any innovation related to the industry. We have another area called Next Gen Demo, where companies are, we give land and support in terms of companies to develop sustainable solutions in the green chemistry. There is a plug-and-play maritime incubator, which talks about maritime applications. So these are very important in terms of the whole value creation. So when you say value creation, it is also bringing that whole aspects together and see where the future lies. Because it's not only about digital, not so about circular. Everything has to get together to pick that whole holistic value creation.
Thanks, Mr. Kohli. This is very helpful. Ajay, maybe the final question to you before we open it up for the audience. You have been in an advisory role, and India is going through some unique challenges. We are planning for the long term, we are executing for the immediate term, and we are also at the same time moving up our role in improving the service provision, the kind of quality of offerings that we give to our clients in the port ecosystem, maybe the larger maritime ecosystem. What kind of wish list would you have, or the recommendations would you have for policymakers, regulators, government agencies who are intricately involved in this entire process of laying down and delivering the roadmap for the maritime ecosystem in India?
Thank you for the question. I would say collaboration is the fuel of success. So as I mentioned earlier as well, the institutions like port authorities, industry players, classification societies can run the facilitation, bringing together all the stakeholders, putting the objectives, setting up the ambitions, and move ahead alongside the successful port decarbonization. Rather than that, I would say the future of port ecosystem should be a combination of resilience, digital solutions, and decarbonization. Not particularly the parallelly, but one strategy for combined, including resilience, digital solutions, and decarbonization. Apart from that, I would say some of the strategies that could be utilized by the ports could be, having solar panels installed, or could be, electrifying the ports, green fuels, bunkering. Greenfield bunkering, ports cannot be the greenfield bunkering, but they're a gateway for the world where they connect the fuel supplier and the ship operators to decarbonize the whole transition. So some of the strategies are there which can help the whole ecosystem to decarbonize the port. Yeah.
Thank you. We are at the top of our hour, but maybe we'll have opportunity for a few questions from the audience to the panelists. If you can raise your hand, we can get somebody to bring a mic to you. And maybe you can introduce yourself and mention the question and the panelist to whom you are positioning that question. Can we get a mic to the gentleman?
The question is, my name is Ramesh Singhal. I'm director, Maritime Consultancy and industry partner for this MBA from IIT Madras. The question is, out of the 4 original metros, 3 were port cities during British times. So we had Mumbai, Chennai, Calcutta. After independence, in 75 years, we have set up maybe 40 ports along the coast. But none of them we have been able to convert them into a thriving trading center or a urban development, the way Singapore, Dubai, Hong Kong, or within India, these 3 metros have come. So what is really lacking? How we can use our port infrastructure to get into a thriving economic, trading, urban infrastructure? Any one of you can answer that. Why we have not been able to really do that?
Ingvar, maybe it's a port-city partnership which he's referring to. I don't know whether you're able to hear the question clearly, but essentially what he's saying is that in India we had decades-old port developed pre-independence, which are around like Mumbai, Chennai, Kolkata, and we had thriving cities evolving around them. So there was a very good port city ecosystem which evolved. Since then, we have developed more than 40 ports, but none of them has really managed to recreate that ecosystem. So are there learnings from what has happened elsewhere in the world where port-city interface works more effectively?
It's a great question. It's a big question. But I think what I would start saying is collaboration is the key. This summer we had the honor of having the Minister of Environment from Tanzania and Africa visiting us. And the thing is that the Indian ports on certain aspects, they can leapfrog past some of the technologies and you can learn from others. And I think what we are doing now in Norway and Oslo, we got part funding for large the feeder ship, 860 container capacity feeder ships that can go after the plan from Hamburg to Oslo on batteries. It's 100 megawatt batteries on board. And I think if you can look at how you can implement things that others have done before and basically get into cooperation with the port. And also what has been said here is to cooperate with the community. We have to be good neighbors. We have to take care of the community. Community engagement is important. And of course, we also have to cooperate with the industry that we are there to serve. But I think I will end that question with the first statement. Collaboration is key.
Can I answer this with
absolutely
more specificity to India? You see, all the 3 metros that you're talking of, basically Kolkata and Mumbai and Chennai. If you look at all the 3 metros, Strategically, it's not that the port did not grow. It was a question that strategically the government decided to set up satellite ports nearby. So for Mumbai, you had JNPA. For Chennai, you had Ennore. And for Kolkata, you had Haldia. So it was a proper strategy to shift out a lot of this cargo into nearby ports. And so all these ports were set up with this concept that these ports are, having a very limited capacity to grow. And over the years, the city, the metropolis had come up all around the port. So it had become very difficult for any evacuation strategies to be put in place. So, parallelly, they had to set up Haldia Dock Complex. JNPA came up in 70s. So this was a part of a larger thinking that you move the port out from these cities.
Yeah, thank you. Just to add to what both the gentlemen have said, I like your question, but I want to give you a slightly different answer. It's not one after the other. It was always together. So the port and the metro grew together. And I don't know whether the port led the metro or the metro led the port. I think that question is out for the jury to answer. But it's a collaboration. And that's my view, that as the port grows bigger, the city grows bigger. As the city grows bigger, the port will grow bigger. So it depends on the time frame that you're looking at. If you're looking at 50 years, we've built 3. Give it another 50 years, you'll build 3 more. But I think, I don't quite agree with the question that is it one or the other. I think it's together. Thank you.
So my question is that in 75 years, we have developed 40 ports, but we have not been able to develop even one single large city, let's say 1 million residents around any of the ports that we have built. Port should be a trading center, a economic center around the world, Dubai, Singapore. They've been able to grow in one single generation. But in India, with 145 crore.
I'll have to cut you short because we have the minister coming in now. But there is a very good study by CEPT on this topic. You may like to connect on that one. With this, I'd like to hand it back to Mr. Harnath. Mr. Harnath.
But I'd indeed like to thank all our speakers. Let's give them a round of applause, everybody. I also like to thank and request our chairman, Mr. Harnath, for doing the honors of giving away the mementos to all our speakers. Mr. Tiemann, Mr. Global Chief Operating Officer, Ports and Terminals, DP World. Mr. Ingvar M. Matheson, CEO and Port Director, Port of Oslo, Norway. Mr. Rinkesh Roy, CEO and Joint MD, JSW Infrastructure Limited. Mr. Ashwin Arvind, Deputy Executive Director, PSA Mumbai. Mr. Daljit Singh Kohli, India Representative, Port of Antwerp, Bruges. Mr. Ajay Singh, Head of Section and Business Development Leader, Maritime Advisory, India, DNB. Mr. Manish Sharma, Infrastructure and Logistics Leader, PwC, India. Thank you to all our speakers. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we are indeed very privileged to announce the arrival of a visionary leader who has been instrumental in driving India's maritime renaissance. Please join me in welcoming with a thunderous round of applause, Shri Sarbananda Sonowal, Honorable Union Cabinet Minister, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India. I request Mr. P.L. Harnath, Chairman, Paradip Port Authority, to deliver the welcome address.
I request all the delegates, and please be seated. So we'll have Honorable Minister's keynote address. Please be seated. Thank you. I request our Honorable Minister for Port Shipping and Waterways, Sri Sarvananda Sonowalji, so to come onto the stage. Sir, good afternoon to all of you. So, Honorable Minister for Port, Shipping and Waterways, Sri Sarvananda Sonowalji, and our Deputy Chairman, Mr. Alek Sahu, and all the esteemed dignitaries. Sir, today, as a part of our session, sir, we have a session on ports as engines of transformation. We have two subsessions, sir, in this. The first session talked about as economic multipliers, how the ports will act as a multipliers of the economy. The second session, we had what is required for a future-ready ports. So today, the port sector under the leadership of Honorable Union Minister Sri Sarvananda Sonowalji, Indian port sector has progressed a lot. Our entire capacity over the last decade has been doubled, and our cargo handling at the Indian ports has gone up by 1.5 times and reaching 1.6 billion tons, so last financial year. So all this credit goes to our Honorable Minister Sri Sarvananda Sonowalji for his guidance and close monitoring and directions and his involvement in the policy making to make the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji a practical in this country. So I welcome you, sir, and we have already had a detailed discussions. We have 5 international speakers in these 2 sessions and 7 domestic speakers, and a very good audience engagement happened, sir. And now I request you to deliver the keynote address, sir. After the keynote address, we have some MOUs to be signed, and we will be signing, sir. And I request Sri Sarvananda Sonowalji to deliver the address. Thank you, sir.
Namaskar. Respected P.L. Harnathji, Chairman, Paradip Port Authority, distinguished panelists and participants, ladies and gentlemen. This particular session is very meaningful for our ministry. Without port, the movement of cargo is impossible, and we cannot connect the world. So the connectivity is a key to the growth of right from an individual to the family, to the society, to the state, to the nation, to the world. Connectivity. So that is why, realizing that significant, relevant, and also its utility, Honorable Prime Minister says, without transportation, there cannot be transformation. So I believe today in this particular session, and all the global and national resourceful person present here today, definitely they have already, through their speeches, contributed meaningfully to the kind of future course of action. It is my honor to welcome you all to this important session during India Maritime Week 2025. We thank all panelists and participants for an engaging and insightful discussion covering port as engine of transformation. The session highlighted the pivotal role of ports as engine of economic transformation, sustainability, and digital innovation. The perspective shared today will make a meaningful contribution to shaping India's maritime strategy for 2047 and beyond. Port continue to serve as the cornerstone of global trade and economic growth, enabling over 80% of global mechanized movement by volume. Containerized trade has crossed 183 million TEUs in 2024, with Asia accounting for more than 60% of throughput. India is proud to be blessed with a coastal of 11,093 kilometers, 12 operational major ports, and over 200 other then major ports and maritime transportation, handling 95% of our EXIM trade by volume. Trade openness, which is commonly measured as the ratio of countries' total trade to its GDP, stand at 44.59 for India, which make maritime transportation contribution to around 30% of GDP. In the last decade, cargo handling has increased by 47%, reaching 1,594 million metric ton in 24-25. Major port capacity has grown by 93% to 1,681 million ton per annum, and average overall turnaround time has improved from 96 hours to 42.8 hours, a reduction of 55%. 9 Indian ports now feature among the global top 100 container ports, with 2 ranking in the top 30. India remains committed to enhancing their operational efficiency and accelerating the transition towards greener, more sustainable port infrastructure. Looking ahead, the Maritime Omnical Vision 2047 set ambitious goal for India. We aim to achieve a port capacity of 10,000 million metric ton per annum, with 2,500 plus MMTPA coming from major port by 2047. Cargo traffic at Indian port is expected to reach approximately 7,000 million MMTPA by 2047. Two new major ports, Vadhavan and Galathea Bay, are being developed. Vadhavan port being constructed with an investment over $9 billion has a natural draft of about 20 meters and is therefore well suited for accommodating larger ships. It will become one of the top 10 container ports of the world after completion. Galathea Bay Port, due to its strategic location in proximity to the east-west wall shipping corridor, is suitable to attract both gateway and transship cargo. At present, around 60% of cargo at major port is handled through PPP BART. This share is targeted to increase to 85% by 2030, with the ultimate goal of achieving 100% PPP cargo handled by 2047. Concurrently, all ports will adopt just-in-time arrival system and smart port technologies to enhance operational efficiency, reduce turnaround time, and support sustainable growth. Ports are the only infrastructure that physically connect nations, serving as neutral platform for trade and cooperation. In a complex geopolitical landscape, they offer a unique opportunity to foster regional stability and global integration. India allows 100% foreign direct investment in the ports and shipping sector under the automatic route. This policy reflects our commitment to fostering global partnership and attracting capital, technology, and expertise to modernize port infrastructure and allied maritime industry. We welcome international investors to participate in India's maritime growth story, supported by a favorable regulatory environment, robust PPP framework, and a strong push for multimodal connectivity. India offers a stable, transparent, and growth-oriented ecosystem for maritime business. As we move towards 2047, sustainability and resilience are central to India's maritime transformation. Our ports are being reimagined as green logistic hub, with over 90% of operational to be powered by renewable energy and 33% of port areas covered under green belt, including mangrove plantation. Shore-to-ship power supply is being prioritized to reduce emission from vessel at BART. Phase 1 implementation is underway at ports such as Visakhapatnam, Chennai, Cochin, and JNPA, with others to follow. This initiative will significantly reduce air pollution and improve energy efficiency. India is also advancing the deployment of green trucks powered by alternative fuels such as LNG, hydrogen, and ammonia. A 100% green truck fleet is targeted by 2040 at major ports, marking a major step towards decarbonizing port operation and supporting clean vessel movement with harbor remit. India's Vision 2047 in just a domestic roadmap, it is a global investment opportunity. Our target for capacity expansion, digitization, and sustainability are designed to benefit international shipping line, logistic providers, and investors alike. As we move forward, let us reaffirm our shared commitment to building a maritime future that is secure, sustainable, and prosperous. These decisions we make today will shape not only India's maritime sector, but also contribute to global progress. I once again thank you all here just for my better understanding, want to see the, most bright faces of the resourceful person who have already spoken. If you don't mind, can you stand and just get yourself introduced? मैं देख सकता हूं कि आप लोगों को जिन्होंने अपनी बात रखा है, जिन्होंने रिसोर्स पर्सन होने के नाते इस विषय पर कंट्रीब्यूट की है. Can you have? Thank you. Thank you. And thank you. 3. So, anyway, please don't mind, because you have made this particular session meaningful. And in our journey in the maritime trade, our maritime industry, because if we are organizing under the dynamic leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, Narendra Modi ji, this is one of the largest event in the maritime sector, and I believe this particular platform should be well explored by our dedicated effort, by our meaningful dialogue, so that this is an opportunity, because the entire global family is at Mumbai since yesterday. So I believe they will hear for the next few days. During their meaningful stay at Mumbai, I believe we should have formal and informal, more and more exchanges of ideas, and that's how you could explore the opportunity. Don't you believe that? Really, I am sincerely thankful to all of you. Please get yourself involved till the 31st, because 31st is the last day, and you will have to have your word with your friends residing outside of Mumbai. Let him or her know about the progress of this proceeding of Maritime Week 2025 under the dynamic leadership of Honorable Prime Minister. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you to our Honorable Minister for your inspiring words and strategic address. We shall now begin the MOU signing ceremony, marking a new chapter of collaboration and innovation in the maritime sector. The first MOU between Paradip Port and HUDCO for providing funding to development and upgradation for ports at an estimated cost of rupees 5,100 crore. I request the Chairman, Paradip, and CMD HUDCO to kindly join us. Next in line is an MOU between Paradip Port Authority and Acme Cleantech Solutions Private Limited for establishing a green hydrogen project near Paradip Port at an estimated cost of rupees 45,000 crore. May I request the nodal officers from both the parties to do the honors of coming forward to exchange the MOU. We now have the MOU between Paradip Port Authority and HIF for setting up an e-methanol project near Paradip Port at an estimated cost of rupees 35,500 crore. May I request the nodal officers from both the parties to come forward and exchange this MOU. Next in line is an MOU between Paradip Port Authority and Sembcorp for setting up a green hydrogen project at an estimated cost of rupees 13,000 crore. May I request the nodal officers from both the parties to come forward and do the exchange. We now have the MOU between New Mangalore Port Authority and Mangalore Refinery and Petrochemicals Limited, MRPL, for increasing the petrochemical intensity by setting up an integrated petrochemical complex at an estimated cost of rupees 40,000 crore. May I request the nodal officers from both the parties to please come forward and do the exchange. I would now request Haradip sir to kindly do the honors by presenting the memento to Honorable Minister. To conclude, I now invite Captain Alekha Charan Sahu, the Deputy Chairman, Paradip Ports Authority, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon to all. Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, friends, and maritime community. As we conclude this enriching session, it is my privilege to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways and the organizing team of Indian Maritime Week 2025. First and foremost, I extend my sincere gratitude to our Honorable Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Sri Sarvanand Sonowalji, for his inspiring words and unwavering support to Indian maritime vision. His leadership continues to guide the sector towards innovation, integration, and global relevance. To our distinguished panelists, thank you for invaluable insight and perspectives that have truly illuminated the theme of ports as engines of transformation. Your contributions have deepened our understanding of evolving role of ports, not just as infrastructure, but as strategic enabler of economic, social, and environmental progress. A special appreciation to our moderators who steered the conversation of clarity, balance, and energy. To our knowledge partner PwC, thank you for your sectoral expertise and strategic guidance that added immense value to this session. My heartfelt thanks to Chairman Paradip Port Authority, who chaired the sessions and ensured its success. I also wish to acknowledge the effort of our organizing team, technical staff, logistic coordinator, hospitality team, and support personnel for their dedication behind the scenes to ensure a seamless, impactful experience for all. To all media representatives, thank you for your coverage and for helping amplify the conversations and ideas shared here to a wider audience. And finally, our audience, thank you for your presence and your engagement, for commitment to shaping the future of India's maritime sector. Let us carry forward the ideas shared today and continue working together to transform our ports into engines of inclusive, sustainable, and resilient growth. Once again, I thank you for all for being here. I wish you all a wonderful evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain, for doing the honors. Thank you all for being part of this transformative dialogue. We look forward to continued collaboration and innovation in the maritime sector. With that, we wish you all a wonderful day ahead. Thank you.
our session shortly. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Requesting you to settle as we are going to start the session shortly. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to the Global Maritime India Summit on Guardians of the Sea, Maritime Safety and Security being held as a part of India Maritime Week 2025. This landmark gathering celebrates India's growing role as a maritime power, committed to ensuring that our sea and seafarers remain safe and secure. Today's session brings together policymakers, maritime professionals, technology experts, and global stakeholders, all united by a shared purpose to strengthen the guardianship of our oceans through innovation, collaboration, and resilience. Before we begin, I would like to request your kind attention to a few points. We would be very happy if you tag our social media handles while sharing any content from our today's session as displayed on the screen. We request everyone to please keep your mobile phones silent or switched off to avoid interruptions during the proceedings. We would also like to invite you to visit our stall number 30A and 44 in Hall 1, where you can explore the latest initiatives and work done by our Directorate General of Shipping. To formally commence today's proceedings, we begin with the lighting of the lamp, a symbol of purity, knowledge, and the spirit of collective progress. To begin with the lighting of the lamp, I request the respective dignitaries to kindly come on stage. Shri Shyam Jagannathan, IAS, Director General of Shipping; Inspector General Bisham Sharma, President Tatrakshak Medal and Tatrakshak Medal, Commander Indian Coast Guard Region; Shri Brian Adrian Vessel, Director General, Danish Maritime Authority; Mr. Jos Mataikal, Director, Technical Cooperation and Implementation, International Maritime Organization, to kindly come forward for the ceremonial lighting of the lamp. Let the claps keep pouring as we light the lamp. Thank you, esteemed dignitaries. May the light of knowledge continue to guide India's maritime journey towards safer and stronger seas. Extending our heartfelt welcome to all our esteemed guests and dignitaries present with us this afternoon, representing the very best of India's and the world's maritime community. Your presence here today strengthens our collective resolve to protect, preserve, and prosper through our oceans. It is now my privilege to invite Shri Shyam Jagannathan, IAS Director General of Shipping, whose leadership continues to steer India's maritime administration towards innovation, safety, and global excellence. Sir, we invite you to welcome the gathering. Kindly applaud for Shri Shyam Jagannathan. Thank you, Sri Shyam Jagannathan, requesting you to kindly welcome our guests and share the welcome address.
Namaskar and good afternoon. It is indeed a privilege to be expecting our Honorable Chief Guest, Excellency Mariana Silverstone, Ministry of Fisheries and Ocean Policy, Norway. We are incredibly privileged today to have my counterpart in the Danish Maritime Authority, the Director General, Mr. Brian Adrian Vessel. We very warmly welcome someone who is representing us at the International Maritime Organization, of course, as the Director, Technical Cooperation and Implementation Division, Dr. Jos Mathaiko. I also take this opportunity to very warmly welcome someone who partners us whenever we are responding to crises and addressing maritime safety, Inspector General Bhisham Sharma sir, Commander, Coast Guard Region. I've also welcomed some exemplary officers from the Indian Navy here. There are some exceptionally gallantry officers who have been internationally recognized for their contributions. Delegates who have come from various nationalities, my very eminent colleagues, the Additional Director General, the Chief Surveyor, the Nautical Advisor, and also my predecessors in office, former Director General of Shipping. And foremostly and most importantly, the Maritime Training Cadets. I have a very brief presentation, which I anticipate should set the tone. And please indulge me. We are here at the India Maritime Week. 1 lakh plus delegates, over 10,000 crores in terms of mobilization, underlining the intent of India aspiring to be one of the foremost global maritime nations is being led from the front by none other than the Honorable Prime Minister himself, who shall be gracing this occasion on the 29th. We had the Honorable Home Minister, sir, who was there at the inaugural and in multiple sessions as a very esteemed chief guest. Excellency, the Minister of Fisheries and Ocean Policy, Norway, Madam Mariana, has interacted with our Honorable Cabinet Minister. The theme is to give a very preeminent global sign as to how India is taking forward these two documents that are there on the screen. The first is the Maritime India Vision 2030, and the second is the Amrit Kal Vision 2047. We're looking at 80,000 crores of investment here and generating more than 3 crores of jobs in terms of employment and contributing to the global maritime ecosystem. All of us are aware safety and security is foremost. The sequence of how things universally work on certain basic laws. It is only when you are healthy, safe and secure would you then think on higher goals. So also for the maritime domain, the first priority is to ensure safety, security. The theme for this session is anchoring excellence and navigational safety. Please permit me for paucity of time to run through the rest of the slides. This slide specifically indicates, in the Indian context, the number of casualties that we have had. And this representation is largely to tell you that in the Indian Maritime Administration, we fully appreciate the requirement of maritime safety and security and always give it preeminence in all our operational aspects. The compilations are not just compilations, but deep case studies, learnings, and incorporations into operational circulars on maritime incidents and casualties, fires, explosions, issues related to onboard incidents, groundings, collisions, navigational excesses. Why the deep documentation and case learnings is to drill in the requirement for safety as a priority and security being profound elements to ensure safe mercantile marine. This, of course, is just our ports, documentation of the ports, near misses, casualties, accidents. Why I put it in the open domain is this is not something to be shied away from. We need to talk about our accidents, our casualties, and it is through this learning and cross-border exchange of knowledge that we will essentially leverage technology and global learnings and benchmark ourselves to best practices for safety and security. Strengthening the maritime domain awareness, furthering it at the India Maritime Week, we are looking at collaboration between DG Shipping, Coast Guard, the Indian Navy, and of course, what we are pitching as an international platform, the Indian Ocean Fusion Center for the Indian Ocean region. I will very briefly touch upon what is happening in the legislative and the executive framework. The Merchant Shipping Act, which essentially governs our compliances to the conventions, has gone through a paradigm revision. The Merchant Shipping Act 2025 brings in specific aspects which empower operational aspects furthering maritime excellence in terms of safety and security. Now, coming to the human element, in most of our maritime skilling and in our signing on of seafarers, we are always conscious of the fact that India is pitching for itself as a foremost nation for seafarers, contributing them to the global pool, taking them from 12% in the present days to 20% and above for the entire global pool. Our effort from Indian Maritime Administration is to ensure that every Indian seafarer is an ambassador for Suraksha Sarva Pratham, safety first, always. And that is the kind of training, skilling, and competency we need to build in our skill sets, and hence the lookout to other maritime administrations, such as the Danish Maritime Administration, Norway, to exchange knowledge and skills to ensure this is furthered much, much more intensively. These, of course, are largely the specific aspect on furthering wellness among seafarers. Seafaring is not an easy career, given isolation, given rough seas. What we are furthering here are two specific paradigms. Sagar Mein Yog is something that brings in 10 components of wellness, and this is being embedded right from the threshold of induction of a young person into the maritime fold. And yes, gender inclusion is something Indian Maritime is pushing very hard. If you do realize less than 1% is there in the entire global pool, there have been good case instances where if you look at international container liner operators like Maersk, having a exclusively committed managerial input called Equal at Sea. This is the Indian equivalent of initiatives such as those, and also global best case scenarios like what we have witnessed in Chinese Taipei, to take the percentage of women in maritime to a higher fold. This, of course, you are all aware of are the international compliances to ensure safety and security. I will largely conclude what I have to present. Again, in terms of the maritime security status, the ISPS code with basically the compliances at the ports and security-related incidents. This city itself had witnessed a major terror incident which had come from the seaside. Also, Coast Guard, Navy have always been countering security threats, not merely terror threats, but things such as narco, drugs, smuggling, poaching, illegal fishing, the entire ambit which basically responds, plus internationally for mercantile marine issues such as piracy, and of course, what has been seen in the Middle East recently, upsetting the entire logistics internationally. I will now sum up incident analysis, initiatives by administration for health and safety, regulatory and institutional initiatives, all culminating towards this paradigm in the slide before all of you. It's essentially about compliances, looking at the health, safety, security, and environment connect, where we are looking at this platform for launching the HSSC Connect for occupational safety in Indian Maritime, and furthering this as an integral part towards maritime safety and security. Ship recycling and the Hong Kong Convention also makes us perhaps globally the foremost destination for ship recycling, but the essence is compliances for handling hazardous goods and also ensuring compliances to the Hong Kong Convention, which reposes confidence in major ship owners when they are decommissioning their fleet to make India the chosen destination for shipbreaking. This is the last slide. Sorry if I have intruded into everyone's time much. In essence, the slide basically says a Vedic prayer which says, Sangachvam, Samvadvam, Samvo Manasim, Yanatam, meaning move together, speak together, may your minds be in harmony. Grateful for the opportunity. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for setting the tone for today's deliberations and for your continued vision in strengthening India's maritime ecosystem. I feel obliged to welcome our chief guest for today, Ms. Marianne Sivertsen-Næss. She is the Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Ocean Policy, Norway. Let's all welcome her with a huge round of applause. Moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, we now move to a very special segment, the special address by one of India's foremost guardians of the coastline. Inspector General Bisham Sharma, a distinguished officer of the Indian Coast Guard, is the recipient of the President's Tatrakshak Medal, awarded for gallantry and distinguished service, and the Tatrakshak Medal conferred for meritorious service. May I now invite him to deliver the special address. Let's all applaud for Sir.
Excellencies on the stage, distinguished members of the maritime fraternity, representatives from the coastal states, respected academicians, members from the national and state maritime administration, colleagues from the armed forces and law enforcement agencies, friends from print and electronic media, ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon to all of you. It's my proud privilege to stand before this distinguished gathering at this session of India Maritime Week 2025. This is not merely a ceremonial forum. It's a crucible of ideas, a confluence of leadership, and a reassertion of Bharat's maritime destiny. Our theme, Guardians of the Sea, Maritime Safety and Security, it's not just a title, it's a clarion call for action. It reflects our collective resolve to protect the oceans that shape our geography, fuel our economy, and define our strategic future. Today, I have the privilege to speak on a subject that lies at the absolute core of our maritime evolution. The concept of guardianship over the seas is as ancient as the oceans themselves. From the first oar pulled through the waters to the sails that caught the monsoon winds, and now to the motorized vessels and satellite-linked patrols, maritime safety and security has evolved with human ambition. Bharatiya Tatrakshak, your national guardians of the seas, stands as nation's first responder along the vast coastline. But we don't stand alone. We are a part of cohesive, multi-agency network committed to safeguarding Bharat's maritime interests. As we all know, India is a nation with its own ocean named on it and gifted with a long coastline stretching over 11,000 odd kilometers, faces a rapidly evolving maritime threat landscape. The lines between the internal and the external threats are blurring. Tragic incident of 2611 remain a stark reminder that complacency is not an option. Beyond security, we face the relentless focus of nature. Extreme weather phenomena like cyclones, rising sea levels, and undocumented risk of climate change, all of which strain our coastal ecosystem and necessitate resilient maritime governance. Against this backdrop, maritime safety and security cannot be reactive or fragmented. It must be proactive, integrated, and techno-intelligence driven. It must be grounded in horizontal coordination amongst the agencies, vertical collaboration across central, state, and local levels, and regional cooperation with the maritime neighbors while harnessing seminal technologies such as artificial intelligence and machine learning. This is the strategic arc of our conversation today. As the commander of the Coast Guard Region West, I speak for Bharatiya Tatrakshak that has grown in scale, scope, and stature. What began in 1977 as a modest law enforcement force is today a multi-dimensional, technology-enabled, and mission-ready force under the Ministry of Defense. Our mandate encompasses maritime safety, marine environment protection, search and rescue, law enforcement, and maritime security, a rare convergence of responsibilities that reflect our hybrid operating environment. Our presence spans the entire coastline and island territories. We operate around 152 surface platforms and 78 aircraft, supported by an extensive network of Coast Guard stations, air enclaves, and forward operating bases. We maintain a constant vigil through our coastal surveillance network, reinforced by aerial reconnaissance and high-speed surface patrols, while maintaining seamless coordination with Indian Navy, state marine police units, and revenue intelligence authorities. Surveillance is merely the first step. Efficacious surveillance must lead to detection. Detection must lead to deterrence, and deterrence must lead to disruption. This is here that interagency synergy is not just important, it is critical too. As we strengthen our maritime safety and security mechanism, we must also recognize that maritime security is not confined to the physical shoreline. It's a part of broader maritime vision that extends across the regions and the partnerships. During Sagar Manthan, the Ocean Dialogue in November last year, our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi has said, and I quote, "Our vision for a free, open and secure maritime network, be it the Indian Ocean or Indo-Pacific region, is finding resonance across the world," unquote. This statement captures the very essence of our task and the shared responsibilities. We are not merely guarding our own waters, we are contributing to the rule-based maritime order that is inclusive, collaborative, and secure for all. It is with this guiding principle that I now speak of the three pillars that form the backbone of integrated maritime safety and security. Firstly, horizontal coordination amongst the central agencies. India's maritime domain involves an array of stakeholders: the Indian Navy, the Indian Coast Guard, State Marine Police, Customs, Intelligence Bureau, National Investigation Agency, Fisheries Departments, Port Authorities, and Environment and Disaster Management Agencies. No single entity holds the complete picture, and hence no agency can secure the coast in isolation. Second, we focus on vertical collaboration across central, state, and local levels. India's 9 coastal states and 4 union territories are not just administrative units. They are the frontline custodians of maritime safety. Their police forces, fisheries departments, coastal regulation authorities, and disaster response teams form the operational backbone of maritime response. To institutionalize this integration amongst the agencies, we in the Coast Guard, we work closely with the state maritime boards, coastal police stations, district coastal committees, and village-level coastal watchers. Bharatiya Tat Rakshak facilitates training, conducts periodic drills, validates joint standard operating procedures, provides tech know-how in equipment standardization, and assists capacity building initiatives to strengthen local response mechanism. Fisher folks continue to be our vital eyes and ears. Through extensive outreach programs, distress communication systems, and community reporting platforms, we harness their knowledge to create an effective early warning system. We must remember, a fisherman who reports a suspicious boat is as valuable as a sensor on the drone. The human intelligence net, when trusted and trained, becomes an indispensable layer of maritime security. Thirdly, our efforts to ensure maritime safety and security must extend beyond our national borders. Threats today are transnational. Smugglers do not recognize maritime boundaries. Oil spills do not respect national jurisdictions. Terrorists and pirates exploit the seams between them. Therefore, international cooperation is not a choice, it's a necessity. Bharatiya Tat Rakshak actively engages in bilateral and multilateral exercises. We have agreement with 10 friendly foreign countries, sharing technology, building capacity, and strengthening regional stability. Our active involvement in the Coast Guard Global Summit, Heads of Asian Coast Guard Agencies meeting, RECAP, Quad, BIMSTEC, SASEP, and Common Service Center, and other maritime initiatives reflect our commitment to a secure, stable, and rule-based maritime order. Interconnected oceans and shared waters demand shared responsibilities. Therefore, looking ahead, as Bharatiya Tat Rakshak entered its Swarnim Varsh, 50 years of yeoman service to this great nation in 2027, we are poised to host 5th Coast Guard Global Summit, a pioneering platform for global Coast Guards to exchange best practices, explore technology collaboration, and commit to common protocols on marine pollution, search and rescue coordination, and effectively respond to transnational crimes. A resilient maritime safety and security architecture requires unwavering strategic focus. It demands cutting-edge technology, robust infrastructure, well supported by the industry. Industry has been a trusted partner since inception. We have been the pioneers for Make in India, as all our assets, operational assets, whether ships or the aircraft or the shore-based surveillance system, are indigenously made and are shining examples of Atmanirbhar Bharat. We take pride in continuing this commitment with industry partners in our Swarnim Varsh. I am sure that Bharat's maritime future stands truly secured with your valuable contribution. Ladies and gentlemen, Bharat stands at the cusp of maritime renaissance. Our economic ambitions, strategic purpose converge upon the strength of our shores, the resilience of our ports, and the sovereignty of our seas. Bharatiya Tatrakshak remains steadfast, not just as a guardian, but also as a pillar of national resolve. Let's resolve today to prepare in peace, to act in unity, and to rise together to shape Bharat's maritime destiny with strength, grace, and a shared and unshakable purpose and commitment. Jai Hind, thank you, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words and for highlighting the Indian Coast Guard's unwavering role as the sentinel of our seas. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to a very special segment, the release of the Health, Safety, Security and Environmental Management Standard for shipbuilding, ship repair and ship recycling. This comprehensive framework strengthens India's commitment to safe and sustainable practices in shipbuilding, ship repair and ship recycling. Before the formal release, let's watch a short video offering insights into the vision and objectives of this important initiative.
India's shipyard and ship recyclers sector is steering towards a safer and more sustainable future. The Directorate General of Shipping, under the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, proudly introduces the draft HSSE standard, a unified framework for health, safety, security and environment across Indian shipyards and ship recyclers. This initiative aims to benchmark HSSE practices, aligning India's shipyard and ship recyclers industry and the Amrit Kaal Vision 2047 through a new HSSE appraisal and benchmarking mechanism. Shipyard and ship recyclers will be assessed based on size, capacity and compliance levels, ensuring transparency, accountability and continuous improvement. Together, let's build a safe, secure and sustainable future for India's shipyard and ship recyclers industry.
Thank you for that wonderful overview. May I now invite the following dignitaries on stage for the release of the HSSE Management Standard. Shri Madhu S. Nair, Chairman and Managing Director, Cochin Shipyard, Shri Pradeep Sudhakar, Chief Ship Surveyor, and other distinguished dignitaries on the dais. Let's all clap for all our dignitaries on the dais. Let's hear it for the release. Thank you to all our dignitaries. Next, we have the pleasure of hearing from our guest of honor, Sri Brian Adrian Wessel, Director General on the Danish Maritime Authority, whose leadership in advancing global maritime safety and innovation is widely respected. Sir, we welcome you to address the gathering. Let's all applaud for Sri Brian Adrian Wessel.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, honorable speakers and dignitaries, thank you for inviting me to join this session today. It's a great pleasure to be here in my capacity as Director General of the Danish Maritime Authority and a proud representative of the Danish partners to India on maritime affairs. It's a pleasure to share the dais with these esteemed speakers today, honorable ministers and my good colleague, Director General of DG Shipping, Mr. Shyam Shaganathal. This is my second time to India in only 1 year. Last year I had the pleasure of visiting Gujarat at the Reinvest and also New Delhi during my visit alongside Minister of Industry, Business and Financial Affairs, Morten Bødskov. We had a good and productive visit to this very beautiful country. Today I'm here as the Director General in the Danish Maritime Authority, and it's my true pleasure to take part in this flagship event which showcases India's devotion to the maritime sector. The theme of today's session strikes an important core of the maritime industry. Maritime safety and security lie at the heart of our shared prosperity. The seas connect our nations, enable trade, and sustain livelihoods. But they also demand vigilance, cooperation, and innovation. No nation can safeguard its maritime domain alone. Our strength lies in collaboration across borders, sectors, and technologies. Denmark and India share a deep maritime heritage and a common vision to make global shipping smarter, greener, and safer. Whether through harnessing digital technologies, enhancing cybersecurity, or empowering our seafarers, we are united by a commitment to safety, sustainability, and human welfare at sea. We work on these themes together through our close bilateral Center of Excellence in Green Shipping between Denmark and India. The Indo-Danish maritime collaboration is really a flagship priority for Denmark. Through the Government-to-Government Center of Excellence in Green Shipping, we're working with India and DG Shipping on various themes with the combined focus on creating a greener, safer, and more efficient maritime sector globally. This session's dual focus, securing our seaways and empowering our seafarers, captures the essence of maritime resilience. Technology may guide our ships, but it's the people, skilled, confident, and well-supported, who truly keep them safe. I look forward to the rich insights and dialogue that will emerge today. Together, let's continue to be the guardians of the sea, protecting what connects us all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insights and continued partnership in promoting international maritime cooperation. We now move to the keynote technical presentation by Dr. Jose Mataikel, Director, Technical Cooperation and Implementation, International Maritime Organization. He leads IMO's technical cooperation initiatives focusing on capacity building, maritime development in developing regions, and global partnerships. He is also an ex officio member of the World Maritime University Board and founder of the Global Industry Alliance. Dr. Mataikel, we warmly invite you to deliver your presentation. Let's all applaud and welcome Dr. Mataikel.
Good afternoon. Excellencies, Honorable Minister, Director Generals from India and Denmark, and Inspector General, dignitaries in the front, and colleagues, friends, and the cadets. It's great to see the cadets here. Can I ask you to stand up for a minute? Let's give them a big round of applause, the future. Thank you, thank you. You are the center of the future and how the safety and security is going to be defined in the field. So thanks for choosing this career. It's a great privilege to address this great gathering in India, my home country. It's great to be back here. And in a country whose maritime history runs deeper than its coastline and whose commitment to safety, security, and innovation continues to guide the region and the world. The topics I chose today, it's beyond the horizon, strengthening the maritime safety and security through innovation and international cooperation. Reminds us that the ocean connects every nation, every economy, and every future. And yet, it also reminds us that safety and security at sea can never be taken for granted. So, the maritime world today, as you know, faces a more complex threat environment than at any point in recent history. Piracy and armed robbery have evolved into more sophisticated networks. Cyber attacks now target the invisible arteries of trade, ship systems, port platforms, and data networks. Illegal fishing, smuggling, and transnational crime continues to threaten livelihoods and ecosystems. And behind all these risks lies a world of growing geopolitical uncertainty and climate-driven stress. And we are also witnessing a new interconnection between trade, technology, and geopolitics. Modern shipping is not only global, it's digitally global. Every voyage depends on the integrity of codes and systems and satellites. The ocean is and must remain a shared domain governed by rules and responsibilities. And that's why IMO exists, to uphold a rules-based international order for safe, secure, environmentally sound shipping. Through its treaty instruments, IMO provides the architecture that ensures trust, transparency, and safety across the world's oceans. For 75 years, IMO has developed and maintained the global framework that underpins maritime governance. And you may be familiar with some of these key instruments, such as the International Convention for the Safety of Life at Sea, the SOLAS, the ISPS Code, I'm sure you're familiar with it, the Convention on the Suppression of Unlawful Acts Against the Safety of Maritime Navigation, SUA Convention, and the facilitation, the FAL Convention, define the standards that safeguard the ships, ports, and people. And it was great to hear that India has just recently passed the India Maritime Act. Congratulations on that. So we have continuously modernized these frameworks, these legal frameworks, to respond to the emerging realities. Namely, the cyber risk management, that's an MSc FAL circular, and the resolution on MSc is recognized as a challenge to be embedded in the safety management systems. E-navigation and the GMDSS modernization that intends to enhance real-time information sharing and emergency communications. The Maritime Autonomous Surface Ships, the MAS code, currently under development, will focus on ensuring that automation enhances, not undermines the safety at the sea. This reflects IMO's, the One IMO approach, recognizing that safety, security, and environmental protection are independent pillars of maritime sustainability, but yet are connected. And IMO's role is not to enforce, but to enable by setting standards, building the capacity, and fostering cooperation. That every member state can implement these rules effectively, and the competing priorities, such as technological developments and safety and security concerns, are duly balanced. Now, we are also entering a new age of smart, connected, and data-driven maritime operations. The future of safety and security will be defined not just by the regulations that we develop, but also by innovation. Now, in the field of innovation, digitalization is progressing, and that will allow the ships, ports, and control centers to exchange data in real time, enhancing awareness and response. AI, artificial intelligence, and predictive analytics are improving the maritime domain awareness, enabling early detection of risk from piracy all the way to pollution. Then satellite and surveillance technologies are helping coastal states, including India, to monitor the vast sea spaces and support search and rescue. And I believe it was this year or last year, India won the Bravery at Sea Award. And again, congratulations to the great seafarers of India. And through the IMO's SWIFT and DigiSmart initiative, we are helping member states to deploy the maritime single windows and strengthen the cyber-secure port systems. And as we digitalize, we must also fortify defenses, ensuring that technology serves as a shield, not as a vulnerability. Resilience in this new era will depend on secure digital infrastructure, transparent data sharing, which is sometimes a challenge, and human readiness to manage the emerging risk. Now, something that is close to my heart is the human element. Technology may guide the ship, but it is human being who steers these ships. The human element remains at the heart of maritime safety and security. The ongoing comprehensive review of the STCW Convention will ensure that training will keep pace with the automation, the new energy sources, and cyber resilience. We must equip today's seafarers and tomorrow's cadets, such as you, with evolving digital and environmental competencies. Safety culture cannot be coded into software. It must be lived and learned through high levels of competence, awareness, teamwork, and empathy. We must also care for those who guard our seas in the areas of fatigue, mental health, and welfare, especially in the high-risk zones. And we must continue to advance inclusion because diversity is a strength multiplier. And thanks to the great work done by the Coast Guard in this region, on this maritime security issues, and we keep reporting on how useful and how supportive the Coast Guard and the Navy's efforts are in the region. So thank you so much. And now coming to the diversity, inclusivity, I'm so happy to see a number of women also in this room. And as I said, diversity is a strength multiplier, and that applies in safety and security as well. Through the IMO's Women in Maritime program and youth partnerships such as the Next Wave, we are empowering women and the young professionals to become the next guardians of maritime safety and innovation. And this reminds me to tell a program that we just initiated called the Next Wave, where we are actually offering cadets birth training time on board ship, and starting with one company right now. We are hoping to increase that in the future. And this is the first batch of 20 cadets, 50 and 50, 50 men, 50% men, 50% women. So yeah, diversity is so important, inclusivity is so important, and this is something that is very close to the work that we do. In fact, I'm glad that we have the panel also represented by able leaders, women leaders as well. In fact, we do have a policy that I'm not allowed to speak in a panel if it is only men. So that we are strictly applying. So it's so glad to see that we have put a panel and we have some able women leaders and also here. Thank you. Now, coming to the regional cooperation and the power of partnerships. And this is, the security at sea demands the solidarity on land. No country can secure the oceans alone, and we heard that before. So we have some IMO's regional frameworks. These are the vital pillars in this effort. The Djibouti Code of Conduct and its Jeddah Amendment that continue to strengthen counter-piracy and maritime law enforcement in the Western Indian Ocean. The Uvundai Code of Conduct that builds a cooperation and trust in the Gulf of Guinea. In the Pacific and the Caribbean, regional maritime security projects are enhancing governance and crisis preparedness. IMO also works closely with the UN ODC, the Office of Drugs and Crimes, the Interpol, the IALA, and the WCO, and many others to address the piracy, the smuggling, and maritime cybercrime through a united front. We do need that united front. And successful frameworks in this space include the Regional Cooperation Agreement on combating piracy and armed robbery against the ships in Asia, the Djibouti Code of Conduct, and the Jeddah Amendment covering the Western Indian Ocean and the Gulf of Aden, and the Uvundai Code of Conduct on Maritime Security Agreement on the West and Central Africa. So these regional frameworks are strong pillars for us to protect the security and transnational crime. I must commend India for its active engagement and support to the Djibouti Code of Conduct framework. It reflects its growing commitment to the region's maritime security in the Western Indian Ocean region and the Gulf of Aden and the Red Sea. India's engagement with the DCOC aligns with its broader maritime strategy, which includes enhancing its strategic footprint in the IOR and supporting the blue economy, promoting sustainable maritime practices, and strengthening ties with the East African coastal states. And there are a number of maritime security projects that we are implementing, and especially in the African region. And these are the Safe Sea for Africa project, Crisis Response Project for the Red Sea, the Port Security and Safety Navigation in the East and Southern Africa, and the Regional Program for Maritime Security, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So we are increasing this portfolio of the security projects, and hopefully, and right now it is more focused in the African region, but we are hoping to do more in the other regions as well. Especially here in the Indian Ocean region, India's leadership is pivotal under the Saga vision, security and growth for all in the region. India has championed maritime cooperation. You have established the Information Fusion Center, Indian Ocean region, IFC, IOR, great initiative, congratulations, and strengthen the collaboration through the Colombo Security Conclave and the IORA. And India and IMO share a long-standing partnership, from the capacity building on maritime security, where India also contributes in supporting and sharing the expertise, and emergency preparedness to joint training for coastal and port authorities. Together, we are building not just safer waters, but stronger trust. Now, let me introduce a concept that reflects our modern challenge, a smart sovereignty, I would call it. It means maintaining national control over the maritime spaces and infrastructure while embracing international cooperation, innovation, and transparency. And this smart sovereignty is about shared vigilance, so that every nation can be secure and every seafarer can be safe. Looking ahead, we must pursue integrated approaches that link safety, security, environmental protection, and innovation. Maritime security is no longer a standalone issue. It is part of a global resilience ecosystem. Now comes to my division's role, the IMO's technical cooperation role in IMO. It continues to work with the member states to strengthen the national frameworks. It conducts member state audits. I think India very successfully went through the member state audits, and congratulations again. I think the corrective action plan report has been received, and I think it's approved as well. So great job from an audit front. And it helps the countries to meet their obligation through giving capacity building support. We are promoting South-South cooperation we are supporting triangular cooperation. The morning we had a meeting with the government of Norway and government of India, where IMO is kind of in the triangular approach of supporting capacity building in many parts around the world. So the next biennium will see IMO deepening its work on autonomous shipping regulation, cyber preparedness, and digital shipboard interface, while strengthening the link between safety, security, and environment. Distinguished colleagues, to look beyond the horizon is to see not only what lies ahead, but also what we must become. A safe and secure maritime world is not built by the fear of threats, but by faith in cooperation. And I can see some beautiful examples of that happening in this region. It is built by innovation that empowers and by partnership that endure. Let's therefore navigate together, IMO, its member states, including India, industry, the navies, the coast guards, and the nations, to build a maritime future that is safe, smart, and sustainable, that these young cadets can look forward to in the future. Let's ensure that the blue highways of our planet remain open, resilient, and peaceful. Because beyond that horizon lies not uncertainty, but opportunity. And our collective vigilance, innovation, and cooperation are the anchors of that better future. With that, let me conclude my remarks, and thanks once again, DG Shipping and others, to invite IMO to give this a bit detailed note to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mathaikal, for that insightful presentation and for your work in advancing sustainable and safe maritime practices worldwide. Now, we are honored to welcome the Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Ocean Policy, Ms. Naes, from the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Fisheries, Norway, a nation that has long championed sustainable and safe maritime practices. Ms. Naes has been instrumental in strengthening Norway's maritime cooperation with India with a shared focus on green shipping, shipbuilding, maritime safety, and gender equality. Our leadership continues to advance the global dialogue on sustainability and inclusivity in the maritime sector. Ma'am, we invite you to share your message with the gathering. Let's all applaud for Ms. Naes as I now hand over the stage to her.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear everyone, it is a true pleasure to be here today. Thank you for inviting me. Let me start with a simple but strong truth. Safety and security at sea matters. And today they matter more than ever, in a time marked by global uncertainty and shifting geopolitical landscapes. Across the world, we are witnessing increasing instability and growing security threats. This affects us all, and it affects shipping directly. Today, ships are often forced to take longer alternative routes. This leads to delays, higher costs, and disruption across the entire supply chain. At the same time, we see a rise of the so-called shadow fleet, ships operating outside international regulations. This undermines sanctions, compromises safety and environmental standards, and creates a parallel, opaque shipping market. This is deeply concerning. As a major maritime nation, Norway is actively engaged in the UN's International Maritime Organization, IMO. We are working both politically and diplomatically to tackle the growing problem of the shadow fleet and to strengthen international sanctions. But this is not just about enforcing rules. It is about fairness, safety, and protecting the integrity of global shipping. The rise of substandard shipping practices threatens the very foundation of maritime operations. It erodes trust, compromises safety, and puts the credibility of the entire system at risk. When safety is undermined, it is not just ships that are in danger. It is the global network that connects economies, communities, and people. We must make sure that the regular fleet, the one that follows the rules, is not pushed aside by unfair competition. The shadow fleet is not just a short-term challenge. It is a long-term threat to market stability and safety, and we must act decisively together. Maritime security is a cornerstone of Norway's national security. But let us be clear, the authorities cannot do this alone. Effective security requires strong cooperation between public actors, private companies, across sectors, and across borders. In recent years, the Norwegian government has taken concrete steps to strengthen maritime security, and this will remain a top priority. These measures are designed to build resilience, reduce vulnerabilities, and support our total defense. We are constantly working to balance competitiveness with security policy, and for that, dialogue with the industry is essential. We need to understand how much more complex threats affect maritime operations, supply chains, infrastructure, and competitiveness. At the same time, maritime safety is not just a strategic issue. It is also a deeply personal one. Every seafarer deserves to feel safe at sea. That is why the Norwegian government has established a zero vision for fatalities and serious injuries on vessels and installations under our supervision. The Norwegian Maritime Authority has developed a detailed action plan to support this vision, including measures for safe workplace, life-saving systems, training, and safety management. Creating safer and more inclusive working environments at sea is a key priority in the government's equality and diversity strategy for the maritime sector, launched 2 years ago. We know that better workplace adaptation and improved equipment don't just support inclusion, they directly enhance safety. On the other hand, poor working conditions and low levels of trust among crew members poses a serious risk. Safety at sea depends on teamwork, communication, and mutual respect. To prevent this, we must work together, authorities and industry alike, to raise awareness, improve procedures, and ensure proper supervision. Dear friends, maritime safety and security are not just complex issues, they are shared responsibilities. They affect our economy, our environment, and most importantly, the people who work at sea every day. Norway is committed to being a proactive, responsible maritime nation. But we know that real progress comes through partnership, across borders, across sectors, and across perspectives. So let us work together to ensure that the seas remains safe, secure, and sustainable for everyone. Thank you. I look forward to the conversations ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your inspiring address and for reaffirming the importance of global collaboration in maritime safety, sustainability, and ocean stewardship. We've witnessed an insightful inaugural session, and it's time to acknowledge the valuable contributions that made this session possible. We request Sri Shyam Jagannathan to kindly present the mementos to our honored guests. As the mementos are being presented, I request the audience to please keep the room pouring with your applause. Sir, I request you to please present the memento to Ms. Nays. Next, requesting Sri Brian Adrian Vessel to kindly accept the memento. Let's have a huge round of applause. Let's hear it for Sri Brian Adrian Vessel. Next, I would like to invite Jose Mataikel, Director, to kindly accept the memento. Let's hear it from Mr. Jose Mataikel. Inviting Inspector General Bisham Sharma to kindly accept the memento. I would now like to invite Captain Harinder Singh to kindly present the memento to Sri Shyam Jagannathan. Let's hear a huge round of applause for Sri Shyam Jagannathan. I request all our dignitaries to kindly come to the center of the stage for a quick snap of the group. Let's hear a huge round of applause for all our panelists for our session today. Now, I would like to invite Captain Harinder Singh, Nautical Surveyor, Directorate General of Shipping, to deliver the vote of thanks.
respected chief guest, distinguished guests, panelists, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Directorate General of Shipping, it is my privilege and honor to extend our heartfelt appreciation to everyone present here as we draw the inaugural session of the Guardians of the Sea, India Maritime Week 2025 to a close. At the outset, our sincere gratitude to our chief guest, Ms. Marianne Sivertsen Næss, the Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Ocean Policy, Norway. Your continued engagement and steadfast support towards advancing safer, sustainable, and secure seas set a shining example for all of us. Our warm appreciation also to our distinguished guest of honor, Mr. Brian Adrian Wessel, the Director General of Danish Maritime Authority. Your participation enriches this gathering, reinforcing the global character of maritime cooperation that India proudly champions. A special note of gratitude to Mr. Jos Mathikel from the International Maritime Organization for his very insightful presentation, which has set the tone for the technical discussions and deliberation that will follow. Our sincere thanks to the Director General of Shipping, Shri Shyam Jagannathan Ji, IAS, and Inspector General Bhisham Sharma Ji, Commander Coast Guard Region West, for their guiding remarks and visionary insights, which have laid a strong foundation for the week's engagement. I would also like to thank all other dignitaries for gracing this occasion. A special word of gratitude to our panel moderators and panelists, whose expert contributions will carry the momentum forward into the discussions after the inaugural session. Our appreciation extends to the Indian Maritime Week Secretariat, the organizing team, the logistics and media personnel, the staff of NESCO Exhibition Center, whose meticulous coordination has ensured the seamless conduct of this event, and warm hospitality extended to all the guests. To our delegates, industry partners, and participants, thank you for your presence and commitment. You embody the very collective resolve to strengthen India's maritime vision and to build resilient, smart, and self-reliant seaways of the future. As we move into the subsequent sessions, let us carry forward the enthusiasm and collaborative spirit that has marked this inauguration. May the ideas exchanged today inspire practical outcomes for the advancement of global maritime progress. On behalf of the Directorate General of Shipping, I once again thank all of you for your gracious presence and valuable participation. I wish you a productive, engaging, and a very inspiring India Maritime Week 2025. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Harinder, for Thank you, Captain, for your thoughtful words and for bringing this inaugural segment to a close. Thank you, dear guests, for your time. You may now take your seats. Let's hear it for all our esteemed guests today. We will soon begin with the panel sessions. I request the audience to be seated as we now move to the first panel session for the day. Requesting our esteemed guests and dignitaries to kindly settle, we will now start with the first session for the day. Ladies and gentlemen, we now begin our first panel discussion on the theme, Navigating Safely, Building Smart, Secure and Sovereign Seaways. The discussion will follow on how technology, regulation and international collaboration work together to ensure maritime safety and security. Moderating the session is Shri Deepak Shetty, IRS, former Secretary to the Government of India and former Director General of Shipping, a veteran in maritime policy and governance. Our esteemed panelists are Shri Brian Adrian Wessel, Director General, Danish Maritime Authority. Along with him, we have Ms. Lena Olested, Advisor and Director, Norwegian Ship Owners Association, Deputy Inspector General Ajay Chaturvedi, Indian Coast Guard, Mr. Shubhransh Srivastav, Senior Vice President, Corporate Affairs and Security, DP World, Professor Mohsin Khan, OP Jindal University, Commodore Sharat Sinsunwal, Shaurya Chakra, Indian Navy, and Mr. Aditya Prakash Rao, Partner, PLR Chambers. I request our esteemed guests and dignitaries to kindly settle as we are now beginning with our first panel discussion for the day. Let's give a huge round of applause for our panelists for the first session. Thank you, esteemed panelists. We now hand the session over to our moderator, Shri Deepak Shetty, to begin this important discussion. Let's all hear it for Shri Deepak Shetty.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm aware of the NUI and the attrition. The footfall has suddenly receded, but I think it's just as well. My eminent co-panelists, distinguished invitees, members of the media, and above all, the next-gen seafarers, the cadets and trainees. It's an absolute honor and privilege to be here amidst all of you for what I deem is thematically an extremely critical session. It's not just contemporaneous, but also futuristic in terms of its dimensions and orientation. Hopefully in the next 45 odd minutes, please bear with us. We'll try and run you through a multitude of perspectives and nuances which have a very significant bearing on the topic at hand. While, of course, I will sort of open up the floor in terms of my, theme-setting remarks, may I, with the indulgence of the panel, do some ground-setting rules. Given the fact that we are now numerically top-heavy with about 8 speakers, including myself, may I request that if you could kindly wrap up in about 5 minutes, essentially what each of you wishes to speak and articulate. Please feel free within the framework of the overall theme. That's entirely your discretion. At the end of the 5th minute, much as I'm averse to applying the guillotine, I'll be really constrained to do that. So around 3 minutes, you'll have someone giving you a cautionary note. So please heed that, because at the end of the day, there is yet another session to follow. Post that, subject to availability of time, mindful that the fact that we have already slipped behind schedule. We're almost 30 minutes behind schedule as we speak. I'll probably field a few questions. I've been given to understand that there are a few questions which have been flagged. I'd be most delighted. However, the caveat being that there is availability of time. But what is most important, which I wanted to flag here, is that I would wish for a very interactive engagement on the part of the audience that is here. Often, this is something which is missed out. It's usually a monologue where speakers on the dais keep, ranting and raving or making their articulations, but seldom do we come back and engage. And that's what I intend doing. I think that will be my overwhelming priority. In my limited opening remarks, I want to sound a bit contrarian. In a sense, a party pooper, as it were. Much has been said about, all that is goody stuff, very sugary, syrupy about everything that has got to do with maritime. I'm also acutely mindful that I was a former career civil servant, retiring as secretary and former DG. But that said, I think we need to do some reality check. The reality check is as follows. We are in a contemporaneous time which is extremely fraught, unstable, and completely retrogressive in several senses, come to think of it. Just scan the horizon across the globe. Look at the geopolitical strategic landscape, seascape as well, and you'll find that it is completely characterized by tumult with absolute uncertainty that's prevalent. The global security hotspots, there are way too many. We don't need to identify, I think all of us are familiar. You have the South China Sea, you have all the conflicts that are playing out, and which have a very adverse bearing on maritime domain. But I think what is extremely concerning to me when I look as an analyst is the fact that there is a very systematic decimation of the international institutional framework. Whether we like it or not, the stark reality that is confronting all of us is that the global architecture, and I'm not wanting to sound very alarmist, much less pessimistic, but that's just I just wanted to be realistic here to say that institutions are crumbling. I don't want to name lest it embarrass folks, but I think all of us are privy in terms of the media coverage as to where we are heading. And I think this comes along with a baggage of deep distrust of the institutional, so-called, quote-unquote, the global rules-based order. Much as we want to believe to the contrary, the fact is that we are now getting into extremely uncertain and uncharted territories. Added to this heady cocktail is also the fact that there is weaponization, whether we like it or not. Let's confront the elephant in the room. The fact is that there is weaponization of economic and trade policies which are bearing down on the way shipping is going to be playing out. Let me then come to some specifics, which we need to address. We now refer to the fact that there is a need for risk management, risk resilience in terms of the way we navigate, manage ships, our ports, the way the seafarers need to be able to be future ready, as it were. But that said, let's look at some of the risks. I wear a different hat. This is not to sort of, do any kind of sales pitch here. But the fact that I represent the Maritime Anti-Corruption Network, which is an international collaborative effort of the industry, consisting of about 220 members, shipping lines, representing about 60% of the global shipping tonnage. Look at, generally speaking, public authorities are now found wanting in many jurisdictions. And this is not a critiquing. I was part of the government for a good 37 years. So it's not that I'm out of the ambit of the civil service conduct rules, so that I'm venting my spleen here. The fact is that the interface of the shipping industry with the public authorities leaves much to be desired in terms of the ask for, corrupt demands, virtually bordering on extortion. Do we seem to address that? Because we want a very safe, secure navigational future. This is what we need to also look at, possibly. Issues such as shore leave, very simple, low-hanging fruits, sign-on and sign-off of seafarers. I think reams have been written, platitudes have been mouthed time and again on this. There are enough advisories, but there is a logjam in the way you are able to deal with the situations in any port across the globe today. And I think this is a warning sign of what lies ahead for us. much as we may want to sort of, try and paper over it, gloss over it. Let me just come to some of the cyber security threats. Again, spoken about, it's going to be flagged and deliberated. This is again a pet theme which I keep advocating in fora after fora. Mark my words, and I don't want to sound completely alarmist here, but this is just as I said, from hindsight. Did anybody foresee 9/11 attacks through a civil aviation aircraft back then in 2001? Nobody foresaw that coming really. But I dare say that you may potentially have a cyberjacking of a vessel, not in the realms of fantasy, a grim reality where vessels could be completely cyberjacked, out of the control of the command and control of the master, and then, lo and behold, used as a potential weapon of mass destruction. That's not I'm not trying to fantasize that. Are we prepared for that? Then, of course, we have the switching off of the AIS, the so-called dark fleet, that's been already alluded to. We have piracy, which is now resurfaced. Then you have the drone attacks, enough hotspots which make life difficult for a very safe and secure navigation. We are also now, let's look at some of the positives. I mean, not that I want to paint a completely dark picture. There is so much hope and optimism in the horizon. The fact that technology is a huge enabler and differentiator in terms of what artificial intelligence, machine learning, robotics, information technology enabled services, information communication technology, and what have you. All of that, if you're able to leverage smartly for our ships and also for the ports, I think we would have done a world of good. The maritime single window is a crying need of the hour, because often the disconnect that you see, and I can say that in the context of the Indian jurisdiction, is that despite the National Logistics Portal, which is an e-architecture based transaction format, there are n number of government institutions which still are not on the same page. There is sufficient documentation in terms of paper filing. So we are far from that optimal regime where there is a commonalized electronic architecture where all documentation filing happens, because that's when on the other end of the spectrum, the other end of the aisle, you will see reduction truly in terms of transaction costs, transaction times, and shall I say, the end of a regime where you have the rent-seeking behavior, which is again the elephant of the corruption really. We need to look at much more collaborative and closer industry and the government collaboration, essentially, which is a marriage of self-reliance on the one hand, where every country today is now inward-looking, wanting to indigenize, which is just as well. I think that's the way forward. But at the same time, look outward and collaborate at a very common minimum agenda as we speak. With that, I think lest I run out of time, and I don't want to impede and encroach upon my colleagues' time, with that I will now invite the first speaker. This is just in random order. We have the Deputy Inspector General of the Indian Coast Guard, Mr. Ajay Chaturvedi. Can I please request you to please share your thoughts? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'll come back to you.
Thank you, sir. Can I have the presentation, please? Yes. Shri Deepak Shetty, IRS, former Secretary and Director General of Shipping. Shri Jose Mathaikal, Captain S.I. Abdul Kalam Azad, Nautical Advisor to Government of India. Panelists on stage, members from the elite armed forces, officers from the central ministries and departments, officers from Directorate General of Shipping, my dear cadets and friends, a very good evening to all of you. I have the privilege to present in the next 5 minutes or so a brief overview of Coast Guard charter and responsibilities, as also the operations being undertaken towards maritime safety and security. I shall steer the presentation through the waypoints as shown on the screen. To the cadets, am I audible at the last? Thank you. It was an acknowledgement. The operational domain of Indian Coast Guard is primarily derived from international obligations and national duties factored on four broad pillars under maritime safety, maritime environment protection, maritime law enforcement, and rule-based order in the maritime zones. Some of the key charter of duties include preservation and protection of marine environment, safety and protection of artificial islands and offshore terminals, protection to fishermen, including assistance to them at sea, prevention and control of marine pollution, assist custom and other authorities in anti-smuggling operations, safety of life and property at sea, assist in collection of scientific data, enforcement of marine enactments. Since its inception in the year 1977, Indian Coast Guard has progressively acquired additional responsibilities with Offshore Security and Coordination Committee in 1978, National Maritime Search and Rescue Coordinating Authority in 2002, Central Coordinating Authority for Oil Spill Response in 1986, Lead Intelligence Agency for Coastal and Sea Borders in 2003. In 2006, Indian Coast Guard became a contracting party to Regional Cooperation Agreement on combating piracy and armed robbery against ships in Asia. After 26/11 Mumbai attacks changed the nation's outlook for maritime security, the coastal security architecture underwent massive reconstruction. In 2009, ICG was designated as the authority responsible for coastal security in territorial waters. Under South Asia Cooperative Environment Agreement Program, ICG was designated as the competent national authority for oil and chemical response. To strengthen regional search and rescue mechanism, ICG was designated as SAR implementing agency in the Indian Ocean Rim Association in 2022, Nodal Agency for Maritime Search and Rescue Region in Indo-Pacific in 2021, and authorized personnel under the Maritime Anti-Piracy Act 2022. The maritime challenges that necessitated the constitution of Coast Guard in the 70s have increased manifold, and key challenges in the maritime domain are as shown. These include fishing in Indian waters by foreign fishing vessels, transit of drugs through our exclusive economic zone, transnational maritime crimes, illegal immigration, the immense increase in both marine and aeronautical traffic over the areas of responsibility. This is augmented by the presence of hostile drones in area of responsibility and beyond. The array of operations undertaken by Indian Coast Guard as shown on the screen, concurrent operations has been the daily norm for the Indian Coast Guard. Indian Coast Guard conducts a plethora of operations and exercises around the year. Some of the recent major operations are as shown. The fire on board MV Maersk Frankfurt in August last year posed hazardous substance and oil spill risk to our coast. The firefighting operation demonstrated our capability to operate under challenging situations in coordination with our stakeholders. The sustained efforts, which continued for 14 days, resulted in saving of 20 crew as well as the vessel itself. On 24th May 2025, this year, a distress alert regarding presence of dangerous list on board Liberian flagged container MSC Elsa 3 off the coast of Kerala was reported. In a swift operation, all 24 crew of the ship were rescued by the Indian Coast Guard and Indian Navy combined. However, the vessel capsized and sank. What followed was massive effort to contain the pollution threat of the HNS cargo and oil oozing from the wreck. Indian Coast Guard responded to dissipate the oil spill and ensured no oil reaches our shores. The fire on board MV Vinay 503 off the Kerala coast in June this year posed grave risk to the crew and created an environment of hazard. The search and rescue, as also the firefighting operation, conducted in coordination with stakeholders, Indian Air Force and the Indian Navy, not only saved 18 of the 22 crew, but also managed to keep the vessel afloat whilst ensuring her movement away from the coast. Ladies and gentlemen, all the above operations had active intervention and coordination by the Directorate General of Shipping, resulting in prompt mobilization of resources. To conclude, our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, has stated, and I quote, "Our ability to reap economic benefits from the oceans rests on our capacity to respond to the challenges in the maritime domain," unquote. Indian Coast Guard remains committed for implementation of safety and security in the maritime domain. Thank you. Jai Hind, Vayam Rakshama.
Thank you, Mr. Ajay. That was much appreciated. May I now request the Director General of the Danish Maritime Authority to kindly give his remarks, because I was nudged by you saying that you have another engagement to follow. So over to you, please.
Thank you very much. Does this work?
You may use the floor, or whichever is it's your discretion.
I think the other panelists get better here if I'm here.
Please feel
so I'll do it from here. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. I'll leave it at 3 messages, then you can remember what I say. When it comes to safety, I will talk a little bit about global regulation and enforcement, a little bit about cooperation and innovation, and then digitalization and the human element. I could talk for 10 minutes about what happened 2 weeks ago in London at the MEPC and the green transition and the net zero framework, but I won't do that. And it's still in my body, so I can't do it in a neutral manner either. We were there the whole week. But I just mentioned that because, as it was also said by you earlier, the geopolitics and the world we live in moved into the IMO that week, and the IMO was about a lot of other things than shipping and the net zero framework. And my point would be, if the best thing we can do for safety in shipping is to preserve the IMO and to make sure that the IMO still functions, I'm quite confident that it will. Next time we meet, it's not about the net zero framework, it's not about geopolitics, and then we work on. But we should take care of that institution, because it's only with global regulation and global enforcement of the global regulation in all IMO member states at a certain level that we get safety in shipping. And mentioning that, now the shadow fleet has been called a couple of times. I know different parts of the world see differently on sanctions and shadow fleet, but I think what we all see eye to eye on is substandard shipping. And the dark fleet, shadow fleet, no matter what you call it, now we have 600 tankers at least outside of that global regulation, outside of that global enforcement. That is a huge challenge for shipping now and going forward. So if we don't manage to make sure that we again globally regulate and enforce all companies, all tankers, then in the future we will have a huge problem, because we have a big part of the fleet, 20% of the tankers now outside of that community. So really my first message is to take care of the IMO and make sure that we also regulate globally and enforce globally. Also on the shadow fleet. And so, yeah. Second part, we need to keep being innovative. And often in these cases, then you mention something for your own country, and I'll do that actually. In Denmark, we have two things that I want to highlight because we are in India now, and these days we have a lot of meetings with our Indian friends. We have a strong partnership with India based on an MOU that was signed here last year by ministers, and that's about cooperation. And sometimes it's an advantage to be a small country like Denmark. So we have what we call both Shipping Lab and Future Lab. Not very Danish names, but at least you then understand them. And I want to mention these things because if we want to innovate and if we want to make sure that we innovate also in safety, we need to do it across borders, but also within our countries. What we've succeeded doing is actually getting organizations, academia, authorities like ourselves, the business, the sector, shipping sector, everybody together to cooperate on these things. We cannot go in silos and work on these things. So we need to cooperate, all of us, but also within our countries and not make things too difficult. I want to mention this Future Lab that we do as well, because that is about being innovative also for safety reasons in shipping. And when a shipping company comes to us and say, we invented this new technology that will help us with the safety and efficiency, we don't say whether we can approve it, we say we will approve it. And then we work together with that company as long as it takes until we approve these new standards. And then we go back to the IMO to regulate. So we need to be very open to innovation, we need to be open to cooperation, and then again go back to the regulation. Final part, I just want to mention digitalization. We all worked with this for years and years. First of all, to provide a better efficiency in our sector, but also for safety reasons. We sail a lot more safety and security now because we know what's around us, we know what kind of ships are around us, we know where we sail, we know where we should sail, and we put on a lot of e-navigation and digitalization also on the ships. I just want to do a little advertising for a regulators forum that we did about a month ago in Denmark on digitalization, but specifically on the human element. And now we have so many cadets here. It seems that in digitalization we've come really far, but sometimes we forget the human element. Without the seafarers and the seafarers understanding the digitalization, it will no longer be a help providing safety, it will be a risk because we haven't thought about who's actually on that ship, the human element. So I wanted to highlight that finally. Those would be my points. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that's fairly insightful. With that, may I now invite Professor Mohsin Khan from the OP Jindal University. He deals with international relations. Over to you, Professor.
Good afternoon. My presentation will focus on what are the threats and dangers to our merchant marine. I'm going to look at the current scenario and speak a little bit historically from the Second World War onwards. Go to the next screen. So the Indian Navy is the primary power projection arm of the Indian state. The Coast Guard is our primary coastal security and defense agency. And together, if you look at the amount of responsibility they have, on the next slide. So as you can see, we have about 11,000 kilometers of coastline, almost 2 million kilometers of EEZ, almost 800 billion US dollars worth of trade. That's about 20% of our GDP. 20% of what India produces annually is our incoming and outgoing seaborne trade. So you can imagine what will happen if this was disrupted. Over 80% of our oil, and as you know, this is extremely important strategic reserve. If you look at the number of ports, now the problem is that India has no unified white paper on national security. It has been proposed for a long time, but we don't have any such white paper. So we don't have a national security strategy. Now you would say, what difference does that make, you know? Well, the difference it makes is you don't know what to acquire, what equipment, what resources you should acquire. So what ends up happening is we haphazardly acquire different things. In fact, even in the Indian Navy, there has been no maritime strategy paper since 2015. As you know, the US continuously produces both national security and naval strategy papers. And this helps in developing the force structure, especially joint operations, etc. So we urgently need an updating of this. And if we go to the next slide. So I've already covered this, that we don't have a clear roadmap. Let's go to the next one, yeah. So Prime Minister Vajpayee once defined India's strategic frontiers. According to him, India's strategic frontiers extended from the Persian Gulf to the Malaccas, and in the south up to Mauritius. So we need a clear definition of where we want our security and our power projection capacity. If we go to this is Prime Minister Vajpayee, this is about, so you can say roughly about 25 years ago. We can go to the next slide. And what do we need for this? We will have to calculate that we are short of both maritime reconnaissance aircraft, long endurance drones, tethered balloons and aerostats, satellite-based surveillance, and we need the Skywave over-the-horizon radar, the 2,000-kilometer range radar, to be operational as soon as possible. Now, if you look at our principal threat in the Indian Ocean is from China. China has, as you can see, a large amount of bases in Djibouti, Gwadar in Pakistan, Hambantota in Sri Lanka, Duqm and Jask, that is parts of Oman, and off the coast of Iran. So now what do we need? What kind of resources we need? Of course, I've just given a rough note here, but we need to speed up both our submarine, nuclear submarine and aircraft carrier production. And we have to add new surface combatants. But most of all, we need to strengthen our drone production. You know, the Chinese have produced 55% of total deadweight tonnage produced in the world last year. 55% of shipbuilding has happened in China, of the total of the world. That's about 1,700 ships. Now, you would say, what difference does it make even if China does this? Well, China produces millions of drones every year. So I'll give you an example. The United States in the Second World War produced 90% of the total shipping in World War II. The United States produced over 150 aircraft carriers, about 30 fleet carriers, and about 120 or so escort carriers. At the proposed Battle of the Sea of Japan, the United States was planning to deploy over 100 aircraft carriers. That is, US naval production was a function of its merchant marine production. They quickly converted their dry docks, their shipping yards into naval production centers. So your industrial base is your military base, is your war-making capacity base. And this is what overwhelmed America's enemies in the Second World War. The reason America won was that America outproduced everybody else. 300,000 planes. America was producing one long-range bomber every hour. One aircraft carrier every 15 days. The United States. Now, that kind of industrial capacity, when it's put into war production, ends up making you the victor of any large-scale battle.
Professor, maybe a request if you could kindly wind up in 2 minutes. Thank you.
Can we move to the last page? So these are the things we need to first get in place. National Maritime Strategy, increase in our strengthening of our surveillance shipbuilding, and providing the resources that the Indian Navy and Indian Coast Guard need on an urgent basis. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope I didn't have to rush you through. Seek your indulgence. Thank you so much. Moving on, may I now invite Mr. Subran Srivastav, the Senior Vice President, Corporate Affairs and Security World, SCO, the DP World. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished panelists with me on the dais, and a more informed audience than all of us sitting up front here. So I'm essentially representing the private terminal operators in the country, and I would like to really talk about something which touches us from a point of view of security, from a point of view of maritime security, because that is directly related to how trade develops in the country, and what is it in terms of mechanisms that we need, or what is it that is really required to bring that convergence in understanding the need for national maritime security and meshing it seamlessly with what private terminal operators can potentially look at doing. So the question is, of course, that the ports have evolved from just brick and mortar ports into a highly complex digital ecosystems, which require a great level of convergence between three basic pillars, which in my very rudimentary understanding are essential. So first is, of course, as my distinguished panelists pointed out, a very strong governance protocol, closely followed with a very structured collaboration matrix which can be evolved between the private terminal operators and the national security agencies. And last but not the least, but most important to achieve, is a very trust-based information sharing mechanism, which can sort of empower not only the maritime operators in the private domain, but also energize the existing functions. So I'll just quickly touch upon each one of them. First is, of course, naturally governance. And to my colleague who correctly pointed out the relevance of the IMO, I think nothing can be more defining than the cyber risk management protocol of the IMO, which is very expansive and extremely detailed. It essentially focuses on 6 pillars, which is governance, identification, protection, detection, response, and obviously recovery. Now, these are the guidelines which transcend the nature of the port, whether public or private. Important bit is for us to know that the Indian maritime governance, especially in the cyber domain, can effectively use this particular cyber risk management protocol of the IMO. And of course, at a very Indian national level, we do have the computer emergency response team, where we have the 6R recovery mechanism clearly delineated into the rule book. But how much of it is it that we are really able to capitalize on is the question. How much of synergy have we been able to bring into this whole process? We also have the National Critical Information Infrastructure Protection System, which is done by the center. Now, this is very important because it gives us the vital intelligence inputs insofar as it affects the Indian ports. And I think what is transformation from a governance perspective is that now we are looking at one nation, one port, and the MATRI digitalization protocols, which are very effectively and seamlessly coordinating the need for the security frameworks to integrate with terminal operations. Now, that is going to be the key. And I think that time is ripe that we actually have a information security officer for each port designated by the terminals. Now, the question is, what is it that we need to do next? I mean, is it just the governance where the responsibility ends? No. I think there is a requirement of learning the best practices from what's being done elsewhere. For example, in Los Angeles, the port has a cyber resilience center which shares live threat inputs across the shipping lines, terminal operators, and rail partners. So getting all the ingredients of the port-led ecosystem into this information sharing mechanism, which is critical. We can also look at looking at the Community Security Operations Center as to how that can effectively assist us in making our systems more robust. So I think I would simply like to end by saying that, cybersecurity is not just a cost or a compliance factor, even from a private perspective. It's more a question of injecting more competitivity into the whole process. And that is something which we need to take away. And the future clearly lies in collaboration between government, industry, and technology, where the measures I've talked of can be of some relevance to all of us. And that will ensure that most of our ports are not only just smart, but they're secure, trusted, and most importantly, globally benchmarked. And with that thought, I'll thank you all for being patient listeners. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Srivastav. I think that's a very welcome closure in time. Appreciate. May I now invite Ms. Lene Falkenberg-Olestad, the Advisor and Director Geopolitics of the Norwegian Ship Owners Association, to please take the floor.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you so much for inviting me. I have the pleasure to represent the Norwegian ship owners here today. So this is just to give you a bit of background about who we are. We are in Norway, and we had our minister talk about our industry right before. We are the 5th largest shipping nation in the world, measured in value. And the reason why we like to measure it in value is that we come up higher on the ranks. But it's also because we represent, a diversified type of vessels, some from high technological offshore vessels to deep sea, intercontinental vessels to short sea shipping, ocean, wind, underwater. We represent a whole large scheme of different types of shipping. And there's been a lot of discussions as well about shipbuilding, and we also heard from a speaker earlier about China and China's big role. And this is a snapshot of our order book from Norwegian owners. And of course, China is the biggest dominant, but we're also seeing an increase in the shipping building here in India, and we are very happy and very supportive of that. We think that's a positive development that India wants to take such a large role as a maritime nation. Can you put the next one, please? Yeah, so these are the ships that we represent, from short sea to wind to subsea to offshore to rigs and deep sea. And together we have about 1,800 vessels in our membership, and we are everywhere in the world. So you can put the next slide, please. And this is a snapshot of Norwegian-controlled vessels at one given point in time. And we have, of course, a global presence that we're very proud of, but this also entails that we have global risks. And you can go to the next one, please. Which means that we face a lot of the challenges that we've heard about earlier today, both from Red Sea to piracy issues, to Hormuz closures of straits, to any, I think, geopolitical, you can put the next one, please, from piracy, and also, of course, that we've heard about the issue of shadow fleet substandard shipping, which we are concerned about as a maritime industry body that represents conventional shipping. And we are concerned about the fact that so many vessels are now sailing false flags, false insurance documents, and it's undermining everything that this room is working for to build a strong maritime community that wants to take the world forward in the right place. And it's also a potential both safety and security threat, seeing that we are in the middle of a geopolitical, much more difficult situation. And again, these are pictures from actual members that have faced both attacks in the Red Sea, other places, and kidnappings. But given a difficult, and you can put the next one, please, a difficult situation, we also have a very good backbone in Norway when it comes to work on maritime security. As our minister mentioned this morning, we advise our members on operational daily maritime security challenges, and we also have an agreement with our governments in order to make use of the fleet, which I just presented to you, in a crisis or war-like situation where our government would need the support of shipping in order to contribute to a crisis situation both at home but also in allied countries. So this is something that is a daily, and I don't think there's any other countries in the world that have this type of private-public partnership when it comes to maritime contingency planning and maritime resilience. And we are also part of the civil preparedness framework in Norway. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was very crisp and concise. Appreciate. We now have finally, sure. We now have the penultimate speaker. It's Commodore Sharad Sinsunwal, SC from the Indian Navy. The floor is yours, please.
Good afternoon. Firstly, thank you, of course, to DG Shipping and everybody for inviting me again to speak at a very august gathering. My colleague from OP Jindal here had mentioned that one of the Navy's roles is power projection. One of the other roles is also to secure the sea from threats that are more constabulary in nature. And for the information of everyone, we have had a ship deployed in the Gulf of Aden from 2008 continuously. And I commanded one such ship, and I will just give you a small snapshot of the role that the Indian Navy is doing in the Gulf of Aden through my time over there. So broadly, my ship, INS Kolkata, was in the Gulf of Aden from around the end of 23 to the mid of 2024. And during the time that we were there, we had provided assistance to several merchant ships. Some of them you can see. The first one, Islander, was struck by a Houthi ballistic missile. Then MSC Sky 2, its containers were on fire again because of a drone attack. Then we had the Verbena, which was hit repeatedly by ballistic missiles, and eventually the Verbena sank. And then we had the Nordeni, in which one ballistic missile entered from the top deck and it exited from the close to the anchor, and the ship was listing. We provided help to all these merchant vessels. And now I will present two case studies besides these that we helped. One, of course, was the MV True Confidence. This was a Barbados flagged ship that had been hit by an anti-ship ballistic missile. And what had happened is that the ship was hit by a ballistic missile. They reported it to UKMTO. We were 25 miles away. We went and rescued it. There was heavy smoke and fire, and there was no response on the Maritime Channel. However, we were lucky that we got a hit from the Mayday call from the life raft. 21 crew members had abandoned to the life raft. We sent our helicopter, got 8 of them back by the helicopter, sent our boats in slightly rough seas, and recovered 13 more personnel, and took them to Djibouti, where they were evacuated, and eventually they all flew back to the Philippines. Similarly, my ship was also involved in the anti-piracy operation of MV Ruin. This was a Malta flag carrier that had been hijacked off the coast of Somalia in December 23. Almost 4 months later, Kolkata reached on the scene, and in March 24, we intercepted the MV Ruin. At that time, there were 30 pirates and 17 crew members on board. The pirates were holding the crew members as hostage. We warned them, and we asked them to show proof of life of the crew members, which they did not. We sent our drone to investigate. They shot down our drone, and you can see there's a pirate over there with a gun shooting at the drone. Then we fired warning shots at them. However, they pulled the crew members out and used them as a human shield and tried to keep the ship away. Then we carried out certain tactical action by which the ship had to stop in the water. By the time we called one more naval ship, one more Indian naval ship that was mission deployed to support us. Then we had a Marine commandos who took off from Delhi and flew 2,500 nautical miles off Somalia, and they were dropped from the air next to the ship. And eventually the pirates had no option but to surrender. The challenges we faced in this was, of course, firing shots without hitting the hostages, negotiating with hardened pirates, and understanding that the actual control of the pirates was from ashore, so they had very little leeway in decision making. The final case study was a fire on Malin Luanda. It was hit by a ballistic missile in the Gulf of Aden. There was a major fire in the cargo hold. And it continued for more than 12 hours. There were two ships over there in the vicinity, that is the US warship and a French warship. They came close, but they refused to go on board and fight the fire. Visakhapatnam, another naval ship that was in the vicinity, provided the material, and the people, our people, embarked the fire, Luanda. And we carried out continuous firefighting operations, and after 5 hours, we were able to bring the fire under control. So this was just a small glimpse of the sort of work that the Indian Navy is doing in the Gulf of Aden, and we have been doing this since 2008. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that's truly appreciated in terms of what the Indian Navy and the Coast Guard do in terms of securing the seaways. We now have the final speaker of the session, Mr. Aditya Rao, partner PLR Chambers. May I invite him to please make his presentation.
Thank you, moderator, sir. No pressure with the time constraint and being the last speaker. I'm going to keep it very, very snappy. Good evening, everyone. Just in the spirit of the discussions that have happened in the morning, as well as for a large part of this panel, what I do want to do is to give you just a glimpse of what is in the legislative framework that the Director General was talking about vis-a-vis safe, secure, and smart seaways. Next slide, please. Bits that's been talked about, the Maritime Amritkal vision actually set the foundational tone and tenor for both the statutes and the larger regulatory regime. The core focus here is actually to enable safe, digitally driven, globally compliant, and most importantly, India-centric maritime operations. That has now become the core focus of when you're looking at legislative and policy reform, and that's reflective in the two statutes. I'm not talking about the coastal shipping framework, which my colleague addressed in the earlier panel of the day. Next slide, please. The Merchant Shipping Act of 25, which is the new framework that was being alluded to, under security and sovereignty, while I can cover a multitude of items, what I do want to pick on is wider coverage. This includes now post-Cyclone Tauktae's recommendations, wider coverage for all kinds of vessels, including MODOs. You now have statutory recognition to handle abandoned vessels, right? You have security for port facilities that have been mandated. It's obviously graded and will be put across as per the physical infrastructure and the handling capacity of each of the ports. We'll see this mechanism develop. There was an allusion to that in terms of a Bureau of Port Security or whatever body may be called. You have active enforcement on maritime pollution. And this is a fundamental change. We've seen this in some jurisdictions. For the first time, we are going to be looking at eventually a data-led framework where basis data being received for ships that are calling to port in India, we could necessarily start to take active action, including denial of entry and or detainment, specifically for pollution, maritime pollution. How is it smart? And this goes to what the moderator, Mr. Shetty, was alluding to. Ease of doing business, the paperwork reduction, recognition of licenses, smart contracts, perhaps at some point of time, digital ledgers. The enabling framework for all of this has now been embedded in the Act. In fact, the Act explicitly says that whatever you can or had to do physically, if done virtually, in a form, of course, that the regulator accepts, is sufficient compliance. There is no additional step that now you would need to take, and that should, I think, be, again, the foundational plinth, so to speak, for the architectures that you were hoping evolve. Next slide, please. Going to the next legislation very quickly, the Ports Act. I believe there have been lots of discussions around the new ports framework and so on and so forth. The only thing that I would talk about from a safety, security, and sovereignty perspective, really, the fundamental change is one of coordinated development. Perhaps for the first time, you will have a statutorily mandated Maritime States Development Council that will come up and look at coordinated development of port-related infrastructure, including adequacy of port reception facilities. And I'm using my words carefully here, adequacy, not sort of tick box compliances, which I think the speaker before me was saying. One of the larger parts that I would talk about is in terms of safety and security, which should also be of concern as well as attention to the industry, is emergency response and preparedness plans. I think for the first time you would have now obligations being explicitly cast around having these, audits around these, checks and directions around these, and I think it's important that the industry works in tandem. Last, next slide please. How does it look like from a legislative lens, what the implementation and forward agenda to be? Needless to say, the rules and the administrative framework is currently literally currently in the process of being formulated. A greater participation, impetus and input from the industry would definitely help in getting the enabling sections all the way carried forward to implementing rules, regulations, notifications, systems. And at the same point in time, you heard the DG very briefly in the morning talk about digital frameworks. A large number of these digital portals, cells, platforms will start to become interoperable. And when they do, I think that's when you will move from digitalization to actual digitization. Currently, we're just looking at sort of moving from physical asset to digital asset. But when they start to speak to each other, start to intelligibly communicate and give that information, I think that is the focal point which these two legislations, at least from a security and a safety perspective, have a primal focus on. With that, I would absolutely stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. With this, now we come to the end of the presentations. Please join me in giving a round of applause to all our panelists. My apologies, I may have to draw the curtains as far as the question answers go to be circulated within the panel. Please bear in mind that we're almost about 45 minutes behind schedule already. And I think given the fact that I would much rather have the audience engage with the panelists for the next 10 odd minutes. So the floor is all yours, ladies and gentlemen. I would urge you, please feel free to shoot the question. Do identify which speaker you want to address it to. But I'm afraid I can probably allow you only 3 questions in all. So for the next 7 to 10 minutes, and then I'll just sum it up, and that will be the finale of the session. So please feel free to stand up, identify yourself. We can have the mics passed around. It's difficult to assume that everything is hunky-dory. Yeah, sure. Before I was to say that.
Good evening, everyone. I'm DIG Anup. I'm commanding a Coast Guard ship in Mumbai. My question is to Ms. Olestar. I'm not sure whether, probably she seems to be the most befitting speaker here. This is regarding the operation of autonomous ships in Scandinavian waters. Autonomous ships without any manning. I've heard about it, read about it. If you could share your experiences, especially with respect to how these operation of these ships in those waters have affected and come up with improving the maritime safety regulations vis-a-vis IMO, so on and so forth. Thank you.
I will make an attempt, but this is not my field of expertise. But you have somebody sitting right there from the Norwegian Maritime Authority that actually works with these things, so I think he'll be better. But I think autonomous ships, it's on its way, and we still haven't reached a full potential of that technology. But I think at the IMO and other places now, there is work on the regulation to ensure the safety of that. But I don't think that I'm the best person to answer that question.
Thank you very much to the panel. My name is Dr. Captain Jain. I'm the author of The Role of Indian Ocean for Global Peace. One of the questions for the Deputy Inspector General of Indian Coast Guard, the Indian Navy and Indian Coast Guard has been doing a commendable job saving many merchant ships. Merchant ships are there in the ocean to earn money. It's a commercial organization. When Indian Navy and Indian Coast Guard is spending money, resources, skill to save commercial shipping, why don't they charge salvage? Why are you doing this for free?
Thank you, Captain Jain. Generally, we have missions being given to us. You have given a question, but going to answer about the question that you have asked. Whenever there is a mission that has been sent, saving lives is our primary responsibility. As you had seen in the presentation also, that has been the mandate and the charter of responsibility. However, with respect to any assistance that is provided to the merchant ships, with respect to firefighting or any salvage assistance, these are chargeable under the capitation charges as promulgated by Government of India and recovered from the respective shipping companies from time to time. And I must also enlighten you as the operations that we had shown in my presentation with respect to firefighting of MV Vanhai, MSC Elsa 3, the capitation charges that were raised have already paid by MV Vanhai. So as the support that we provide to the shipping fraternity, our first and primary responsibility is saving lives. Anybody and everybody. Any call at sea that goes for search and rescue, we respond to it. Even as we speak, there is a medical evacuation that is happening by an Indian Coast Guard ship 900 nautical miles from Mumbai and more than that. Thank you.
So one final question, if anyone, please. I would rather appreciate if some lady could pose a query. I think it'll be not just for tokenism of, yeah, please. That's very spontaneous. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Payal, and my question is for Colonel Shibran Shrivastava. So you have talked about shipping fraternity and how it is changing and how technology, cybersecurity has become a major thing. What do you think these progresses have taken spaces with government? Because a lot of things private sector might be doing, but without integration with the government, these might not be moving fast. So how do you see it's happening? Is it moving as fast as the AI and the technology is moving?
Thank you for that question. So, yes, absolutely, you're right, because it's a convergence of efforts between the governance protocols which exist in any country with the private shipping interests that will eventually bring about the best policy which suits not only commercial operations but also the aspect of national security. So there are a lot of actions which are already underway, and in fact we have like I talked of the CERT in, and we also talked about how the IMO risk management matrix is good to be aped in India as well. And I think the larger thing is that once we realize that the efficacy of any security system lies in interdependence. And the moment that interdependence becomes pragmatic, rational, and easily adaptable from the point of view of operations, then it suits everybody. And that is something which we as terminal operators are now quickly graduating to. We are understanding the need and we are having our own mechanisms which we are putting in place from a point of view of aligning it with the national security paradigms in whichever country we operate. And as DP World, we are operating in 75 countries and different ports and terminals. So we understand that there is an aspect of maritime security and there is an aspect of governance and there are commercial operations. So how do we drive the synergies? It works differently in different countries. But in India, I think with the Indian Ports Act now, which is promulgated recently, and the Coastal Shipping Act, which has come up, there are very valuable insights which my colleagues had highlighted here in the panel, which is something which we will now see how it pans out in terms of implementation. Because, I mean, let's not forget, a law is as good as it is if it's not implemented. So the implementation is where the crux lies. And let's see how all of us can collectively put our energies toward ensuring that the hallowed aims of the modifications in the acts which have come about in some cases after 200 years is something which actually comes to fruition and we all are able to benefit from a security point of view. I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It's been an absolutely insightful and informative session. I hope there have been many derivatives and key takeaways for all of you from this. Before I hand over the mic to the organizers, all I would like to sort of sum up and say, to me, three pillars sort of jump out from what I can collate here. One is, and I'm happy to be corrected, one is that you need what we call as the WOG approach from the government, the whole of the government approach. We want to have a secure, smart, and resilient seaway. You need to have all the verticals of the government, interfacing very, very closely with each other with absolutely no disconnect. Because often this is being seen that the juxtaposition of various organizations is not as seamless as it needs to be. That's an imperative and that's a given, number one. The second is the degree and the quality of engagement with the industry in terms of consultation, seeking feedback, has to be institutionalized far, far more deeper and wider. It's not just enough to skim the surface, but I think, of course, much has been done since 2013 when I was in the civil service earlier. There is a consultation that's happening, but I think there is still ample room for scaling it up to make it as seamless so that to the extent, of course, I must qualify and say that no administration can be a please-all administration. It just doesn't work that way. That will be Ram Rajya utopia. But at the end of the day, to the extent that we can correct all the asymmetries and have this consultation on an institutional mechanism, that will work very well. And the third and the final piece is, again, a no-brainer. No matter what the technology be, however advanced it is, at the end of the day, it is the seafarer who is mission critical to all of this. Let's accept that. Whatever you be, it is fundamentally the way the seafarer is treated, his well-being, welfare is addressed so that he is resilient. Also, this involves, enhancing the capacity, the capability, the competence of the seafarer so that everyone is future ready and is able to absorb and foresee what are the trends emerging. And to that end, I would highly urge all the training institutions to ensure that the course content is not mechanistic, it is adaptable, and that you teach what are the trend lines that are emerging so that the seafarers are geared for the future. With that, I think we have completely run out of time. A huge thank you to all of you in the audience for your continued presence here. Deeply appreciate. Many, many thanks to all the speakers for having come thus far. I feel, I feel almost ashamed because all that we could assign you was just 5 minutes. But please bear with me. Given the format and the fact that we were 8 of us, that's about the best that we could do. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's been an incredible panel discussion, and we take a moment to recognize the distinguished guests who have made this session possible. We request our moderator, Sri Deepak Shetty, to kindly present the mementos to our honorable guests. I request the audience to keep applauding as the mementos are being presented to our honorable guests. I'd like to invite Captain Abul Kalam Azad, Nautical Advisor, DGS, to present the memento to our moderator, Shri Deepak Shetty. Thank you. I request all the panelists to kindly come to the center of the stage, along with you, Captain, so that we could have a group picture. Thank you to our moderator and panelists for an insightful discussion on securing the maritime future. We will now commence our second panel discussion, Anchoring Excellence, Empowering Seafarers for Safe and Secure Seas. This session focuses on strengthening the seafarers through training, welfare, and continuous professional growth. Moderating this session is Sri Rajiv Nair, Immediate Past President, the Institute of Marine Engineers, India, a marine engineer with over 38 years of experience in the shipping industry, having held senior leadership roles in major shipping and offshore operations. For this session, our esteemed panelists are Sri Anders Christensen, Senior Business Developer, DBI, the Danish Institute of Fire and Security Technology, Denmark, Sri Thomas Kazakos, Secretary General, International Chamber of Shipping, Sri Bal Gautam, Head of Operations, the Apollo Group, USA, Captain Shivanandan Halbe, Chief Executive Officer, MASA, Captain MC Yadav, Director, Maritime Education and Training, FOSMA, and Sri Rakesh Nair, Head Operations, Carnival Support Services India Private Limited, CSSI. Thank you. We hand the session over to our moderator, Sri Rajiv Nair, to lead this discussion.
Thank you very much. And I know it's a session after a session, so I hope I have the attention of the cadets at the back, because I think a lot of experienced people out here will share some views which would be helpful for the future mariners. And I'm very sure the illustrious panel out here will have a lot of insights to give for the very critical aspect. We covered security. Now let's look at the welfare, the safety of the seafarers and what can be done. So I'll jump straight. We are not having presentations in this session. We are going to have a sort of an interactive question and answer session. The idea would be to just listen from the experts who have really a lot of in-depth knowledge and learn from those experiences. So first of all, Thomas, I'm going to come to you. ICS. ICS has always been reporting shortage of qualified seafarers. So we have some budding seafarers at the back who are going to fulfill this shortage. In your view, is there something which requires to be done to make the seafaring career more attractive? If we have a shortage, why are we having that sort of a shortage? What are the key pain areas which can be addressed to make the profession attractive? And what, as ICS, you are doing to take that forward? Over to you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everybody. This being my first time in India, let me just say from the start a big thank you to the organizers for inviting the International Chamber of Shipping. And for those, especially the cadets at the back, who I'm very glad to see they're still with us, because they are the future. In case you are not aware, just 20 seconds up, what is the ICS? The ICS is International Trade Organization representing national shipowner associations around the world, representing about 80% of the global fleet belongs to our members associations. And going straight back to your question, indeed, both ourselves and BIMCO issue a survey that you know very well that it focuses a shortage of about 90,000 seafarers by 2026. And let's start with the negative so we can go to the positive, so give some positive messages to our cadets. In addition to that forecasted shortage, we also have to see the ongoing discussions that we just heard earlier today about decarbonization and the need for almost 1 million of existing active seafarers to receive upscaling training and retraining in order to be able to be properly certified and fully accustomed to the new type of fuel and engines. In addition to that, just to add some other concerns we have, of course, we've heard earlier about the geopolitical developments, attacks on seafarers, and so many other issues that make this profession less attractive than it should be, including, of course, the criminalization of seafarers, which I haven't heard before, which is something which is outstandingly unfair for people just doing what they are paid to do their job. That is the negative side, if you like. But shipping is a very old profession, has survived centuries and will continue to do so, simply based on the fact that, as you've heard from many speakers, 90% of the world trade is carried by sea. And no matter how advanced the technology is, at least in my foreseeable future, I don't see that changing to that extent. So what do we do as ICS representing ship owners around the world? Well, our main, if I may summarize and say that we've heard of many different obstacles, but for us, the most crucial factor is the erosion of international regulatory framework. All these problems that we've been hearing that makes even the seafaring profession less attractive comes from that. So with that in mind, our primary task is to make sure that governments do appreciate the importance of shipping and by extension, the grave importance that seafarers play. I'm sure nobody has forgotten what has happened during the pandemic, that if it wasn't for seafarers, the world as we know it today would be completely different. So our primary task is to make sure that international regulations that affect shipping and of course seafarers continue to be as effective and as protective as possible to our seafarers. A couple of quick examples, whether it's on the working and living conditions of seafarers on board ship, because that's the difference with other land-based industries. They do work and live on board a ship. So at the international labor organizations, whether that's for shore leave, that's for trying to declare seafarers as essential services and other issues similar to the International Maritime Organization when it comes to the revision of the STCW in order to make sure that this is still fit for purpose after all these years, especially with the challenges of technology and automation that come. So let us not forget, of course, the efforts that we make when it comes to diversity, because I've seen a few female cadets as well. We have developed our own toolkit that we give to our companies to make sure that they do take that into account. And finally, of course, is the efforts that national associations like the ones you have in India is trying to go to schools and universities and project the positive side of our industry. And finally, from our side, we as ICS, back in 2023, we have even hosted a specific summit involving all the regulators, stakeholders, governments, trade unions, as well as ship owners, to make sure that this stays permanently on our agenda in order to make sure that seafarers remains both an attractive and an appreciative career, because without that, there will be no safe running of ships. Without that, there will not be shipping. Without that, there will not be trade, no world economy, and no society. That's all I have to say.
Thanks a lot, Thomas, for those views. Picking up from that, Captain Mahesh, technology. You heard the shortage and the need for training for new technologies. How do you have been involved with training now for 4 decades, if I'm not wrong. How do you see that being catered for at institutes level? Is it really a problem today? Or if it is a problem, then what do we need to fix it?
Thank you, Mr. Nair. As on today's date, I really don't see that we will ever have any issues regarding filling up the shortage. That's for the ratings to be produced, because our training institutes have sufficient capacity available. Maybe about 33% of the capacity is lying vacant. So that people available. Second thing is about the technology part of it. Again, really don't find that it is really much of an issue, except that we need to not only motivate, but we need to push and force our training institute to utilize the equipment or the technology, whatever is available. I don't want to go into too much of nitty-gritties on this, but just to give an example, at our pre-sea training institutes for deck cadets, I don't think they actually practice on radar, ARPA, or ECDIS. And if that is what is being produced, and expect that everything that they will do when they go, then naturally we are sending non-technologically trained people on the ship. And I mean, just we have been hearing this for last many years now. Why is not ECDIS not mandatory at every deck cadets training institute, whether it is 12 months course or 3 years course? It's very good to do chart work and plotting and everything is excellent, but there is sufficient time available to at least to make them familiar with what they are supposed to go on board. And those days are gone when, you know, I have 36 months time to do and things like that. Now we are hardly racing against, with great difficulty, 18 months, otherwise actually 12 months for the deck cadets. And when the time is going down again and again, and if we are not utilizing what technology is already available, I don't think there is any problem at all in ensuring that every deck cadets training institute has radar, ARPA, ECDIS, not only fitted, but used. That is the biggest part of it. And used and training imparted to the people. It is very nice to do march past and things like that, but that does not help you in future. What you need to do is the training on radar, ARPA and ECDIS before going out to sea. Coming to the second part of it, I think it is, we have been skirting this away all the times, but it is high time we demand to the government that we must have a minimum of, again, don't quote me for just why I'm asking so less, but a minimum of 2 training ships at least we need for the merchant marine. There are sufficient funds available which are being given for various things like shipbuilding and the maritime fund and things like that. 2 training ships at least we require minimum, which will serve a lot of purpose in terms of imparting hands-on training to our deck cadets at least. Also if you have the properly moving like we had in, we'd seen that one for South Korea, a properly moving training ship, in that case lots of engineers can be trained over there. And that training and the training assure what we do, there is a lots of difference, there is no comparison between the 2 things at all. And third item on the same context, when we are talking about producing people, many ships are being registered in India. Many new ships are being ordered for building. I think it is high time to start thinking that they should have at least 10, 12 trainees on board each of those. Thank you.
Thank you. Training ships and training slots. And food for thought. So I'm going to come to you, Captain Halbe. Regulatory point of view, you are a member of the shadow committee which is working on the new revision. Anything happening there which addresses some of the concerns which are now being raised?
Thank you, Rajiv. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, I have been part of the shadow committee for STCW revision. And yes, I have been part of the Indian delegation to IMO. And is there anything happening? Lots happening. We are late, that's number one. The first revision took place in '95, then in 2010. So logically, the third one should have already been completed. But we are about 5 years late. So by the time the new STCW amended version comes in, most of us here probably wouldn't be around. And you know, the youngsters there would be facing the music. The need for the review or the effort of this review has been to identify the gaps, add some challenges that are taking place like evolving technologies, and address some of the issues which have not been addressed up to now. One, the identification of the gaps, some of them are technical, some of them are administrative in nature. Administrative are, for example, some definitions need to be added. There are some references to 1,600 gross registered tons, which now needs to be converted to 3,000 GT. These are all administrative issues. They really don't make much of a difference on the ground, but they need to be corrected. Similarly, the transitional provisions that were there up to 2017, the references to that need to go and some new ones come in. That's one. But on the ground, the challenges have been when we have identified these gaps, it has not been so easy. Because what we consider as a gap, somebody else doesn't consider it as a gap, because he finds benefit in the interpretation of those gaps, which are to his or her advantage. So we need to come to a consensus, and that is what is taking a bit of time. Now, the first phase is over, which was identification of the gaps, and about 460 gaps have been identified by going through the STCW convention, line, chapter, and verse. As far as the technology is concerned, there have been remarkable submissions made by various flag states about use of technology to address training methodologies. Some of the ones which I will mention again, as Captain Yadav said, not to go into the nitty-gritty, is whether celestial navigation should be used or continued with or not, and whether we should resort strictly to technology for position fixing of our vessels in the middle of the ocean. The jury is still out on that, but that is one of the bone of contention. India's position has been a very strong we continue with celestial navigation. And especially that has now been reinforced by the happenings in the Red Sea, Gulf of Osh, etc., where we have had reports where the ships have been reporting that their positions, when they're in the middle of the Persian Gulf in a safe environment, the position actually is depicting more near Baghdad and not in the ocean. So that's one of the issues. The other one is something which India needs to look very carefully at, is use of technology in lieu of practical experience, shipboard experience. For example, IGF training. The slots for IGF training, the rules require a certain amount of sea time, certain number of bunkering operations to be physically done. Now, these slots are at an extreme premium, partly because not so much bunkering is taking place, partly because, again, driven by economy of scale. So that's a problem. So one of the nations, I think two of them, have proposed that this be substituted by AR, VR, and mixed reality training. Now, on one side, we say we would like to continue with the old-fashioned celestial navigation, but on the other side, we should line up with this country which is saying that use of technology for furthering our qualifications. So this is something we need to be careful where we decide when we should be running with the hares and when we should be hunting with the hounds. We have to be careful of that. The one part which I'm quite happy to state that we had proposed, this was India's submission, that typically in an ocean-going ship, the manning level on the deck side, as we call it, is about 5 or 6 ratings. Out of which typically on an ocean-going ship, again in international flag, 3 of them are what we call ABs, certified as able seafarer deck, and the others are under rating forming part of navigation watch. Now all of them are part of the mooring gang. Now rating forming part of navigation watch competencies does not require mooring as one of the competencies. It doesn't include. Now, while our GP ratings are actually trained on moorings in our training program, so we put forth that this be included in the competency table for rating part of, to be forming part of navigation watch. This was proposed in the ISWG that was held in October. This was shot down. This was shot down by a certain party which said you're overburdening. Now, how can you be overburdening a rating when he's already doing it? So it was more of a lack of understanding. So just for the cadets at the back, the IMO is not just a technical body, but it is a diplomatic conclave, and there is a lot of backdoor work that needs to go on to get some things moving. So there was a lot of backdoor work done by India at that time. And in the HTW 11, which was held in February, we managed to resubmit the paper with little changes in the wordings, etc. And now that has gone ahead, and that will now be going to phase 2. So things move. I hope we are moving in the right direction, and time will tell. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And hold on to your thoughts on AI. I'm going to come back to you on a specific question on that. Meanwhile, Rakesh, an industry we don't talk about much, cruise. You are there from cruise. You've been hearing generic comments which apply to, I would say, bulk carriers, tankers, gas carriers. We rarely talk about cruise carriers. Today we have actually 2 experts from cruise industry. Your views, are there gaps in cruise industry or are you in a good space?
Mr. Nair, thank you very much for your kind words. And good evening to the audience and to my esteemed panelists. Yeah, so that's a very relevant question. Because while the broader maritime industry shares common goals, the cruise industry is very unique. All throughout the afternoon, we've been hearing safety and security, which is the hallmarks of, any merchant shipping industry. The cruise industry has one more S, which is service. So apart from safety, security, we also need to be very mindful about service. Okay, and that is the cornerstone of the shipping industry, because really we're dealing with live people here. The tanker is not going to complain if there is no orange juice on board, but we'll have people up in arms if you don't have orange juice on board. So that is something which is very, very critical. So on the positive side, I'd say that we are in a relatively strong space. We have bounced back from the pandemic. The cruise industry is booming. New ships are being built, and that means recruitment is on the upswing. Now, the cruise industry already invests heavily in training, safety, and service standards, much more than the regulatory compliance. Because our crew interact daily with thousands of guests on board. The customer-facing environment means safety, hospitality, and well-being are truly interlinked. But there are some very real gaps, that we can't ignore. Now, the first is the training curricula. It needs to evolve faster to include soft skills, cultural intelligence, and crisis communication, apart from technical proficiency. The technical proficiency is a given. There are so many courses that our Indian seafarers need to complete before they join the ship. Second, there's a need to strengthen mental health and fatigue management programs. Now, on board cruise ships, contracts are extremely long. But perhaps what's more tiring is the fact that you need to smile at every single day at guests. That is extremely labor intensive. I mean, I cannot even stress how depleting that can be, right? So mental health is a priority that we should now be concentrating. Third is we need to build clearer progression plans, especially for our hotel and service crew. Okay, so they see a future beyond one contract at a time. Nobody wants to be in the same place. Much like our corporate world here, they join a ship to ensure a better career for themselves, and that visibility should be provided to them. So a very clear progression plan is the need of the hour. And fourth, this is something which is very close to my heart, is to create a robust talent pipeline. Now, in the cruise ship industry, we can't afford to think of recruitment as a one-time activity. We have to think in terms of a talent pipeline. It's a continuous ecosystem that attracts and retains great talent and ensure that they have a clear career path. Now, we don't need, of course, we do need recruitment, but what we really need, and that's the need of the hour, is regeneration. To ensure that we not only fill the vacant positions on board, but also send professionals who embody safety, security, and service and take great pride in what they do. Right? So yes, we are doing well, but the goalpost keeps moving. The next wave of excellence will come from how well we integrate well-being, digital learning, and leadership development across all decks and department. That's when the cruise sector will truly become the benchmark for safe, secure, and human-centered seas. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And it indeed is like an insight that smiling all day at everything is going to be stressful. It's a point which we would possibly miss. Mr. Bal Gautam, you are also from the cruise industry, Apollo Group. Your views on cruise industry, let's get some thoughts, because I see that as a potential again for Indian seafarers going forward. Over to you.
Absolutely. Thank you. To begin with, I totally agree with what Rakesh have mentioned about the recruitment, crew welfare, and everything else about the hospitality. I've been in India since 2018. We operate a vessel called Cordelia Cruises in India. And I would I will go ahead and focus on the operational aspects of the cruising in India, basically. So to begin with, in 2018, when I came to India, we were supposed to launch a vessel, a cruise line. Everybody says, no, it's not possible, it will not be here. However, all agencies put together and we made it happen on the same day when we promised that vessel will be launched. And after some time, the corona came, so that venture was gone. During mid-corona time, we launched a vessel called Cordelia Cruises, which is in India right now, is thriving. They're about to open their IPO as well in India. So the India is a big market for the cruises. We are, as a country, as a regulation-wise, we are getting there. However, the infrastructure is also there. However, there are few things which I would like to mention is, first of all, the robust supply chain system for the ships, because ships usually are not the hotel. They are at the port for the very short period of time. And within this 6 to 8 hours, the ship requires to be refilled with the supplies. And we would like to mention, we would like to see some robust supply chain solutions by the agencies in India. Second, for us would be, I would say, let me put it this way. First, I have a 99% Indians working on this ship, which is located in India right now. So obviously the workforce is totally Indian. The product is for the India, by the Indians. So I would like to see a good training programs from the Institute of Hotel Management across India. So if they can run some kind of a specialized program, obviously we can help them out. And if they run those programs, I'm sure we will have a readily available manpower to suffice the India's needs. In addition to that, in next couple of years, you will see there will be between 5 to 7 ship launch in India, various different ports in India. Cordelia is set to grow after their IPO. So they have, in near future, their first vessel is coming up next year, September. And then the following year, every year, they're going to be launching each vessel for next couple of years. So the market is huge. Employment opportunities are huge. And I would say this, India is set to grow as far as the cruise industry is concerned. So these are my views on the cruise industry at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think we're getting some insight into cruise, and I will be coming back to both of you for further thoughts. Meanwhile, moving to a very technical subject, competence, fire safety. A real competence, like with the new technologies coming, and you are in Denmark, where I suppose there is talk of new fuels, experiments on new fuels. What in the training programs we require to see regarding fire safety, especially considering new technologies? I think in the last session, somebody raised a question on autonomous ships. What do we see? Is there a gap? And what are the things which are available to fill that gap?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nair, for the kind invitation for the panel, and good day to all of you. And before I go into the question, I would like to chair all the cadets at the very back. It's great to see you all. You are indeed looking into a very interesting future as the backbone of the merchant navy. And I can assure you, you're looking into a very exciting future that will change rapidly. Regarding your question, maybe I just present myself, Anders Christensen. I work at the Danish Institute of Fire and Security Technology in Denmark. And yes, we have, for the last 5 years, been looking into the new challenges with the green alternative fuels, that being methanol, ammonia, and hydrogen. And going green, you're also looking into dual fuels, which could introduce batteries as a secondary fuel, or dual fuel. And it has become very clear to us that when we are doing the research and development, especially on the new green fuels. We see new risks emerging, and these risks we have to be able to cope with. And when I say we, I mean, of course, the mariners, and especially the future generations. And in order to do so, at least from our side at DBI, we share our knowledge. We're looking into doing courses, training, education for the mariners, but certainly also for port operators. We like to think of it as doing safety for field and operational personnel. All that being said, of course, regulation is stemmed from IMO. STCW convention has to be updated, and being able to handle these new challenges. But the first steps are to find them out, to have a proper look at the new challenges, and then dissect them, see how you can omit them, and how you can include it in new courses and training for coming crews and port workers. Thank you.
Thanks. And Captain Yadav, I'm picking up on what has been said. The new technologies have brought about some gaps. We talked about the training part. What about the trainers? Are they equipped to take on these new challenges since they have possibly not been exposed? And if that is a gap, how is that being addressed?
Yep. As far as the trainers are concerned, we need to add new trainers. We cannot keep depending on, earlier the retirement age was 60 and then 65 and 70, and this time we were demanding that it should be increased to 75 years. Now, unless we have the new trainers who are recently experienced on the high technical ships, and unless the newer people are inducted into the training institutes, you cannot expect, the existing faculty per se to be trained to train the trainees. I don't think that's likely to happen. Minimum 30% of the input has to be the new faculty coming in from the sea by whatever means or whatever formula that can be used, how to go about doing it, how to put some people on deputation from the shipping companies or maybe some other method. But it's not going to happen with the existing people past 65 or 70. You need to have the newer blood coming into the training institutes. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to pick up one point, Captain Halbe. You talked of artificial intelligence. You talked of virtual reality. There is talk, I believe, going on of reducing sea time and replacing it with simulators. What are your views on that?
Thank you. Yes, indeed. The first question that was put up here was about the shortage of seafarers. And Captain Yadav mentioned that as far as trainee berths ashore are concerned in the training schools, there is ample capacity. That's not a problem. The bottleneck is the ships. The training berth on board ships are at a premium. And that's where the shortage is actually the root cause of the shortage. At least one country we know of which has actually reduced the sea time for the nautical cadets from the minimum 12 months required to, I think, 9 or 10 months. And that leeway has been given in STCW already of substantial equivalence and use of simulators. Now, it may be quite okay to adapt it on an isolated basis. But the moment we try to talk about in a country like India, where the total number of trainees on board at any given time is more than 5,000 or 6,000, now how are you going to regulate that? And that is where one of the concerns we have. Secondly, during this debate at IMO on this subject, though it has now gone on to the second phase and it will get deliberated more, one of the factors that came out was that the 12-month service which the nautical cadets put in is barely substantial, is barely enough, adequate. and to further reduce it across the board is not a desirable outcome. So it was agreed that we will not say that that the simulator is an enhancement on the training program and not a reduction on the training program. That is one. But what was also very surprising was one of the items that came out, or one of the issues that came out, was that this can only be considered at the first level certificate of competency and not in the higher grades. Now, to my mind, I am actually thinking the first certificate for the engineers, they do after 6 months engine room time, watchkeeping time, and the nautical side do after 12 months. While the chief engineer and master for vessels more than 3,000, etc., is 36 months time. So I'm thinking, if you take off 3 months from there, how does it really matter? You know, it depends on experience, simulation, etc. So if you really want to touch something, touch it at that level. Don't touch it at the base level. Allow the basics to be strong. Let us see what happens at 33 months. You may add something on simulator, etc., etc. It can be used. So that's one. But the use of technology for, for example, India has put up a submission, one of the submissions to amend the PSCRB, the Proficiency in Survival Craft course, by inclusion of stern-launched lifeboats as part of the training. And one of a large number of ships are now coming out with the stern-launched lifeboats, and majority of the seafarers, including myself, would be very scared to sit in an enclosed lifeboat and get a drop from a 10-meter height and not knowing where the boat is going to fall. You know, it's not a very happy situation. Now, is it easy to set up such training centers in India for practical training? No, because depth of water is a problem. Because where we have our training establishments, you don't have deep water for the lifeboats to dive into. Why can't we then use VR or immersive reality to look at this particular aspect, where you get the experience, but you don't get the dangers associated with it? So we should look at some of these modern facilities that are going to be available for training and certification and the experience of it. Thanks.
Thank you. And I think a lot of thoughts this provokes into what can be applied and where should be applied. And I'll come back to the cruise industry now, Rakesh. Here we keep talking deck officers, engine officers. I think you term them as deck and technical officers. What is the difference? And is there a specific thing in cruise industry regarding the people who do navigation and the people who look after the machineries? In cruise industry, could you enlighten us on that?
Okay, so Mr. Nair, I would say that the recruitment of deck and technical officers on board cruise ships is still at a very nascent stage. Whereas in the hotel, the entertainment and the security departments, we see a lot of Indian seafarers being employed by, multinational cruising companies. The deck and technical still is yet to grow. Okay, there are multiple reasons for it. I would just touch upon two. One from the stakeholders' side and one from our side. As I mentioned in my previous discussion, that apart from safety, security, we also require service standards. Our stakeholders are really looking for officers who are able to, to put it very simply, engage in conversations with people, right? Now, unfortunately, the current crop of talent from the common maritime industry, the merchant shipping, where people are working on merchant carriers or bulk carriers, there's not much of engagement with people, and also the service levels are low. So our stakeholders are looking for people, for officers who can speak to passengers, you can host dinner parties, so there's a lot apart from the technical aspect of the job. The soft skills is paramount, and that is lacking. So whereas an officer will be highly qualified and experienced, but they're just not able to come up to a place where they are able to offer great service to our passengers. So that is why I feel that the Deccan technical recruiting in India has not taken off of cruise ships is concerned. Now, from the talent side, we also see that there is a difference in salaries as far as cruise ships is concerned. Cruise ships pay slightly less, but what you really lose in terms of the salary you make with the experience. Now imagine if you're working on board a cruise ship, you are having lunch in a different port every single day. You are actually working on board ships with, I mean, with thousands of crew and more than 2,000, 3,000 passengers. So it's like a virtual city. You compare that with merchant shipping, we just have probably 25, 30 people on board the ships. So you really are looking at the whole experience on working on board a cruise ship, and that's something that our talent needs to consider as well. And lastly, of course, the recruitment on board cruise ships is not explored by the various training institutes. Nothing is very crew centric in this approach, and I say it not only from the marine training institutes, but also like Mr. Gautam said, the hotel schools. I'm a hotel school pass out. I had no experience in cruising, even though we employ so many people. Right? So these are the challenges that I think that we currently face. Thank you.
Thanks. I'll just ask Bal Gautam a very specific pointed question. Indian seafarers, officers, have you any experience if you've taken? Or is there anything which message you want to give them if they are coming on cruise? What should they be doing to make a market for themselves? Because what I hear is that percentage is very low today in the cruise industry.
Absolutely. I've been on the ships. I've been with the cruise industry for past 30 years. So Indians are already leading the way. We do have, I would say in our company, the Apollo Group, we have around about 5,000 plus crew members from India. And I would say around about 2 or 3% of that workforce is in the officers rank. So Indians are leading way all over the cruise industry. However, there are challenges in terms of, first I would say cultural diversity and the gender diversity. We don't have a biggest challenge we have in our female sailors on board ships. So I would say at a school level or the college level, we must introduce cultural diversity programs or gender diversity programs. So I would say by the time they come to a professional career, they are already trained in such courses. Second thing I would say, if the colleges and the schools can train everybody on a crowd and crisis management programs, I think that would help a lot in terms of managing the vessels. Currently, I don't see in India, correct me if I'm wrong, no institute, no college or school level runs this kind of programs. I would say they must run these kind of programs. And the last thing would be, our Indians are leading way, as I mentioned. So they are all over. They are running the vessels as a hotel director. To tell you the truth, the ship we are managing in India, my hotel director on the ship is female. And we hired her back in 2019. Since then, she's with us. In India, we have around about, I would say, 700 crew members on the ship. And we have around about, I would say, 20% of female crew members on board. So we are doing such things. We are making some effort. But I can tell you that India is ready. And for the next generation, however, with a few tweaks, I'm sure we will reach there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And actually, I'm going to touch upon a problem now, which I want you to highlight on Thomas, before I come for a solution to you on another technical aspect. ICS also, I think, has reported that the abandonment of seafarers has been on the rise. Obviously, Indian seafarers are impacted, and I think India has already taken some steps towards it. What are your views on that? And as ICS, what are you doing about that issue?
Thank you. I seem to be given the questions about problems, and I hope I'm not the bearer of bad news. But being an international organization, we have to deal with these issues. I'm not going to hide. Abandonment of seafarers for us is a stigma. 310 cases in 2024 is completely unacceptable, both by the industry as well as by the regulators, especially if we bear in mind that specific guidelines have been agreed, an international regulatory framework, both in terms to prevent this from happening, or in the cases that it does happen, to make sure that the impact on seafarers is as little as possible. As I said, this is a stigma because it kills the spirit of the young people sitting on the back if they are worried that they're going to go on board a ship and they're going to be stranded somewhere. In fact, this should be our first priority when it comes to making a sustainable industry, to make sure that the message we give to the young people joining our industry, which is so exciting and is so promising, this particular issue has to be addressed. What do? We ask, I'll answer. This brings me back to my previous answer that as an international organization, the biggest problems that we recognize is the erosion of the regulatory framework. When you see all these regional measures and all these mentions before about dark fleet, parallel fleet, shadow fleet, this is exactly the issue, because passing regulations is one thing, enforcing them is another one, because that's where you're going to give the security and the assurance to the young people. Yes, I'll go to a training school, I'll get certified, I'll go on board a ship, I'll have a secure career and something to be proud of. So for us, we took again the initiative together with our social partners, and ICS is currently moderating a special task force that's been set up at the IMO and the ILO for the better use of the data collected on the unfortunate cases of abandonment, in order to make sure that we use this information to get more accuracy on the cases that it happens, and at the same time to make recommendations as to how we can make the existing regulations to have more teeth. Because again, if you pass regulations and you don't enforce them, or you're not able to enforce them, you've heard our Danish colleague before from the Maritime Administration telling you how big the problem is within that region. So for us, let me just finish by saying, one case of abandonment is one case too many.
Thanks for that view and sharing the news about the task force. I'm sure, hopefully with that, one should see some changes happening over the time. All the best on that task force. And then over to you. You have also been involved at IMO, you involved with administration. Now Denmark, a country like Denmark, let it put it this way, is aware of the technological gaps. A country like India is the one who's producing the seafarers. What sort of cooperation can exist which benefits this transfer to happen so that the seafarers are able to benefit from the knowledge which is gained out there, like an institute of yours?
Yes, thank you for the question. That's a very good question. And at the DBI, we are, as I mentioned, we're a research and development institute, and that means we share our knowledge, and we, of course, we're going to share whatever we can. And our knowledge is building on practical tests. So we are doing several large fire tests in the near future, looking into extinguishing, let's say, methanol fires in an engine room. The knowledge we'll get from those tests are something that we can change from being to something more tangible. So from being, let's say, tests to more tangible things that we can educate, we can assist the future generations into learning and knowledge and courses, etc. And I also heard, it was mentioned up here earlier, that we need to put the crew, we need to make the crew feel safe about the new procedures. We need to make the crews feel safe about the new fuel types. That might even require that we have a look at fire strategies. maybe we need to review how we have done it, not necessarily what we have done so far, but just accept that we might not be able to do the same thing for the future generations, for the future fuel types. So we might have to review some procedures that we take for granted now. But yes, we are absolutely committed to sharing and sharing with, let's say, for example, all the new mariners sitting out here waiting in India to dress them properly to be able to take on the challenges that await them. Because it will be challenging, but again, as I said, it will also be very exciting. And there's a huge potential just waiting out there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And at least from my point of view, I think it's been a very good interaction, listening to cruise industry, their views, training institutes, faculty, training slots, training ships. I think Jose Mithaikal from IMO mentioned something about IMO arranging for 20 training berths, possibly something to be picked up on and seen forward. And of course, the task force at IMO, and how seriously that is being taken by the international. And especially if there are any questions, very quick, I think I'm already getting signals that we should be winding up. But there is one hand raised for a question. Can we take a couple of questions? So please. And if any of the cadets at the back have a question, I think this would be one great opportunity to hear from some people who have really spent a lot of time in the industry.
Gentlemen, thanks. It was a pleasure listening to you all. My name is Captain Angad, and I've been working ashore. I'm a training manager based in Amsterdam for a pure chemical tanker fleet. I heard you all, Captain Yadav, Captain Halbe, the two gentlemen from the cruise industry. There's a mix of input, what we talk about and what we get when it comes to training, and the topic we are discussing is empowering the seafarers, right? These young lads would be going out to sea pretty soon, be it on cruise lines or be it on pure merchant ships. Captain Yadav, you were totally correct when we talk about EGDIS, when we talk about radar, because some masters we hire, I have to reject an application because he's not aware of trial and maneuver now. A master, I have to reject his application and say, I can't have him on my vessel who doesn't understand that. Or an engineer who doesn't understand the newer fuels we are bunkering. What the gentleman in Denmark is talking about, we started using FAME as biodiesel. And the engineers are not aware how to perform the work on the purifiers. And then in the end result is a breakdown. You all have the authority, you're all sitting at a certain position. You all are telling us the gaps are there. You all are telling us these are the solutions. Correct. But the way we are implementing those solutions is not at a steady pace. And that pace is taking too long. Our ships are sailing out there in North Sea, across transatlantic, spending weeks in Rotterdam or across Skor. But the incidents are happening, and we as ship managers are paying, the seafarers are getting suffered. So only request to you all at that position is to make sure whatever you are expressing, gentlemen, please expedite so that whatever Captain Halbe mentioned, Captain Yadav, sir, you mentioned, Mr. Nair, you did about the seafarers on cruise lines. Their trainings as well, because end of the day, they have to smile, but they should be smiling and be safe enough if there is a contingency on board that vessel, how they need to react, how to get those passengers who are the cargo, which speaks back, as you mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your observation. And just to highlight that, I think that's the purpose of what these discussions are about, to get that sort of a feedback, because there is a way that IMO works. There is a way regulations happen. There is a time frame attached to it, and believe me, when 176 countries have to come to a common conclusion, it is not going to be. And you want to add something on that as ICS? Most welcome, please.
Thank you very much for the question. No matter how many initiatives the private sector will take, shipping is a globalized industry, needs to be governed by global rules and regulations. I think in the previous panel it was mentioned what has transpired in London a week and a half ago. There you have to see that the private sector reach out to governments. I know it's not relating to training, which you're referring to, but it makes the point I've made before. We need the active involvement of governments, Indians included, because it's a huge country with huge infrastructure, both in labor force and so many other areas that I've heard today. I was very impressed. But unless it is clearly understood that shipping should remain global, there's no point of discussing minor issues of time implementation because the regulation is not there. And the regulation needs to be there in order to be enforced on a global basis, because the training you receive in one country must be the same in the other country. Otherwise, there will be unfair competition for the cadets, those who have better or worse education and training. All these issues are incidents of the same problem. International regulations are being eroded. And we've seen that regional measures from groups around the world, including big nations, trying to impose national measures do not help shipping. And it all boils down to that. Thank you.
Thank you. And yes, ma'am.
So you had posed a question to Captain Yadav and about AI in the classes. So he said we need to do something different because all the teachers are 65 and 75 years old, right? So when you go down to kindergartens, nurseries, you always have two teachers. There are always two teachers taking care of the classes, kindergarten, nursery. So why can't we have a combination of a younger teacher who knows technology, AI, and the works, and an older person, because we cannot ignore a captain with that body of work, the journey that he's seen, the storms he's faced. So we could have two teachers in every class like the nursery.
Understood. Thank you so much for the question. We have teachers in today's date which were inducted sometime in between 1990 to 1995. Okay, and from those days onwards, till today we haven't had fresh induction. So those people who were very young and smart people those days at the age of 35 years, now they become 65, 70 or whatever that age group that comes to. Now, if I were to tell you at our own institute, and we are an association, we can probably afford to, we don't have to show profit in anything. We are quite okay making losses. Average age is 60 years of all the faculty. At Noida as well as in Calcutta, the average age of the faculty is 60 years. Now coming to your suggestion, why can't we have the younger people? It is more difficult to get a younger person. I can't get a third mate to man the ship. There is no way that I can get a third mate or second mate to come and work in a training institute. Because he is looking at his growth to become third mate to second mate to chief officer and captain before he steps ashore. He did not come out into this profession. All these cadets sitting over here, I'm sure none of them would like to come ashore to become a teacher at the age of 24 or 25 years as third officer. We can still get master mariners or chief engineers of different age groups. But if you are suggesting that, let's try and get third engineer or third officer or second officer to come and teach, no way. They all have their own ambitions. They all have their own plans. And I think let them grow. And I would only like it this way. After he passes his master's certificate, within 1 or 2 years, if he can come and devote some time at the training institute. That's the best we can expect from them. Thank you.
Sorry? I just want to follow up on the question by the young gentleman, and I can see you there. And you're absolutely right. Reality always overtake regulation. So it's a fact. That's what you're handling now. IMO will, at some point, find a way, but the reality will always be ahead. So, and you're also quite right when you say that there will be issues, because we have young people, we have crew members sailing vessels now that are using new alternative fuels, and they will have to handle it on the spot. And it's not fair to jeopardize them without giving them the proper training and courses. And even though I fully agree with you, it has to come through IMO. But there will be a time until the regulation is in place. And for that period, then you might have to, let's say, compete on education and compete on courses and training. And I think it's only fair to be open about it. Thank you.
Can I add one small thing to what he said? Some years back, we were promoting a second engineer to chief engineer. And at that time, it so happened that the ship had certain problem and the vessel was not operating on the unattended machinery space mode. She was operating in the manned mode. So when he was told that this is a problem and the ship is on watchkeeping mode, he refused to join the ship because he had never been on a ship which had been not UMS. He says, I've never been on a watchkeeping ship.
So now I think we've had wonderful input from the panel, and I think the panel deserves a round of applause. Thank you very much for sharing your frank views and enlightening all of us. Thank you very much.
Let's hear a huge round of applause for all our panelists for our second panel discussion. It's been an insightful session, and we would like to take this moment to recognize the distinguished guests who have made this session possible. We request our moderator, Shri Rajiv Nair, to kindly present the mementos to our honored guests. Let's hear a huge round of applause. I would like to invite Shri Ajit Kumar Sukumaran, Chief Surveyor, Director General of Shipping, to kindly present the memento to Shri Rajiv Nair, our moderator for the second session. Requesting our esteemed panelists to kindly come to the center of the stage for a quick group picture. With that, we conclude our second panel discussion. Thank you to our moderator and panelists for their enriching perspectives on the evolving role of seafarers in a dynamic global maritime ecosystem. As we approach the concluding segment of today's session, we are honored to present the release of two significant publications. First, we have the book titled Contingency Planning for Maritime Incidents, authored by Dr. Captain Vivek Jain, Dr. Iris Jeon Kim, and Captain Vinod Dubey. This work offers valuable perspectives on crisis preparedness, safety coordination, and effective response strategies for maritime contingencies. May I request the following dignitaries to kindly come forward for the formal book release ceremony. Dr. Captain Vivek Jain, Director, Marine Service, Alco Marine Insurance and Legal Consultants. Shri Ashok Advani, Sagar Sandesh, Maritime Newsletter. Shri Ajit Kumar Sukumaran, Chief Surveyor. Shri Nebu Omen, Deputy Chief Shipping Surveyor, and Captain Anish Joseph, Deputy Nautical Advisor, Directorate General of Shipping. Thank you, esteemed dignitaries. Heartiest congratulations to the authors for this important contribution to the body of maritime safety and crisis management knowledge. Thank you. Next, we are privileged to release the white paper on shipbuilding and ship repair, jointly authored by the IMEI and the IRS. This white paper stems from the Conference on Shipbuilding and Ship Repair held on 25th September during the INMEX SMM exhibition, led by Shri Pradeep Sudhakar, Chief Ship Surveyor, Directorate General of Shipping, along with IMEI and the INMEX SMM organizers. The deliberations from that seminar have shaped the insights and recommendations presented in this white paper. May I request representatives of IMEI and IRS to kindly come forward for the white paper release. Let's welcome them with our applause. Requesting the representative of INMEX SMM to kindly join us on stage. We will have a short presentation by the representatives of INMEX.
Good evening, Excellencies, distinguished guests, and industry leaders. Today marks a critical step in terms of India's maritime journey. Indian Register of Shipping and IMEI was entasked to basically come out with a white paper. And this white paper reflects our shared commitment to India's maritime ascendancy. In the interest of time, I'll make it short. The white paper distills the future of the sector in the four critical pillars. Firstly, it is shipbuilding and repair renaissance, where we are talking about technological leapfrogging and indigenization. Second pillar is decarbonization and green transition, where we are looking at data-driven sustainability and also policy adaptation towards achieving the the climate goals. The third pillar is also a critical pillar which focuses on digitalization and cybersecurity, where we are looking at strategic cybersecurity as a pillar for business continuity. And most importantly, people power, so where we're looking at workforce and inclusion. It's essential to have bridged the skill gaps, but also important to have diversity in the leadership. So the white paper also aims to have policy recommendations and strategic roadmap going for the future, where we're looking at the India's strategic milestones from 2026 to 2047 are captured in this white paper. We all invite you to read this white paper. It is a blueprint for achieving India's visions of sustained prosperity, security, and global leadership. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for that presentation. Before moving to the closing remarks, we will now witness the MOU exchange between Chennai Port Authority and Indian Maritime University, requesting the respective dignitaries to kindly come up on stage. The MOU exchange between Chennai Port Authority and Indian Maritime University fosters for collaboration on maritime research, pilot training, navigational safety, and skill development. Let's extend our heartfelt congratulations to both the partners with a huge round of applause. Congratulations to both the partners. We now move to the last segment, the closing remarks for this session. I request Captain Anish Joseph, Deputy Nautical Advisor, Directorate General of Shipping, to kindly come forward to the stage and deliver the closing remarks for our session today.
Thank you. As I'm standing between the Mumbai traffic, especially like to reflect in my closing, I will keep it very short. I don't have any more insights to offer than all these distinguished panelists who have come and given very insightful talks. But what was important was the Guardians of the Sea. We had two sessions. One was on safety and security. The other was on seafaring. And individually, these sessions capture the essence of what safety and security, how they are interdependent, reinforcing each other through preparedness, technology, and very important link with the human capability. Together, they shape the credibility of a maritime nation. And when we talk about the India Maritime Week, when we talk about connecting the oceans, it's a very important session. We are thankful to all the distinguished panelists, especially the panelists during the second session who came and spoke about seafaring and the importance of how the challenges in current world in terms of sustainability, in terms of just transition, the challenges in safety, security, the resilience buildup is shaping the seafarers of the future. I take this opportunity to thank the dignitaries who were part of the sessions, the honorable ministers. Their presence lent a great value. The panelists, they were very, very pointedly, very specific. Their insights were very important to us. The collaboration of our partners, MASA, FOSMA, IMEA, and others, colleagues in the directorate who brought together all the sessions together, the hard work they have put in, let me acknowledge them. As we conclude, let us remember that safety and security at sea are not static goals. They are dynamic, they evolve with voyages, they evolve with challenges which is seen daily. May we remain committed to ensure that every vessel sailing under the Indian flag, as well as the vessels which we touch upon the shores in the international era, we are connected, we take care of each other. Thank you for your partnerships and thank you for being present. I wish everyone fair winds and following seas. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Anish. With that, we now conclude this session on Guardians of the Sea, and let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration and vigilance that defines India's maritime future. We encourage you to tag our social media handles while sharing your experiences from today's session, as displayed on the screen, requesting you to kindly scan the QR code and share your valuable feedback regarding today's session. Also, do not forget to visit our stall number 30A and 44 in Hall 1 to explore the latest initiatives and displays on maritime safety, technology, and innovation. We wish you continued success and smooth sailing ahead. Thank you and have a wonderful evening.